Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt.
The cradle of symbolism used in all masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, i.e. the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same. In America, rediscovered in the 15th century and repopulated in the 17th, was recovered Egypt and the promised land, or land of the constellation of the eagle. Study of the American constellations Scorpio, Sagittarius, and Capricornus reveals the immemorial antiquity of the name America and the significance of the arms of the United States. The fact once recognized that it is impossible to separate the eagle from America, the land shadowed with wings of Isaiah, over which accordingly appear two grand eagles. The red swan flying down the Milky Way, and the winged steeds Pegasus and Equus, all the wings known to astronomy. Without taking the bear from Russia, Perseus from Persia, and a flood of light is poured upon the history and mythology, and where heretofore much has been vague and inscrutable, now we are able to at least see men as trees walking. When following the course of the constellations, those immovably and perpetually fastened upon America are reached. It will appear, while all that is sublime in the historic past centers upon Egypt, all that is sublime in the prehistoric past centers upon America. Atlantis, as the curtain which has hitherto concealed the prehistoric connection between the peoples of ancient Egypt and America, is lifted. It will be seen that the people of the eagle on the Nile, being descended from the original people of the eagle on this continent, the twain are one, and that prehistoric America was the original Egypt, or Eagle Land, prior to the mighty dispensation in the days of Peleg, when the earth was divided and the great globe itself was nearly rent asunder. End quote. Quote, says Agassiz, first born among continents, America has been falsely denominated the New World. Hers was the first dry land lifted out of the waters. Hers was the first shore washed by the ocean that enveloped all the earth besides, while Europe was represented only by islands. Rising here and there above the sea, America, Atlantis, already stretched in an unbroken line from Nova Scotia to the far west.
Y'all know a lot of us have been talking about, Egypt being in America, so forth and so on. A lot of us been talking about this stuff for a long time. A lot of us been seamlessly talking about this stuff for a minute. The History Channel did, what is it? America Unearthed. I think it was America Unearthed, saying that there is a Egyptian relic found in America. As if niggas don't know about all the sarcophaguses that were pulled out of the earth here in America and sold to the newly formed Egyptian government in the early 1900s, late 1800s, as if niggas don't know that the Valley of Kings is here, as if niggas don't know that King Tut was found over in Oklahoma. The tomb was dynamited by the Army Corps of Engineers, and all of those artifacts were then stolen. So they found Tutmos at Grand Canyon, as if we don't know. As if we don't know. So a cartouche, an Egyptian cartouche, was found in Central Park in New York. The cartouche is that of Tutmos III. This cartouche is standing in the middle of Central Park. Standing in the middle of Central Park. nearly illegible, but someone was able to read it. Call American Unearthed, whatever that show is on History Channel. And because the cartouche is now covered by what looks like something that's trying to hold it together. And the cartouche is that of Thutmose III. The cartouche was found, Thutmose III, middle of New York, Central Park, a historic nigger area. I'm talking before gentrification. A historic nigger area. Seneca Village was a nigger town in Central Park. It's plenty cartouches that are here. It's plenty tombs that are here that was, quite frankly, they were stolen. I don't know another nice way to put it. They were stolen. That's right, Seneca Village. That's right.
New York City, the city of dreams, but beyond the stars of the night sky and skyscrapers, beneath the megalithic structures lies a hidden, decoded past. Beyond the beauty and grandeur lies the greatest secrets never told. In the middle of Central Park stands an Egyptian obelisk of Thutmose III, whom some call King David of the Bible. The capstone of the obelisk in Thutmose III Day would have been covered in gold. It has stood in Central Park for 135 years since the 1880s. It's 3,500 years old. It's one of two obelisks which were placed outside of Heliopolis, the mystery schools where initiates were taught astronomy, alchemy, chemistry, and the knowledge of self. The obelisk was allegedly transported to New York by the Masons and funded by Vanderbilt, in which they placed a hole through the ship and transported it from Egypt to America. Which isn't logical, because the ship would have sank. Whenever you hear Masons, there's a secret. Allegedly, the Masons went to Alexandria and found artifacts and symbolism related to Freemasonry under the obelisk. A builder's square, a trial, a lead plumb line.
About Akhenaten, King Akhenaten, as being biblical Moses, and his father was Amenhotep III, whom I think to be biblical Solomon, who is the great grandson of Thutmose III of the 18th century, whom I think is the historical King David.
Now let's jump over to near Durango, Colorado, about 30 miles away, where this Egyptian-looking scarab was found by a 5-year-old boy in 1954 in the shape of an Egyptian scarab. So I posted this on a Yahoo group on ancient artifacts, and I posted a picture of it, and the person says, well, why would later magical amulet have a crude inscription of the name of Thutmose III, which is on this piece at the bottom? So obviously Thutmose III's name is written on this Egyptian scarab. But again, I have never seen such magic amulets in scarab shapes, usually intaglios. So Utana Jessup, the Heart and Soul at the Ancient Historical Research Foundation, did an article on this Colorado Egyptian scarab, and it was ran in the Ancient American magazine in issue number 108. She interviewed archaeologist Frank Parrish, and this is what he had to say. The scarab is a very interesting find and has several things in its favor. The size of the black Colorado scarab is correct for a good luck charm and matches those from Egypt. Also, when the Egyptians wrote the language casually, they would write the opposite directions of English from right to left, with the hieroglyphs facing the front of the words to the right, or vertically from top to bottom, as on the back of this piece. The Colorado scarab has this correct.
Coming out of Virginia, 1880. Says here, the Christian at work has made a marvelous discovery after reading the inscriptions on the obelisk designed for Central Park, that the original home of the Egyptians was in Yucatan or Mexico. Alright, after reading the inscriptions on the obelisk, he concluded, right, the one they put in Central Park, This is a newspaper from 1880 Virginia. They're telling you that the original home of the Egyptians, so-called Egyptians, was in Yucatan or Mexico. This is true old world. They reached the Nile by traveling up the Pacific coast of North America, crossing the Bering Strait, traversing Asia, and landing in Egypt, alright? That's exactly what we read about the Maya going over to Asia first, and then over to so-called Egypt, that colony they built over there. We presume there is some mistake about this. We suspect what the Christian at work meant to say was that the Egyptians got here from the moon on an aerolite thrown up during a volcanic eruption. We hope to hear that this is the fact. Alright, so they're kind of making fun of it because it's hard to believe, but did you guys know that the obelisk said that? Why haven't they told us that?
Locating the cities all through the Americas. They did leave the record, though, that Osiris got as far as Washington, D.C. He said, I got to this land, and in this land in the north, I got to the place of the river with the largest, widest mouth. And I immediately ran to the Mississippi. I started looking around trying to see, well, where is he? I'm trying to see where Osiris is. I see that city called Baton Rouge. I know that's talking about, it's got Aton's name in it, A-T-O-N, Baton Rouge. I know that's red, and I'm looking at it. It kind of sounds like it might be an Egypt connection. I'm looking for it, but that was wrong. They said, no, when you get to that place, that's Pataline. That's an island. That's a large island. Doesn't matter, ain't no island here called no Pataline. And then understanding comes in and says, wait a minute, look at the map again. See where the Mississippi River splits, and one goes over toward New Orleans and the other one goes down toward Alexandria. I said, well, yeah. I said, well, you know, when you have a Mississippi River that splits in two, then the land between those two rivers is an island, because on the south side of it is the Gulf of Mexico. All that land is an island. I was like, oh, man, here's Pataline. But he says, but that's not where I went to. He said, that's not the river I'm talking about. He said, this one has a huge mouth. And then I looked further up, and there it was. There's the Potomac and all of those waterways coming together, the Chesapeake, and making this huge mouth to this river before it empties into the Atlantic. And they say, when you get to that place, there's going to be a city designed, laid out in the shape of a parallelogram, which is like a rectangle, square. And dadgummit, if they didn't lay out Washington, D.C. in the exact same configuration that ancient Egypt said that city would be in. And then they stuck an obelisk there. Egypt wrote about that. They just said it was too hard to keep control of that land with that very strong horseback army of bow and arrow shooting warriors.
Sincere Jaden. Sincere Jaden. America is Atlantis. Sincere Jaden. America is Egypt. America is Atlantis. America is Egypt.
(1902). Special correspondence. Workmen employed in tearing out the inside of the White House. The other day, unearthed. Deep down, under the basement, alright? Under the White House, alright? Under the basement, a portion of a human skeleton. The mysterious discovery was made while the laborers were excavating a sub-cellar below the floor of the basement for the new heating apparatus. After going down about 10 feet, a massive stone vault was encountered. A stone vault was encountered. They found 10 feet down, listen, in the White House. It proved to be what was apparently the foundation walls of an old house that had evidently stood on the spot where the White House was afterwards erected. It will be remembered that the land upon which the White House and adjacent public buildings stand is made land, developed in its present condition by filling in and grading In this same excavation was found an immense oven embedded in the stone wall, and in close proximity to the oven were found the bones. The workmen believed they had unearthed an ancient tomb, an ancient tomb under the White House. So we're not done. We actually got another report on this. It's in more detail. Let's read this one. It says, a gruesome find. Skeleton is unearthed under the White House by workmen. Strenuous effort made to keep the matter a secret. The bones are found in close proximity to old oven. Workmen employed in tearing out the inside of the White House unearthed deep down under the basement a portion of a human skeleton. Strenuous efforts have been made to keep the discovery a secret, pending a careful investigation. The workmen have been cautioned not to discuss the subject, and most rigid regulations have been adopted to prevent persons not actually employed in the work from entering the building. Even clerks and messengers belonging to the executive force are excluded under the existing order. The mysterious discovery was made while the laborers were excavating a sub-cellar below the floor of the basement for the new heating apparatus. After going down about 10 feet, a massive stone vault was encountered. It proved to be what was apparently the foundation walls of an old house that had evidently stood on the spot where the White House was afterwards erected. It will be remembered that the land upon which the White House and adjacent public buildings stand is made land, developed to its present condition by filling in and grading. In this same excavation was found an immense oven embedded in the stone wall, and in close proximity to the oven was found the bones. The workmen believed they had unearthed an ancient tomb. They're finding bones under the White House.
When Spyro came to the mind of the public, can you read the headline up there? It says, King Tut's tomb, found in the Arkansas River Valley.
Spoke about Tutankhamun and Jesus in the last part, that Tutankhamun and Jesus are the same person. So who's the mother? Who's Nefertiti then?
Yeah, Nefertiti is a very important part because she is the wife of Akhenaten, whom I have identified as being the same person as Moses of the Bible, and she's also the mother of Tutankhamun, whom I have identified as being Jesus of the Bible. You see, Nefertiti played a very major important part because, you see, without Nefertiti, Akhenaten would have not been the same. Because Amenhotep III, the father of Nefertiti and Akhenaten, he married his heiress, his sister, Sitamun, and he got Nefertiti from her. So Nefertiti became the heiress. But at the same time, he married another woman, the daughter of Uriah, his minister, whom I think to be Joseph of the Bible, and produced Akhenaten. So Akhenaten was not the son of the heiress, so he had no right to follow his father on the throne, Amenhotep III. So by Nefertiti marrying him, because he married the heiress Nefertiti, he was able to be a king. Then again, we can see from the pictures, from the scenes that is available from Amarna and Egypt, that Nefertiti was she was passionate with his husband's ideas. She believed in him, and she believed in the one God, universal God. He believed in. She must have been a companion. They were together. They believed together. It's a part of the love and coming together was this new revolution in the idea of a universal spiritual power. And we can even see her in some cases in the scenes more important than him, maybe because she was the daughter of Amenhotep III from Sitamun, the heiress. And then again, because I believe, as I told you before, that Akhenaten was overthrown by a military coup, and he had to go to exile in Sinai, in Sarabit al-Khadim, for some time, when he had to abdicate his power to his son Tutankhamun when he was just 9 years old. So again, Nefertiti played a major part with her son. She stayed with her son Tutankhamun. He was a young boy and he needed support and help, and she gave him this support. And definitely we can realize that because of her advice, he must have taken this decision to reopen the temples after 3 years. The temples were closed and no worship in Egypt, and he reopened the temples, although he still kept Aten as one universal God, he never abandoned that, but reopening the temples and allowing the old deities to be worshipped, in this case they became, in his kind of system, as mediators between ordinary people and the hidden God whom they don't identify. So she played a major part, and again she became, after her death, a more important character as well, because as Akhenaten has abolished all the old deities, all the gods, including Isis and Osiris and all these deities. In fact, in his own tomb, which he built for himself, on the sarcophagus, where he was never buried he had in the same place as the image of Isis, goddess Isis, he placed the protecting Nefertiti. So after this, Nefertiti became identified in a way as Isis, with the Isis, the magical power of resurrecting her husband who died, and so on. And again, a very important point, nobody really takes care too much of it. Before that period, before the 18th dynasty, we had Horus as the brother of Isis and Osiris. Horus as the brother. After that, we have Horus as a son. Tutankhamun became a kind of a symbol for Horus as a son. From the 19th century, we find the Trinity. Of Osiris the father, Isis the mother, and Horus the son. Horus before that was the brother. We have the elder Horus of Ra, of the first builders of the pyramid, the father of the pyramid. But this Horus the son is the son of Nefertiti, who having been identified with Isis. So Nefertiti is a very important person. And then again, you see, obviously, the mother in the Bible, the mother of Jesus was called Mary. Now Mary, or Miriam, because Mary is an English word for Maria, the Greek word, which comes from the Hebrew Miriam and Arabic Miriam. This is not a Hebrew word, neither was it an Arabic word. This was an ancient Egyptian title. Mary Ammon, beloved of Amun. This is the title of every queen of Egypt. Mary Ammon, Miriam, Mary Ammon. This is the title. That's why, his mother is called Miriam because she was a queen. We have, in fact, 3 Marys in the story of Jesus, in the Gospel. We have 3 Marys. Mary, the mother of Jesus, Mary, the sister of Jesus, and Mary Magdalene, whom the companion of Jesus. Now, Mary is the mother of Jesus. This is the title of a queen. We have 3 queens, or in fact 2 queens, you see, because Mary, his mother, was Nefertiti, as I told you. his wife is called Anchsemba Aten. His wife was called but she was a queen, and as such she became known as Mary. Mary Magdalene is nobody else as Anchsemba Aten. It's the same person, but identified in this case as his sister. You know,
Magdalene is the sister of Jesus.
She's his sister and his wife. So that's why they call his sister Mary and his I mean obviously, if you look at the gospel, Nag Hammadi Gnostic gospel of Philip, the gospel called Philip, he says that the Lord, that the Master had 3 companions, female companions with him all the time, most of the time. Mary his mother, Mary his sister, and Mary Magdalene. And that he was very close to Mary Magdalene, that he even kisses her on her lips. The indication is very strong that he really was married to her. This is a very important element. The Gospels don't talk too much about Jesus after his birth. There's a gap, and then suddenly they talk about his mission and his crucifixion, his death. But we have about 20 years with no information about Jesus. Some early stories spoke about the possibility of him being married, according to the Gnostic Gospels of Nag Hammadi, the Coptic Gospels, which were found in Egypt during the 1945, after the Second World War, indicate very clearly that Mary Magdalene she is not a fallen girl, as the Bible says, but she was the most important person who followed him. He was very close to her personally. And if we see, the important action in the gospel is that she brought some very expensive perfume, and she anointed his head and his feet with this perfume. Now, if you look at the tomb of Tutankhamun, first of all, in the throne seat which was found in his tomb, there was a throne seat with a scene at the back. We find his wife, Anchsemba Aten, which is a queen with a Mariamon, anointing Tutankhamun with perfume. This exact scene. The Bible says that Mary Magdalene brought this expensive perfume and anointed him. We find Anchsemba Aten anointing in the scene of the seat, throne seat of Tutankhamun. And again, there are some boxes, 4 boxes found in the tomb. She is anointing his feet with perfume. This perfume scene, which is very important thing about Mary Magdalene in the Gospel, we find it literally there. There was a picture there. Anchsemba Aten, Mary, his wife, his sister wife, anointing him, some in his body, with this perfume. So I believe that in fact Mary Magdalene was Mary, the Queen, Anchsemba Aten, when you
Magdalene, from where the name?
Magdalene in Hebrew means the power, the military power. It's not really Magdalena is from an area. In fact, in northern Sinai, in the area of northern Sinai, where the military city of Zaro of Egyptian, they have this thing. Maybe she was in a way connected, to any one of these military kind of signs. But her name is Mary is a title, and Simba is her name, but she became known as Mary as Nefertiti. In the Old Testament, we find that Akhenaten had a sister also called Mary, sister of, who is the same person as, and there's a very strange story, really, I have to tell you about that in the Quran. The Quran mentions the Mary, the sister, identifies Mary, the sister of Moses and Aaron, as the same person as Mary, the mother of Jesus. Although there was about maybe more than 800 years between them, but the Quran identifies Mary. That's why they say, scholars said maybe Muhammad got it wrong, because there are two Marys. Mary, the sister of Moses, is far away, about more than 1,000 years, than Mary Muslim theologians tried to hide this by saying, no, he meant that she was like a sister to Moses. But in reality, this is the same Mary. The mother of Moses is the sister of Moses, is the same, sister and wife is the same in Egyptian customs. So the Mary, she's the same person. And then again, in modern times, really, even from early times, there are some rumors in some circles, biblical circles, as indicating that Jesus could have had been married before his crucifixion. But since the 13th century, after the Knights Templars came back from Jerusalem, it was rumored that they got something belonging to Jesus with them from Jerusalem to south of France somehow, and the early belief it was that they must have brought the cup where he had drank his wine in the Last Supper. That was the idea. He brought the cup. But again, we know that the Church of Rome was very, very unhappy of this Grail, Holy Grail, and they attacked this community, although they were, Christian knights who fought for the cause and went to Jerusalem to defend the church. However, the church attacked them and massacred them and destroyed them. And then again we suddenly find the idea that the Grail was not really the cup, it was a blood of Jesus, a bloodline of Jesus. And you see, now we have to see if Tutankhamun has a chance to. It is true that in the tomb of Tutankhamun we have two twin fetuses, the children of Tutankhamun and his wife Ankhseba. They died. They were not born alive, and they were buried, mummified and buried in his tomb. And again we find some text, some mention in a text in a city, in an area near Amarna, the city of Amarna of Akhenaten, which mentions a daughter, a possibility of a daughter for Tutankhamun. So Tutankhamun,
possible.
Yeah, it is possible, because we know that he had these two fetuses, but we know also that there is a mention of his, whether he has sons or not, we don't know. He could have, because you see, Tutankhamun himself, we never knew about him before he came to the throne at the age. We knew about his sisters, 6 sisters, I mean from pictures and so on, but we never knew about him before he came to the throne when he was 9 years old. So there is a possibility. We know that he had a sister, a daughter, but it is a possibility that he also had a son. I mean, this possibility is there. This is on the one side. On the other side, there is an indication, really, that some of the family of the Amarna family, Tutankhamun and Akhenaten, could have gone out with the Israelites to the Holy Land during the Exodus. Because, you see, first of all, Sigmund Freud, in his last book, Moses and Monotheism, recognized many Egyptian names within the people going out in the Exodus, especially within the family of the Levites. He said many of the Levites' names in the Exodus story are Egyptian names. So he identified some Egyptian elements going out. Then again, there is a very strange thing. I mean, the city which Akhenaten built for himself in the Middle Egypt, which is now known as, after his death, became known as Amarna. Moses is the son of Imran. I mean, this is according to the Bible. And Amarna is a city. Suddenly, we found near the Dead Sea area, east of Jerusalem, this strange community of Umran, or Qumran, or Imran, because you see, this is only the difference is the same word. It's only different dialects have different vowels, because it's not an A, it's an Ain sound which can take different forms. Imran, Amran, Qumran, Umran is the same word, really. So the Amarna, why should this Dead Sea Scroll community, and separated from the Jerusalem temple, identify themselves, live in this area known as Umran, Amarna, and they only talk about the teacher who had been killed a long time before by the priest. There is a possibility, there is a great possibility that when the Templars Knights Templars went to Jerusalem, they could have found some of these descendants of Amarna who went to the Holy Land, to the Promised Land with the Israelites. He could have found some descendants and brought them. This is a possibility.
Research. Panels of these mysterious petroglyphs have been found in most of the western states of the US with the exception of Washington and Oregon. At this point in time, no one has been able to put a date to these panels as far as how old they may truly be, how they may be interpreted, or who carved them for that matter. The following is but a small fraction of a lifetime of research and experiences Terry has experienced while investigating the mystery petroglyphs of the western US. In Nevada, there was an old medicine woman who showed some of these symbols to her grandson and told him that these were sacred and that they were left by the before-now people. In Colorado, it has been handed down from generation to generation that according to the earliest Mexican settlers, they were there before they settled the area in the late 1700s. It has been reported that one particular site in Utah was seen by the pioneers in the mid-1800s. Terry Carter in front of the first panel of mystery glyphs he found in the early 1990s. One of the better-known panels of mysterious petroglyphs which have been found in the western US. There is a group of people in California who claim that these symbols were left by the ancient Lemurians and are part of the sacred symbols of Mu that Churchward talks about in his book. Some believe they were carved by the Knights Templar and tell of treasure that they have buried. There are also those who theorize that the petroglyphs are nothing more than hoaxes or frauds. A couple of theories state that they were made by the early miners of 1849 or by a commune of hippies in the Haight-Ashbury days. Dr. James Harris claimed José Davila of Mexico inscribed these symbols himself while visiting the United States in the 1960s, but had to rethink his theory when he found a picture of one of the sites taken by Frank Beckwith, a photographer for National Geographic, in 1925. None of the theories that they are of modern-day origin have ever been proven, so far. Those who have been dubious as to their origins have always based their ideas on one panel. There have been different people in the 1930s, 40s, 50s and 60s who have all offered their own speculation, but again it was only in relation to one panel that they had seen. No one has ever given their thoughts or feelings on these mysterious symbols as a whole, meaning all the sites that have been found over the years. Through arduous research, some proof has been found that they are at least 150 years old. However, it is the belief of both Terry Carter and Sean Davies that they are much older than that. One thing is for certain, there have been several attempts to translate the symbols and decipher their meaning, but not one of those attempts has ever been proven. Dr. Harris translates one of the symbols found in Utah as Egyptian-like and reads as, Anubis or this powerful person, demands offerings, by authority's decree, 1/4 Hecate sad smiley corn, and precious metals or salt. He goes on to say that this is probably a sacred burial site of an important personality. Roberta C. Smith claims that one of the sites in California is Egyptian and is between 2300 to 2500 years old. She translates them to be dealing with the summer solstice. Some of the panels have symbols that seem to be apart from the main grouping. Some of those show the ghostly outlines of handprints as well. A smaller set of mystery petroglyphs, could these have been made by some unknown ancient nomads? Professor Barbara Rock translated a site in New Mexico as a complicated form of Egyptian and says that there was a great flood and that the people were burying their valuables, the records of their people, and heading to the tops of the mountains for safety. José Davila translated 2 panels in Utah to be a form of Egyptian, and is talking about the last great religious battle of the ancient inhabitants of the North American continent and then tells where ancient written records are hidden. Another researcher makes the claim that the site being studied was ancient Egyptian, and is talking about the Second Coming. Although none of the translations are exactly the same, all agree on one thing, and that is that they are some form of old text, possibly pre-Egyptian origin. Also, it should be noted that each of the translators had no knowledge of the other sites at the time they translated the one panel they were exposed to. Whether or not they are Egyptian in origin or something else altogether, there may be some relation with artifacts that have been discovered near some of the panel sites. Sites in 1918, a young girl found a rock near one of the panel sites that was made into the shape of an egg. It had writings engraved all over it. Eventually she gave it to her granddaughter, who later in life took the rock to be looked at by the University of Berkeley. They did some tests and concluded that the rock was a piece of alabaster that had come from Egypt. They also concluded that the markings on this rock was King Tut's high priest's signature on one side and his Kartu signature on the other. Keep in mind that this rock was found in 1918 and King Tut's tomb was not discovered until 1922. In 1956, 3 women found a bronze-like belt with strange-looking Egyptian hieroglyphics all over it, also near one of the mystery petroglyph panels. In 1897 there was an Egyptian coin found by Victor Crockett in northern Utah while plowing his field. Is there any possibility that these artifacts might be related somehow to the mysterious petroglyphs? Whoever it was that carved these mystery petroglyph panels across the western US would have had to travel thousands of miles, spending countless hours painstakingly carving each and every one of these panels, oftentimes in remote areas that were, and still are, inaccessible to most people.
But the Rosicrucians say that the capstone of the Great Pyramid is the granite that is made of the capstone of the Great Pyramid can only be found one place on the earth, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Which means means that Confederate picture that you see on Stone Mountain, Georgia, if anybody else saw the picture of Stone Mountain, Georgia, where they got Robert E. Lee and all these Confederate things, that's not by accident. Because that particular mountain is an ancient relic that coincides with the pyramid, as well as pyramids, which also proves why there's a stela of Akhenaten found in Oklahoma in the 1930s. No, excuse me, found in the 1800s. Before they even knew. Whenever they found this stela, they didn't even know Akhenaten existed. But they found it in Oklahoma. That's documented in Ice, the Ultimate Disaster by Richard Noon in his book.
Totok stele found in Oklahoma. It is attributed as the work of Iberian colonists in America. The name Iberian Peninsula is typically associated with the African Moor. This stele depicts the life-giving rays of the sun descending upon the earth below. According to Barry Fell, the letters on the left spell start of dawn, and on the right, dusk with the crescent moon. The phrases in two of the panels translate as, when Balra rises in the east, the beasts are content, and, when he hides his face, they are displeased. This is a copy from the hymn to Aten by Pharaoh Akhenaten. Akhenaten's hymn dates to 1300 BC, yet this version found in ancient America is dated at around 800 BC. The Davenport stele was unearthed in a burial mound in 1877 in Iowa. This curious artifact is called the Davenport Calendar Stele, or the Jed Festival Tablet. It contains a carving of opening of the mouth ceremony, which is of Nubian Egyptian origin. Dr. Barry Fell, a Harvard scholar with an avocation for ancient writings. Egyptian and Libyan explorers had sailed up the Mississippi River and left the written stone tablet, the Davenport stele. The third, which he refers to as the Davenport Calendar Stele, definitely is not, he says. Davenport stele. In the book, The First Americans Were Africans, Documented Evidence, Dr. David Imhotep writes that the religious similarities here are numerous and sometimes not only similar but identical to the Jed Festival of ancient Egypt. This ceremony traces back, however, before Egypt to Nubia because the Egyptian god Osiris is part of the ceremony. This means the Jed Festival predates even Egypt. According to Fell, the Davenport stele contains a trilingual text in the Egyptian, Iberian Punic, and Libyan languages. This stele, long condemned as a meaningless forgery, is in fact one of the most important steles ever discovered, wrote Dr. Fell in his book America B.C. Ancient Settlers in the New World. Dr. Fell surmised that the Davenport stele dates back to the 22nd, or Libyan, dynasty of the Egyptian Empire, a period of overseas exploration. On one side there are carvings of Egyptian writing and the festival. On the other side, there is a picture of two Egyptian obelisks, a pyramid, and African animals. Another controversial and very interesting artifact is the Pontotoc stele found in Oklahoma by Gloria Farley and Weldon W. Stout. Pontotoc stele. It is considered to be the work of an early Iberian colonist in America, as the script is that known otherwise from the Cachao de Arapa region in northern Portugal. It depicts the life-giving rays of the sun descending upon the earth beneath. To the left the Iberian Punic letters spell start of dawn, to the right dusk, with the crescent shape of the moon. Two of the panels contain Ogham Punic, partly illegible, but sufficiently clear to disclose the phrases, when Balra rises in the east, the beasts are content, and, when he hides his face, they are displeased.
Columbus never came to the United States of America or North and South America. He came as close as San Salvador. There's a rumor that says that Columbus came to America. He did not come to America. He came to an island off America. Vespucci came to America, not Columbus. He came to the Caribbeans. But it is commonly stated, just as much as they state, that Columbus discovered America while the Indians sat down watching him doing it. Now, but the knowledge of Africans in the Americas quite knowledgeable to scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have any validity at all.
Let me bounce a couple of things off of you. One thing, this article that I'm going to be referring to our home audience and to our studio audience, this article came out in the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America.
To Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time, at least from that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC, when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there and Victoria, Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Interesting to note that today the female branch of Freemasonry places great emphasis and importance on a symbol representing a blazing star within a triangle, which it identifies in its esoteric rites with the Queen of the South, mentioned in I. Kings 10:10. Who was this Queen of the South? Emanuel Velikovsky, in his book Peoples of the Sea, identifies the Queen of the South with the Egyptian Queen Hatshepsut and demonstrates that the Queen of the South, the Egyptian Queen Hatshepsut, and the Queen of Sheba, who visited Solomon's temple, are one and the same.
The ambassador and his suite had in the meantime pitched their camp on the seashore, that this was done with the friendly intention of receiving the princes of Punt, whose favorable answer must have been given, and of entertaining them hospitably as the friends of the Egyptian queen is shown in the clearest manner by the inscription. The camp of the tenants of the royal ambassador and his warriors was pitched in the neighborhood of the Mausoleum terraced mountain of the country of Punt on the shore of the Great Sea. To receive the princes of this country, there was offered to them bread, mead, wine, meat, dried fruits, and everything else from the country of Tamara, Egypt, just as the royal court had ordered. America is Tamara.
The Montauk Indians resided in the eastern portion of Long Island, New York. Their leader was David Pharaoh. These are the pharaohs of Egypt, for America is Egypt. His daughter was Pocahontas Pharaoh.
I discovered a book by Rufus Wilson. The name Wilson was appearing again. I opened the book and I saw this thing. It says, "The Pyramids, Montauk." Okay, I'm discovering there were pyramids at Montauk. I'm going to pass this around so you can all look at the pyramid. And so why are there pyramids at Montauk? There was no explanation in the book why there were pyramids at Montauk. Now, I've just been writing about a time travel research project there. So I asked the librarian, she took me to a room in the back, a research room, and she allowed me to look in books that were not open to the public, and she said, it said that the Montauk Air Force, where the Montauk Air Force Station is, known as Camp Hero, was once sacred Native American ground. And the family that ruled the Montauks were known as the Pharaohs. These are like the Pharaohs of Egypt. And I said, Pharaohs and pyramids and Montauk, this is bizarre. So I had to write a whole book to explain what were these pyramids doing here? What were these, why was the people named Pharaohs? Now the history books, which were written by white people, said that there were 13 tribes on Long Island and that the royal family were the Pharaohs and they lived at Montauk. So Montauk was a royal spot. And I would later learn that Montauk meant the highest of the high, the highest expression of the divinity in their language.
Okay, back to the Montauk tribe. To your knowledge, have they received any remedy since the 1909 ruling? did actually on our YouTube channel a short documentary about that. And as he was speaking on that earlier, just to rehash that for those who don't know, you actually had several members of the Montauk tribe sitting in the courtroom in the Supreme Court in New York when Judge Abel Blackmar declared the tribe extinct. The chief of the tribe, Pharaoh, David Pharaoh, I believe, or Wyandotte Pharaoh, was sitting right there, you know, and they actually declared the tribe extinct, even though several local people from the area recounted calling him chief or king or tribe.
Oh, there were lots of them, and they just said, you know, they just did. I mean, it was a very racist.
Yeah.
You know, Long Island was a very racist place up through at least the 1920s, and there were even parts of Yaphank, Long Island, which is where the Nazi compound was, where you had to be German to live there until as late as the 1880s, and pretty soon they had to give it up because you know, racism just, you know, has been continually dying out in America. But it was very strong, and young people of today don't really realize what racism really is or was. And of course, growing up in the 60s, you definitely experienced it, but it must have been much worse in the 20s and back then in 1910. You know, you just forget about it. So yeah, they declared the Indians extinct, and the so yes, that was a great travesty that was committed against not only the Montauks but the Moors themselves, because there was a lack of acknowledgement of who the Moors were, which is you know, just as bad as the other one.
The Montauk and other natives intermarried with Moors, but they were not Moors.
Well, it goes back into a Delaware case. It goes back. They tied to Delaware because the Montauks tied to the Lenni Lenape of Delaware, and the first case of Moors coming up in the judicial literature of the United States was a Delaware Moor. So it was very obvious that the Delaware Moors were tied to the Lenni Lenape, which the Lenni Lenape were one faction of the Montauk Indians. I think there were three totems. One was the Lenni Lenape, which I think represented, I don't know, it was the turkey and the turtle. I think it was the wolf, and I don't remember which was which, but the Lenni Lenape were one of them. And of course, I learned this from the shaman of the Montauks, as far as the three totems. But yes, I found that in literature. The Delaware Moors were Lenni Lenape, and that's where the Lenni Lenape came from. So there was a big Delaware connection, and then it becomes rather obvious, why are there... See, there's also the cousins of the Montauks are the Shinnecocks. They are known as black Indians, and it's kind of like when you move to Long Island and you grow up in the culture that we grew up in, you're saying, well, why are all these Indians black? It doesn't make any sense from what you read in history books. And then you start putting two together. Well, now we know why they're all black. They make up stories about them being amalgamated with slaves. When I met the shaman's mother, the shaman of the Montauk Indians, she's sort of like a light, her skin's very like a light chocolate. And that the Montauks came from Egypt.
Okay. All right. And when you were speaking on the way people in the tribes get reclassified, you can see that too in the work of Jack D. Forbes. He writes about a lot how you had people who, even during their lifetime, sometimes their birth certificate will say one race or ethnicity, and then, by the time they're older, they'll say something else on the census. But back on it, and also one of the famous rapper, Old Dirty Bastard, he was of Shinnecock descent. Actually, a lot of the Wu-Tang Clan were, and his grandfather was Paul Cuffey, who was like one of the last pure blood, they say, chiefs of the tribe, the Shinnecock.
I've heard of Paul Cuffey. I've heard that name, yes, and I think it appears in a book. That I have on the history of the Montauks.
Yeah, and then for somebody like Old Dirty Bastard, if you ever heard of him, to say stuff like that, people just took him as crazy, you know? So about that, when you were speaking about the shaman of the Montauk's, saying that their relatives came from Egypt, I'm a member of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and within the Holy Quran in chapter 47 about Egypt being the capital of dominion, we're actually told that the Moabites received permission from the Pharaoh to come over here to the Americas to settle or to set up colonies, so to speak. Have you seen anything in your research that correlates with that? And especially in light of the Montauk's saying that their ancestors came from Egypt.
Well, where Sharon Jackson, the shaman, she said she read it in a book when she was small. She could never find the book. She's never been able to produce the book. But she's not the only one to share that. Some of them don't believe it. But what they believe, many of them have been, more or less programmed by what they've read in school. And the medicine man warned me of something called a book Indian. And a book Indian is somebody who's a Native American who studied too many books written by white people. Yeah. And he thinks he knows things because he's read them in books, as opposed to ancient and oral tradition. So to get back to your question of whether, the pharaohs authorized the Moabites to come here, I think there is a migration that has taken place from the old world to the so-called nude world, and it goes in sequences and series. So it's very, and then we've been taught a very sanitized history, that everything happened from 1492 onward, which is the date of the expulsion of the Moors from Spain, and it's a very false history. So when you go back into, I guess what you call some of the history that the Mormons write about, which is very hard to reconcile on some levels. Nevertheless, it's just one instance of ancient peoples coming over here, populating this area into antiquity. So I would say that if the pharaohs of Egypt did indeed do that, it's kind of like, when did they do it? And what was the reference frame? Because there's probably earlier forefathers of theirs and later descendants of theirs who more or less did the same thing. That's just my opinion. So when you try and, assign a certain authority to something, it's lost in antiquity, and this is how things work. So right now we have people who should have a legitimate claim to this world if we're going to divide it into territories, but it sort of becomes pale because the ruling authority is the ruling authority, and it's like it's whether it's good or bad, it's the ruling authority, so it kind of doesn't do one much good. One is lucky, like say the Aga Khan, who is sort of like a sort of homeless in terms of his status of what he, or his, he does have a kingdom, but it's not a really much of a geographical kingdom, I don't think. I think it's just a kingdom of wealth. The Aga Khan, who was the descendant of the assassins. Yeah. Okay. So what good does a pedigree do you if you can't exercise it?
Definitely. So, okay, this is my speculation, just from what I got from the Montauk Book of the Dead. Would you say that that what is happening, specifically with the Montauk, tribe, is tied into, what are all of our fates, or what's happening with us on a greater level? Because, like, within the book, when you're speaking about how the Egyptians say that only a new pharaoh can restore Mayat, and within that same book, you're saying that pretty much the only people known on Earth, that were in that position to claim pharaohship would be the Montauk tribe.
Well, it's an excellent question, and see, it works like this. if you go in to study the court case against the Montauk's, as I did, you begin to encounter the number 666 in the dockets, in the dates of the deeds, and all this sort of thing. Even to the point when I went up to look up the deed in the Suffolk County, archives, or whatever they call it, is the car opposite mine when I pulled in the parking lot was the exact year and color of my Ford Mustang. At the time, I had a Ford Mustang, and the license plate they had was 666. You know, that's just like the synchronicity of it. Yeah. And then you start looking at all these dates of the court cases, and it's 666. Now, 666 refers to carbon. This is a carbon-based universe, and the carbon atom has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. So what this means is that the Montauk Pharaohs and I guess what you'd call the denigration of them is proportional to the amount of introversion of spirit into matter. Spirit into matter is symbolized by the upside-down pentagram, whereas the upright pentagram is spirit over matter. This is why Satanists use the inverted pentagram.
Yes.
Pentagram. So basically, Montauk, as a negative structure, is a complete inversion of matter over spirit. This is why. So when you have the Montauk Indians as a race are literally, or as a tribe, are in a crucified state as a tribe. That doesn't mean, in terms of what their true power is. Their power has been crucified. The individuals go about their lives however they go about them. But this is like a racial, tribal indignation that's just impressed upon them. And the only way you can rise from a crucifixion is to rise from the dead. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. So the symbology of Montauk is this is what the whole project is and everything. So when we talk about lifting that up, it's like this is the predicament of the whole physical universe. People are indoctrinated into physicality and they can't get out of it. And they're stuck in it, and they're living in this 3D world, and they become consumers. And, being a consumer is something you do to get through life. However, if you're just stuck in that band of consuming, that's all you ever are. You have to rise above it. You have to be above it. So this is like, Montauk is a wonderful metaphor for what's wrong with this, and it ties in very deeply to the things we've just discussed, with resurrection, the Shin, it's like a principle which just rivets us into the, more uncomfortable aspects of living in the material universe.
I meet Artie Crippen, the Pharaoh of the Montauk Indians, and this is in the Montauk Book of the Living. And what Artie was very interesting because at the age of about 12 or 13, he was on the Shinnecock Reservation. These men from the Lakota Reservation, these two medicine men came to see him, and they wanted to get at this young teenager. And he said, his family was protective of him. He said, well, we've been waiting 30,000 years for him. Our tribe's been waiting 30,000 years for him to incarnate. He's the second coming of the Pharaohs. And his family thinks he's nuts. They think they're nuts. And a fight almost breaks out. Which didn't do any good because these guys were boxers. They were trained boxers and stuff like this. But they held their own, and Artie's grandfather, who was a great football player, said, let him talk to him. And they told him, you're this heavy character, we want to know you, we want you. So when he grew up, he went to South Dakota to meet them and work with them. And he began 5 years of preparation for the Sundance. And according to him and according to them, because I met them, he's the only one that's really ever done the Sundance properly. Because it's very excruciating. You're going out there without any food or water. So they'll let you eat oranges, and they'll let you subvert the process. But it takes 5 years of preparation to do it. You know, he's doing these piercings and whatnot. And when he did it, he went up in this mountain, and he was given eagle feathers from the other side. When he came down the mountain with the eagle feathers, all the other medicine men who came over from all over the country were jealous. We've been doing this all our whole lives, and we haven't gotten eagle feathers. Now you're getting them. Well, he's special. So Artie is a neat character.
There's probably a lot of obscure history about the Moors, and you'd probably find a great deal of it buried in the Vatican, because the Vatican was very hateful of Moors and very hateful of cats, which go hand in hand with the Moors. Yeah. I mean, they used to kill cats and throw them off of towers, and it was they associated the cats with witchery.
The Moors were natives to the Americas. They were a branch of the so-called Mayans or Atlantean who later settled in the Middle East, North Africa, Europe, and others returned to the Americas continuously before Columbus and during the 1400s after their expulsion from Spain. Remember, Atlantis reached from the Americas to Morocco and Spain.
So,
if I could pause right there and ask you if you could explain more on that, because within the book you said something that I haven't really heard anywhere else about Feliz Navidad, meaning birth of the cat, and I mean it made sense, you know, with Felix being the Latin.
Well, yes. Well, see, Feliz means, you know, felicity, or in Feliz Navidad is Merry Christmas, Merry birth, Happy birth. What in Portuguese they say Bon Natal, you know, good birth, happy birth. In Spanish it's Feliz Navidad, and Feliz is very tied to the word Felix and feline. It's all tied etymologically. So that's just one reference to the birth of the cat. But Jesus has always been associated with the cat. He's called the Lion of Judea in the Bible. He was identified as Jesus ben Pandera in the Talmud. He comes from the line of Pandera, which refers to the panther. He was portrayed in occult circles for years as a panther, maybe a leopard, but and there are other references. Even the word Leo is tied to the cat, and Leo is tied to the sun, and Apolleo, which is the uncovering of the sun, and Kabbalistically Apollo is related to Tiparet or Tipareth, which is the sun. So he's always been associated with the cat. And of course, in astrology, Leo is the most exalted sign of the zodiac. It's the king of the zodiac. So that's why, you know, the birth of the cat, this refers to it. There are other deeper references to it, but that's enough to give you a summarized definition of why Feliz Navidad ties to the birth of the cat.
Yeah, definitely, and I like how you tie that in too with the lion's grip as well.
Well, yeah, that goes into the deeper, because King Solomon, in the legend of Masonry, Hiram Abiff was the builder of the temple, and they tried to kill him for his secrets. The three ruffians tried to get the secrets. This is a Masonic ritual that's acted out based upon an archetypal myth. And the three ruffians kill him, try to wound him. They finally kill him, and King Solomon orders them to be resurrected. Nobody can resurrect Hiram Abiff, the builder of the temple, till he finally uses what is called the lion's grip or the lion's paw, and that lion's paw represents 5 fingers, and this is something in esoterica which is called the ratio of the paws to the claws in regards to the Sphinx. The Sphinx has 4 paws and 5 claws. And this is the relationship between 4 and 5, which represents 4 represents the tetrahedron which corresponds to something in the Bible called tetragrammaton, which means 4 letters, Yod He Vav He, the word, the name of God, which equates to Yahweh or Jehovah. And then you have the 5, which is the pentagrammaton, meaning 5 letters. Pentagrammaton, grammaton is letters, penta is 5. And that represents to not just Yod He Vav He, but Yod He Shin Vav He, Shin being the 5th, which is the secret hidden word of Freemasonry. And that is the secret core to the lion's grip. Shin means spirit, it means change, and that is what it's the 5th element. It activates the Hiram Abiff, and this is how King Solomon himself with the lion's grip. It's all intense symbology.
And back to the Montauk tribe.
But there was an effort by the State Assembly of New York that actually recognized the Montauks, and the Senate went on board with it. So you had the legislature of New York State acknowledging the Montauks. This is about 4 or 5 years ago.
Okay.
And it was all set to recognize them. And Governor Cuomo vetoed it. Wow. He vetoed it, and he said, well, we have to study this. It has to be studied by the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State never studied it. So it was just a way to kill the bill. So we can blame the Governor Cuomo. It actually got through the legislature. So, we're dealing with political corruption at the highest levels of New York State, which is in the personage of the governor. This just tells you that the man is just evil. Regardless of what else he's up to. And I wouldn't say he's 100% evil, because he is running New York State and he's running people, but this is just like, I wouldn't want to have that on my conscience if I was him. Mm-hmm. So that's and there's just this thing is a big deal. It's so big.
Lost royal mummy discovered in Niagara to be celebrated. 20 years ago, the search for an ancient Egyptian pharaoh ended surprisingly in Niagara Falls, when the body of Ramses I was discovered in an old museum. The royal mummy had been there, unbeknownst to Egyptologists, since the 1860s. The story of how Ramses got to Niagara is an interesting sequence of events, says Rainieri. The mummified body was discovered at the old Niagara Falls Museum, after a group of researchers, including Gibson, noticed the facial structure and mummification style was indicative of the Ramses line. Rainieri remembers visiting the museum when she was young. She recalls the description on the mummy exhibit simply said a prince of Egypt. I thought, that's kind of weird. No one knows about this? Later, Egyptologists started to wonder if it could be a royal mummy. It was a complicated process, she says. This crazy-like rock star collector guy Bill Jameson bought the museum, but he couldn't afford to keep everything, so he started selling pieces. She describes Jameson as an eccentric collector of shrunken heads. It was then that the Michael C. Emery Museum in Atlanta bought the entire Egyptian collection. Rainieri says it ended up being a long journey home to Egypt for Ramses. The mummy had to be tested to be sure that it was a royal mummy, and that was done in Atlanta. In 2002, the Egypt experts in Atlanta finally delivered the verdict. One mummy from the Niagara collection had been positively identified as the fabled Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses I. Gibson, a research associate at the Royal Ontario Museum and familiar face in CBC, BBC, and Nova Egypt documentaries, played an important role in getting Ramses home, and closely advised Jameson on his Egypt collection and sale to the Emery Museum, says Rainieri. The pharaoh now rests in the Luxor Museum, located in Luxor, which was the capital of Egypt during the time of his dynasty. The most important thing is, Ramses, which we call Niagara's pharaoh, was here for 140 years. How did the body get to Niagara? The old Niagara Falls Museum was started in the early 1800s.
In the early 90s, I became aware of an Egyptian artifact that was found in Pocatello, Idaho. It was a piece of alabaster rock that was the size and shape of a chicken egg, and it had some markings on it. This egg was found in 1918, this rock egg, by a young girl. For whatever reason, she kept it all her life, and when she became older, she developed cancer. Anyways, her granddaughter was there visiting her, and she happened to come across it, so she gave it to her granddaughter. That granddaughter kept it all her life because it was something special that was given to her by her grandmother before she passed away. In 1977, this lady, Kathy Kincaid, was in the dentist's office, and this was the time that King Tut's tomb was making its rounds in the United States, the artifacts out of his tomb, and the Smithsonian Magazine put out an article on it, and Kathy was in the dentist office and reading that Smithsonian article, and she seen in there the exhibits of King Tut's tomb, and that there was markings, the exact same markings that was on this egg that her grandmother gave her. The exact same markings was on King Tut's tomb. Well, all these years from 1918, they always thought that these things were Indian markings that were on this egg. So anyway, she took this egg down to the University of Berkeley and had them look at it, and they authenticated that it was a piece of alabaster that came from Egypt, and that the markings on this egg was King Tut's high priest signature on one side of the rock and the cartouche of his name on the other. Now keep in mind that they didn't break into King Tut's tomb until 1922, yet this Egyptian alabaster egg was found in Pocatello, Idaho in 1918 before they ever knew anything about King Tut. So just the two things was found, the egg and that rock?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's whatever it is. I have no idea.
Huh. Wow.
Strangest looking thing you ever saw, but it's pretty, so I kept it.
Yeah, really.
I'm amazed that I kept these things too. I threw them in my dresser drawer. I was young when she gave them to me.
Oh, really?
So I just kind of threw them in my drawer thinking, oh, how cute.
Yeah, that is amazing you kept it, because I know all that stuff I had. I've thrown away.
Well, you know how I was sitting in the dentist's office and reading the Smithsonian Magazine. And an article just came out about the opening of King Tut's tomb. And I saw the same cartouche on all of his artifacts that was on my egg. And that's the only way I ever knew anything about it, or that it even was Egyptian, but it is definitely Egyptian alabaster. So how it got to Idaho, I probably will never know.
Yeah.
Because I just don't have the money or the inclination to have it. So, but it is Egyptian alabaster. So,
well, that's
who knows how it got there, but it sure is interesting.
Yeah, that is. So,
well, I have the copy of the letter from the doctor at Stanford University.
Oh, really?
I'll send it to you too.
Well, I appreciate
he did
that.
most of that. I'll send you a copy. He did most of that work that he wrote the letter to me. And he said that it was definitely Egyptian writing, but it was, kind of crudely done. I was a little bit skeptical, especially when that one guy kept saying, "Want to sell it? Want to sell it?"
Yeah.
Let me take this into the back room, he said.
Is that right?
I said, not without me.
Yeah. Well, that was good thinking. Yeah, I wouldn't trust anybody, especially all the stories I've heard.
I'm a little more skeptical, I think.
Yeah, that, and then also, that if you don't let them, then they come out and they say it's a fraud. Who cares what
he gives me a lot of information about it. Telling me that it was definitely Egyptian alabaster.
Yeah.
Then when he asked me if you want to sell it, and I said no, all of a sudden the information quit.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm not going to give you any more information.
Yeah.
Sell it to me.
That's how they play them. If they can't have it or find it, or that's how they do it.
Barry Fell in his book Saga America, on page 78, found out about this Egyptian rock egg, and he feels that it could possibly have been brought over here on an Iberian ship. Also in Professor Barry Fell's book Saga America, he shows on page 102 some petroglyphs near Vernal, Utah, which in my mind are the most spectacular petroglyphs in all of the United States. Anyways, he researches these petroglyphs and he claims that these things were of a warlike people, and he figures that they were by the depicting the Libyans. Now here's some photographs of these petroglyphs near Vernal, Utah. They are spectacular. These aren't your regular Indians. These guys have crowns, they've got breastplates, they've got jewelry, they got earrings, they're adorned. These things don't look like your regular Indians to me. These things look like Aztec or Egyptian or something like that, but these are definitely not your regular Indians. Now about 30 miles from this site, and on the Ute Indian Reservation, there's this carving on a rock, which looks like a bust of an Egyptian lady to me. I'm not sure, but what do you think? And then about another 30 miles from this site, there's this Egyptian-looking cat to me. Is it Egyptian? Don't know, but it's definitely interesting. There's been a lot of interesting things reported in the Uinta Mountains, and this is all part of the Uinta Mountain Range, but it takes me back to when I interviewed Ron Sweat. The video was called Ancient Egyptians Were in Utah. Tribal elders share their oral history. And this is an interview I did with Ron Sweat when he talks about how his dad was visited by an old Ute elder and would tell him, come over and visit, every now and again, and tell him all kinds of interesting things. And one of the things he told him was that there was Egyptian-like people that was in the Uinta Mountains mining gold.
They have found a map of South America in ancient Egypt. It was known as the Piri-Reis map because of a Turkish admiral who found it there. And it has correct latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates. No European could have drawn such a map until after 1744 when the chronometer was invented, yet the Africans had it before Christ.
And I just want to add that I've got all kinds of archaeology books, ancient culture books, on and on and on. And there is no archaeological site, no ancient ruin site anywhere in the world that has more documentation, more artifacts, more language scripted tablets. I mean, we're talking the library at Nippur, Ur, Nineveh. They pale in comparison to what was found right here, just about 4 miles from where I'm sitting.
So being we're kind of going on this direction, I want to talk more about this, because I know that you and Paul are the leading authorities on this, done all kinds of research, gathered all kinds of information from way back when this stuff would start being found. When you're talking Egyptian, you're talking about Egyptian stuffs over here in the Americas, right? So tell us a little bit more about this cavern, this tomb, what was found in there, who you think it is, because I know you and Paul deciphered a lot of these tablets, and it tells a fascinating story. So, man, let's dive into that.
Okay. Well, we started in I bought the first Pharaohs Cave book, I believe in 1991, from David Hatcher Childress, and I had seen other books that had talked about it and such, and it was David Hatcher Childress that steered me in the right direction. He purchased some other books, and he hooked me up with Joe Mahan and some of the stuff there, and he thought it was all legit, and that was all I needed to know. David Hatcher Childress is a Renaissance man.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And there's a lot of ancient ruins, a lot of sites that would have not been brought into this next century had he not done it. And so, given that, I had the books, and Paul and I had cut our map video in 94, and I had had the books a couple of years, and Paul took a second look at it, and he started making the decipherments. The language was all kinds of Greek characters, demonic characters, and the scholars were pulling their hair out. And people like Mary Fell were saying this is fake. Some other people were saying it was because they couldn't read it. And that's a lot of guys, if they can't read it, they say it's fake. Even though they may be looking at it, it might be written from right to left, and they're trying to read it from left to right. That was a big problem. There are several people, and I mean, through the years, Victor Couture, Beverly Mosley, John White. I mean, these names go. I mean, a lot of these people have passed on, but they're names that are familiar to you because you've been doing this for decades. And so, but the stones, as they started being deciphered, told the tale of one of Cleopatra and Mark Antony, with their missing son from history, Alexander Helios. He sailed over here with an armada and brought the corpses of his ancestors, Alexander the Great, all the Ptolemaic dynasty, including Queen of Queens Cleopatra, or Cleopatra is her name on these tablets, Cleopatra. It's not Cleopatra, it's Cleopatra. And you can see some people say, oh, Alexander the Great, Cleopatra, they lived 300 years apart. They don't understand. Alexander the Great was interred in Alexandria, and Ptolemy Soter I was Alexander's half brother, and that was the dynasty, the Ptolemaic dynasty. And they don't get it. They didn't study their history. There's a lot of problem with alleged scholars not reading the material. And that's why there were so many languages. That's why they were calling it bogus, is because there were so many different kinds of script. So we kind of call it Mediterranean script. I mean, from all around, from Italy, all the way over to, Sidon, Tyre, down into Alexandria, and then back across Libya, Numidian, Berber. There's so many ancient languages, dead languages. So why would somebody risk carving a fake stone in a dead language with the correct syntax? That's what gives it away. That's what gives the fakers away, is that the syntax. In other words, how the words are put together to create a thought process for the person attempting to read or study what is left. And like Hebrew, for instance. Hebrew was never a spoken language before like 700 AD. And when it came on the scene, Hebrew as this language, as a spoken written language, had a Latin syntax. It's not even a Semitic syntax. Semitic syntax is like Punic or Aramaic or even Egyptian culture, Akkad, cuneiform. They have a very strange word order. And like with Egyptian hieroglyph, for instance, if the guy carving it forgot a word, or the next day his supervisor came in and said, I want you to put this word in there. He can put it in there anywhere, and then you got to figure out where it fits. If the guy reads it later, centuries later, you got to figure out where it fits.
Yeah, these are carved in stone. It's not like it's on a piece of paper. You erase it. Yeah. and same thing. In doing so, in studying these ancient languages, Paul and I were the first people to call bogus on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Really?
And we did that, first of all, like in 1996. We figured, wow, man, these are fake. These are fake. And we made it public in 1997 that the Dead Sea Scrolls were bogus.
So
it's all got a Latin syntax, and it's all double spaced, and it's all no blotches, no ink marks, no mistakes. And then Paul did a follow-up to the Dead Sea Scrolls. I did one, he did another, and we showed different scripted tablets and parchments from ancient times where something like, you'll know what a bazooka bubblegum wrapper is. A lot of people may not. But a piece of paper or a piece of parchment the size of a bazooka bubblegum wrapper would be a love letter. The words and the letters would be so close together, no wasted space at all. And the Dead Sea Scrolls were just double spaced, perfect
Huh.
So it was obvious that they were bogus. We had it down, and even the way that we fell into it, because I had all kinds of books from Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Russia that you couldn't get here. There was a ban on Dead Sea Scrolls information here in America.
Really?
You could not get the script. Yeah, back in the 90s you couldn't get it, and it was because I suppose Herschel Shanks, Biblical Archaeology Review, the people making money off of it, figured out that, well, if Harry and Paul come along, they're going to figure out that they're all written in the same hand. And that's what it was. Is Dr. John Strugnell, he figured that he was a handwriting expert, and all the Dead Sea Scrolls are written by the same person.
Huh.
What are the chances of that happening?
Yeah.
Serious. Oh, and then you have it must have been the Essenes. Josephus talks about this. No, ladies and gentlemen, there's only one Essene. There's only one. And then we can, move on that later. I mean, I can go about the settlement there at Qumran where they supposedly came from, and all the stuff wildly bogus. But people fall for it. People love a lie. A lie is served on the table before the truth rings the doorbell.
So you're saying Josephus is bogus too?
Well, all you got to do is read the preface and the introduction.
Huh.
Yeah, of course. The preface in the introduction tells you that it's bogus.
Really?
So it's not. Yeah, people don't read the introductions and the prefaces of books anymore. They just want to jump in. Yeah, but Josephus is absolutely horrendously flawed.
Huh.
And then you got to go into Josephon too. See, Josephus goes hand in hand with Josephon. Now Josephine's probably one that a new one on you.
It is.
But
I don't know that.
Yeah, and I show you'll know everything about Josephon, everything about Josephus, everything. I can't remember exactly. Let me see. Hang on here 1 second, I'll tell you. Yeah, all you got to do is just read the preface and the introduction. They tell you right there. It's all bogus.
Interesting.
Emerald tablets. I cover the emerald tablets. Are you familiar with the emerald tablets?
Yeah, so they're fake too?
Well, they only exist online.
Oh, okay.
They only exist online. Nobody's got them. Nobody has. And I don't know how much you've dealt with minerals and rock specimens and such, but, well, who's going to carve a letter or any kind of script on an emerald, on emerald, period? That is some tough stuff. I mean, you're not going to, the only way you're going to scratch any kind of letters on emerald is with diamond or sapphire or ruby. It's just, I mean, emerald is just tough stuff. It's beryl, aquamarine beryl. There's nobody that's going to be able to write anything on an emerald, and it's very fractulated. In other words, you start writing something or scratching on emerald, it shatters everywhere. I mean, even if you're in the best of circumstances, it's just impossible. And they just popped up on the scene. But I predicted years ago that more emerald tablets were going to be surfacing. Sure enough, my prediction came true. Yeah, now they got like 3 of them. 3 or 4. And be expecting some more. And nobody actually has a picture of the actual tablets. The tablets do not exist.
Wow.
They do not exist anywhere.
So that's what I like about you, Harry, is you tell it how it is, If you think there's truth to it, you tell it. If you think there's no truth to it, you tell it.
Well, yeah, and circling back, Harry, circle back to the tomb here, is all of the tablets have the correct ancient type of syntax. The words, the letters that repeat are the same phonetic sound. The script is read from right to left, left to right, up to down, down to up, all over the place. And it's noun, verb, like it used to be in the ancient times. And that's what you have to look for. Is how in the world did people put thoughts together? I mean, they're carving on a stone. Like you said, like we were talking earlier, it's not like you can just turn the pencil upside down and erase it.
So how many artifacts of these stone tablets do you think came out of this cave or this tomb?
I have probably 12 to 1,500 pictures of different artifacts. And I would say there was over twice that many more. I would say probably 4,000. Burroughs talked about that there were between 3,000 and 4,000. He said 3,500. One time he said 4,100, and I believe it. I'd say probably around 4,000. We don't know because we don't know all of the people who collected stuff. There's collections in Utah. Well, who's this guy? What's that guy? I was just looking into this. Richard Knudsen?
I don't know him. I don't know him.
Knudsen. He's got some really nice tablets. And he had contacted me years ago and just asked, hey, well, are the tablets real? I said, well, yeah. And he's like, well, do you have any for sale? I said, yeah, I got a couple that I would let go. And this and that, and this and that. And I thought he was going to buy from me. He goes, no, I'm not going to buy from you. I'm going to buy a bunch of it. He bought like a basket full from Pharaohs.
Oh.
And there's just so many, and they flew through forensics. And there are some fakes. And the fakes, you can see them from across the room. We can see them from coming and going because we know what to look for. There was one guy in Evergreen, Colorado, who had like 17 tablets. Every single one of them Burroughs had painted. And he said he could decipher 77 languages, and he could barely type an email in English. I'm like, wow, man, I don't know if I want to trust his decipherment that he has such a problem with English. It's supposed to be his main language. And he ended up selling them online. He asked me if I wanted to buy them. I said, well, man, all the ones you got are bogus. So he sold them online on eBay. This was like 10 years ago or so. He sold them, and now people are asking me. I got a couple of emails. Hey, man, I bought this online from this guy in Colorado. What does it say? I said, it says it's bogus. It's a fake artifact. I hope you didn't pay much for it. Oh, I paid $35. He was just trying to recoup some of his money. He wasn't trying to stick people.
Yeah.
He was just paying, he was just selling for $35, $40 or something. He was taking, he took a hit. He took a hit, because he said, because he could not translate them, that they had to be fake. And they were, but it wasn't because he couldn't translate them or decipher them. He just bought a bag. He just got sucked. That's all.
So I gotta ask you, these all these tablets, that came out of this tomb, 3,500, 4,100 tablets. Was there a general what do I want to say? Was there a general theme to these, or did they just bounced all over the place? Was it a history of what went on?
Yes. Greetings cards, birthday cards, love stuff, battle arrangements, statistical numbers, land maps of the Mississippi and the Ohio, games, animals, elephants, leopards, lions, dogs, Egyptian hounds, space aliens, marble statues 2 feet tall, dozens of them, weird animals that are extinct, elephants, lions, monkeys, Afrocentric ancient people, lots of warriors, lots of dignitaries, all over the place, all over that. And that's why I'm sitting there looking at this going, man, the public needs to see more of this. I've been sitting on this information, hoping that that something would happen with the property. The guy that owns it wants $1 million for, or he did, wants $1 million for it, and it is a plethora. I mean, all these wealthy people that own land all over the country or all over the world. What's your their most valuable piece of property? What, a skyscraper or an apartment building? Well, how about an ancient Egyptian tomb sitting in Marion County, Illinois?
Yeah.
What was that worth? Billions.
Yeah.
You know, and you can pick it up cheap. So that, anyway, that's kind of, it is all over the place. History tablets, zoology tablets, talks about animals, mating practices, rituals, all kinds of religious rituals. In different languages, like the Egyptian series I did, I cover so many. I cover all of these subjects that I just related to you, just in the Egyptian language and the Egyptian scheme, the Egyptian scheme, and that's just one. Egyptian is just one. Mediterranean, Roman, all kinds of Roman stuff, marble pieces, diorites. Just fascinating. There's some comical stuff. There's some crude stuff, but most of it is just really pristine. Lavanya, the black rock, Lavanya, and also marble. Lots of marble.
Huh.
And then big statues. I mean, there's a sandstone eagle that's like 2.5 feet tall. I've got an artifact in my shop right now, mega head. He's for sale, and he weighs like 150 pounds.
Really?
160 pounds. Yeah, that's why he's there, because when we put it there back in 2013, I've had no help to get it back into town. It's just so damn heavy. It's just
So, you know, so was this a tomb where they put all this stuff, or was this kind of I mean, why do you think they put all these things? It was just a central gathering places. You write a love letter, you do it all ends up in this library or tomb or
we don't have all the answers. All of the stuff that came out of there, evidently when Helios brought this stuff over here, he had help from his brother-in-law, King Yuba II, because his sister, his twin sister, was married to King Yuba II, and that's what the tablets are all about. It's the journey over here, the people they met here, the battles they fought here, on and on and on. And why everything is in there, we don't know. There's still a whole lot more to be learned, and that is why we are always trying to get more pictures of artifacts from people like you who may have taken pictures of artifacts 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever.
30 years ago,
so that we can put more of the pieces together.
Yep. So then you're saying they wasn't necessarily made here. They came over on their voyage when they came here.
A lot of them were good thing. A lot of them were made here. A lot of them were made here. The maps of the Mississippi and the Ohio rivers, Missouri River, Illinois rivers, those were made here. All the stones that have like wolverines, the bears, let's see, the rattlesnakes were made here. The cobras come from over there, but the rattlesnakes come from here.
So
there's just a bunch of rattlesnakes, bunch of cobras, and I did a video, Cobras of Columbus.
Yeah.
It's a long video, but I show a bunch of artifacts. Cobras of Columbus is a classic.
So you know, you say that they brought over, you know, their ancestors, you know, their burial, their bodies, you know, and they brought them over this way. Do you think, or does anything say that they knew where they was coming, or they just loaded everything on a ship and sailed off and hoped they found someplace, or did they already have, you know, you're saying maps of the Mississippi and that, did they already have these maps and they was already going to a certain spot, or was it just happen chance they got?
I think probably a little both. Now I cover that in the Egyptian series because the bodies are laid out on the fires and they are on the boats. The journey is well documented. think that they did know about the Mississippi and the Ohio. What they did was they came up the Mississippi River, and then at the confluence of the Ohio, they went eastward up the Ohio. Then they went northward up the Wabash, and then they went up the Little Wabash River, and then the Skillet Fork, and then they peeled off into the Lick Branch, and that's where they put this tomb. There's several of the artifacts that actually list right here where I'm at. It's actually carved on these ancient stones right here where I'm at, and these are stones that we had no idea even existed. We knew when Burroughs started lying to us and padding his lies and his story and everything. We said, wait a minute, sooner or later, the artifacts themselves will tell us where this is all at. The artifacts are going to bust Burroughs because he doesn't know it. He can't read it. And after he watched a couple of our videos, he knew what to fake on a stone to get more money for it. He knew how to put Helios on them, which is the upside down V, and the line, which is read from right to left. That's our trademark, and that's what I use for a lot of my signature type. Anything I'm doing, putting online concerning this tomb, I use the Helios motif. And he knew how to put the Yola-Hyphar symbol on stuff. He knew how to use the circle cross. He learned enough watching our videos to doctor up his tablets and say, hey man, yeah, this and here's Men of Tyre, here's the Helios insignia, da-da-da-da, and he could get $200-300 more for that tablet because of what it had on it. And these people could not tell the difference of how he faked them, of how he inscribed them. They would just say, well, they didn't look at them. They looked at them with from a distance, but they didn't examine them closely to determine what or not he had done. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know. A lot of them were suckered because he was real good. He was good.
So yeah, I know that that's kind of what we came to the conclusion, that there was real stuff, but then in the end, a lot of fake stuff started coming out.
Tainted stuff. He would take a good artifact and add stuff to it. He would add characters, like the guy that from Evergreen, Colorado.
Yeah.
Every stone he had characters added on both ends of the script. So there's no way in hell the guy could have ever made a decipherment. Burroughs he knew by watching our videos enough of the alphabetic characters to taint the stone enough to where nobody would ever know how. It would never make any sense at all. And he did it very, very cleverly. He did it very, very well. He did very good.
So I know that, you was trying to get in and find the tomb. We was trying to get in and find the tomb through Burroughs. Burroughs promised us he was going to take us in, and you told us it would never happen, and you're right, it never happened in the end. And he said,
20 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah,
20 years ago.
Yeah, longer than that. Might have been longer than that. It was in the early 2000s. Yeah. It was in the early 2000s. So yeah, 20 years ago. So yeah, he claimed that he turned it over to the university, and then he claimed that the tunnel collapsed and the university wouldn't let anybody in. But everything he claimed was out, and we ran across the guy that claimed that Burroughs did take him in there, and Burroughs agreed to that he did. And he said there was nothing in there but some bodies and some clay jars with some papyrus in them, and that's what we was interested in, because that could be carbon dated. We could see what was going on there. And so in this tomb, do you still think there's a lot of stuff in? There's other chambers that he never got to, that there's a lot of other stuff?
Yeah, with the amount of gold that he pulled out over a ton of gold. And now, gold is very heavy, and to put some perspective over it, a ton of gold is just over a half of a paper sack. You remember the old grocery sacks? A paper bag, just over half. And that's a ton of gold. And after you pull a ton of gold out on your belly or whatever, your back starts hurting you. You don't need more, made an impression. They made a slug of it before they melted, before Burroughs had the actual gold melted down. I've even got somewhere around here the assay report of Burroughs's gold pieces that he took to some assay office in Indiana or wherever.
Really?
And it was ancient. It was an ancient mixture. It wasn't a modern mixture. It wasn't 24 karat. It was like 21 and a half karat or something. It was like, or 19 karat. It was like something that has not been done in centuries. It wasn't modern 22, 24, 10 karat, 14 karat. It was like way out there. And the mixture of the analysis was the people that were analyzing it were like scratching their heads going, what the hell is this? You know, I don't get that. Where did this come from? And then the actual gold was sold off with some congressmen and senators from Indiana. Now, Burroughs didn't use anybody from Illinois. He used because Jack Ward had connections in Indiana, and that's where he went to sell the actual gold off. And they ended up with like several $1 million worth of gold. And Burroughs has never. I don't understand why. You know, I mean, well, he did live a good life. He had his house. His house was paid for. He declared bankruptcy after I started busting. Me and Paul started busting. But he still had 2 Honda 750s. He had one for him to ride, and one for anybody of his friends that would want to that he could take on a ride with him. So he had 2 Honda 750s.
Wow.
I mean, back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And just the stories that came out with, for instance, like with Jackson Judge, he was there cataloging gold, and he found a gold nugget, a gold artifact underneath one of the chairs, and brought it to him, and said, yeah, hey man, I found this under the chair. So much gold pieces, so many gold pieces that they didn't know what they're all.
Really?
Oh, well.
Well, I think
there was a gold piece.
I think there was supposedly some large statues that were either plated with gold, or is that true, or is that just something I heard?
No, you heard it, and you heard it from probably Arn Ufford. Now, Arn Ufford, I believe he passed away recently.
Yeah, he's passed away.
And he was in there with a guy named John. He would never tell me the guy named John, but the John that he knew from Missouri or from wherever he was friends with moved to Australia and passed away before Arn Ufford. And Arn Ufford told me that there were statues in there, life-size statues. And Burroughs told me that also. So I believe it. And I don't know if you've seen the letters from Arn Ufford or my interview with him. No,
I haven't.
Well, I'll send that to you. It's fascinating because I'd heard about it, and I said, okay, this is back in like 08, 09, I think, or so. And I said, I'm going to destroy this guy. I'm going to just rip him to shreds. He says he's been with Burroughs. He says he's been in Burroughs' cave. He's been in this tomb over here. I'm going to call him out. And I just like was floored, his story and how he met Burroughs, how he met Burroughs in the first place. And he was at a spelunking convention in St. Louis, and this guy, he said, this little wormy guy Burroughs was running around trying to find people, an engineer, mining engineer, who could teach him how to shore up an entrance to a cave, and this and that, and everything. And in Arn Ufford, he was connected with the government in some way. I don't think he was actually per se a CIA agent, but he did teach CIA agents super high-tech martial arts. He was, okay, Arn Ufford had a studio, a martial arts studio in Beijing, China, and also, I believe, Salt Lake City or Los Angeles or somewhere else. And that was part of his problem later in life, is his knees were giving out on him. Okay, so anyway, he was connected with China. He had how many people here in this country have a kung fu business or kung
Yeah,
well,
no
obviously he had to be connected with the communists.
Huh, yeah.
But and later on, after I learned more about him, did a couple of Google searches, and I found a website where his students, some of them CIA, FBI, all these people that were just hailing him, revering him for his ability. He invented the mantis style, the praying mantis style of Kung Fu. He invented it.
Huh.
And he is on record the only guy. Okay, you got rice paper that's like real thin. It's like toilet paper, but it's like thinner and it's harder. This and that. And there are some Shaolin priests and some Kung Fu priests that can walk across this rice paper without tearing it. Okay? Arn Ufford is the only person on record that could run full sprint across rice paper and not tear one little piece.
Really?
Yeah, I don't make it up, man. I don't have to make it up. The truth is hard enough to digest without having to make it up. I'm like, whoa, this guy's heavy duty. So then I called him back later and did another interview with him. And I got that transcribed. I'll send them to you.
Yeah, I never got to meet him, but I heard about him, from Gary Taylor. I heard quite a bit about him, but I never got to meet him. I never took the time. Life gets in the way. Work and all that, and so many people have passed.
Well, see, I had a consortium here together to where we could fly him out. I wanted to fly him out here. His story was tight enough, and I explained it to some of my supporters here. I said, let's fly this guy out here and see what it is. And I wanted to do it, and I had the money ready for that. I was going to pick him up in St. Louis or Indianapolis, wherever he wanted to fly into, and bring him here. And he just, I can't leave my wife. I'm in bad health. My wife's in bad health. And how do you compete with that?
Yep.
How do you compete with that? You can't really.
Yep.
And so that fell through the seams. And then there was the other guy from England. What was that guy? The partisan.
Yeah, he had two different handles he went by.
Yeah.
Southern something.
Southern partisan or something.
Yeah.
And he was full of mud. He was just absolutely full of mud.
So you don't
he
think
just wanted a free trip to go visit his family. So no, sorry, dude. It ain't gonna happen.
Huh.
So anyway, but Arn Ufford, he was straight up. I thought that he was going to be a quack, but he wasn't, man. He was straight up. He was straight up, and he didn't make up anything. He just told me how it was, and it was beyond believable. His story was just so complete and so concise from start to finish. He was articulate, and that's something that you have to look for, especially when you're hunting ancient tombs in Southern Illinois.
Yeah.
You look for articulation. So, but nonetheless, getting back to this tomb, Burroughs sold artifacts all over the world, and these artifacts are in Asia, Europe, South America, Central America, North America, Canada. They're all over now, and secondhand. I had 15 artifacts destroyed in a fire, along with two ancient coins from North America that were irreplaceable.
Oh, terrible.
Yeah, and the whole time trying to get somebody to put a museum together. And if there was a museum, I guarantee you there'd be a lot of artifacts in there. I mean, people would be donating their artifacts or selling their artifacts to the museum, however it would happen. And I hope that happens before I kick the bucket. But who knows? I'm 62 now, and I'm not getting any younger, and I'm trying my best to just put out as much information as I can. But there's so much information that I have here, and like we just had these tornadoes that went through Kentucky. and Edwardsville, Illinois. Edwardsville is like 70 miles away. Kentucky's like 100 miles away. What if it just came through here, swept through, and just all the paperwork, all the documentation that I've accumulated from the 70s, 80s, 90s, if it just is all swept asunder.
That would be devastating, because as you are, Harry, you're kind of a national treasure yourself with all the stuff that you've collected, all the information that you have, and all the research that you've done.
Well, thank you. And it all led up to this tomb here in Illinois. I don't think that I would have been that much interested in it had I not been collecting the ancient coins, had I not been into ancient languages, had I not been studying day and night the Dead Sea Scrolls, reading the Bible in Greek, Hebrew, Latin, whatever, and familiarizing myself with this and that, and studying Phoenician, Punic, just on and on. It kind of was all some type of twisted synchronicity.
So, do you know, is Russell Burroughs, is he still alive?
As far as I know, I would suspect that if he croaked, he's got to be in his 80s, late 80s by now, or early 90s.
Yep.
Last I heard, I'd have to call one of his relatives, I would suppose, or Wayne May. He was in a wheelchair.
Ah.
And he had to have he was in a wheelchair, but he had to have those, what you call them, arm crutches, crutches that attach to your arms to get up to use the bathroom or so, you know?
So, yeah, the last I seen of him, I talked to him a little bit after that, but the last I physically seen him was in 2004. But, geez, what was I going to ask you? So he tells the story. He told me the story of how, people, the bad guys, found out that he had this cave with gold and these artifacts in it, and they came and tried to shoot him, and he got in a gun battle with them and killed him and all. Do you think those stories are true? And tell me them stories.
Oh, no.
Tell me them stories.
No, those are just yarns. But see, back then in the 80s, there was a fella that south of the property, like a quarter of a mile south of Burroughs, of this tomb here, he had a gun dealership, and he was a reloader. And he would go out and target shoot and test out his ammunition. And he did some time in the slammer because he shot at an Avis delivery truck or something. You remember Avis?
Yeah.
They're not around him. And I believe that Burroughs heard him shooting off some of his automatic weapons, his machine guns, and just developed the story out of it.
Okay.
And so, because there's a lot of his stories that I came to find out later that there's an inspiration for that. There's a key to that. There's a key to this. There's a key to that, and all of his gun battles and stuff. Because there was a guy that was about a quarter of a mile, maybe 3/4, maybe almost half a mile, 3/8 of a mile south of the tomb. That was constantly, even when I came up here, he was constantly shooting off automatic weapons, and just make a story out of it. And then the power line runs right through the property. Well, after major storms, the helicopter flies the power line. Well, there's a helicopter, and then he hears the guy shooting in his backyard. Well, we'll just put that together. Hey, man, I'm here, and the Israelis are in the helicopter, and I got a guy shooting them at him.
Well,
a little imagination can go a long way when you're looking for something.
And I know that on our forum, he told everybody he was like a colonel or a somebody.
Brigadier General.
Yeah, and then somebody.
First of all, he was Colonel Russell Burroughs, and it was all bogus.
Yeah, somebody.
He became brigadier general.
Yeah, somebody checked him out from the military. They came on our forum and checked him out and says, "Hey, whoa, this is." And so they started thinking whether we was part of his lie. They started checking us out because they was going to get him for. And there, you know, that's the sad thing. There was no reason for him to even tell that story that he was that. You know, he had a cool enough story with this cave. You know, with the artifacts that he found, and why he even threw that in, it just blew my mind, and that's kind of when I thought, well, I don't know about this guy anymore if he's going to lie for something like that.
After we discovered his lie, he's listed in the Hall of Shame. The Hall of Shame is people who go to pawn shops and buy Purple Hearts and put them on their own chest or their own coat and this and that. It's a Hall of Shame. It's the shame of people who have usurped some kind of valor, some kind of military valor. And Burroughs claims that he was in the Delta Force of the in the Korean War, and then somebody else comes up and says the Delta Force wasn't invented then. You know, and the man has no shame. And that's what you have to realize. There's nothing he will say or do that will cause him to relapse any kind of shame. He is a perpetual, pathetic, pathogenic liar, and so a pathological liar, and that's part of his deal. That's part of his going crazy, insane over finding a bunch of artifacts and using treasure books. And he even there was the guy that was in high school that told me he's a therapist now, medical therapist here locally. And he said that when he was a kid, that there was a guy, and after he saw pictures of Burroughs, he said, that's the guy that accosted us. They were fishing at one of the ponds close by the tomb site. And he said that this guy caught them on the way out. He was in a military khaki, and said, "What are you guys doing here?" We thought, well, man, we're busted. We're for fishing in this pond over here that we didn't have permission to fish in. And this guy is really. He goes, well, and this is what the guy remembered from his high school. The guy told him, his dad and his brother, that there's evidence that Alexander the Great had been here. There's evidence that Alexander the Great has been here.
Huh.
So Burroughs knew back in the late 80s, mid-late 80s, he knew who he had found.
And this is before you and Paul. This is before you and Paul interpreted that. How do you think he knew that?
Yeah, he knew.
How do you think
he
would know that?
When I played the tape back for Jackson Judge just busted out laughing. He knew who it was. Yeah, he did. Because I recorded the conversation with me and that guy.
Huh? How do you think?
And I played it back for Jackson Judge.
How do you think he knew? Was there some kind of a telltale sign?
Well,
I mean,
there was the letter from Dr. Warren Cook that said that this possibly was something from Numidia, ancient Libya, a rogue force, this and that. But all Burroughs had to do is he found a gold sarcophagus. There's not too many ancient kings that are buried in a solid gold sarcophagus.
That's true.
Just count them on like one hand, one finger. and that's what Burroughs did. He knew enough to get by. I mean, he's a low IQ guy. I mean, he's not brilliant. He doesn't know any ancient languages. He doesn't know history. He just knew how to live. He just knew how to get in and out of that tomb in the summertime, and without getting caught.
Yeah. So
without being seen. All of his excursions happened at night. He never went out there during the daytime, except with Virginia, Oregon, and Arnufford, and just maybe a couple of other people. His brother-in-law brother-in-law, I can't even remember what his name is, his brother-in-law in Albany, maybe went out there. But all of his deeds were done at night. He knew his way around the woods there like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
When he accosted me and my party in, what was that, November of 1994, he went south of us and came up from the south. He went to the east, he hiked through the east and then came up through the south. Okay, just the roads back then to travel on, they were not marked. You had to know where you were at. Otherwise, you get lost. And he knew those woods like the back of his hand.
So with all the fraud and forgery that he did do, with the embellishing of truths and stuff that he did do, you and Paul are confident, that the early stuff that he brought out was actual, real, legit stuff.
Yeah. Big time. When I showed him our first tape, take 3, and it came up, also Boz Alexu Paleo, also known as Alexander the Great. Burroughs was in a chair. He shot up, and he put his hands in his face, and he put his face in his hands, and he goes, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." He started sweating bullets, man, and it was air conditioned. He started sweating bullets, and then when he told me, he said, "This is what." He told me, he said that this is what Dr. Warren Cook said.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
but he already knew. We believe now he already knew. We just confirmed it.
Yeah.
That 13 Crips, one of them had a woman. They had a couple of kids, and that's Cleopatra, and she's in there. And there's tablets. I show her tablets. I show several of her tablets in Egyptian. Her name is there, Alexander the Great, plus, but he's not Alexander the Great. It's not Alexander Magnus. He's Arxantris. He's in there listed as Arxantris in the Egyptian in his hieroglyphic names. It's not Alexander the Great. And that's what the American scholars, where does it say Alexander the Great? We get a kick out of the American scholars, man. They're stupid as hell, and a lot of them have passed on now. If it doesn't say Alexander the, it has to have TAG Great in it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, and it's got to be written in the English syntax. It's got to be written in the form where they can read it. Well, yeah, that's what that says, man. Alexander the Great. No, it doesn't. Arxantris, Mariaman, Septipa, and Ra. It slips him right now. I'm not prepared to, but I've got it on videos. There's a lot to have. Yeah. There's a lot to have to remember.
Man, and you remember a lot, man.
Well, there's a lot that I forget too. I mean, unless I brush up on it.
So I can just imagine, exploring, finding a cave, and breaking into something like he did. I just can't imagine how you would even think. The awe of what you just found, but the sad part of it is that he looted it. But another sad part of it is whether he diluted it or not. The academia would have said it was a fraud no matter what.
Yeah. You have to weigh what happened with what could have happened, or what should have happened, or what might have happened.
Yeah.
And all the scenarios suck. They're all terrible.
Yep.
If you put the Smithsonian on it, they would have hit it. They would have conjured up some it's just Phoenician pirates. Yep. And that's what it did. As soon as we came out and it was Alexander the Great, Burroughs started doing interviews with everybody saying it's Phoenician pirates. It's not Alexander, it's just Phoenician pirates. Well, hello, Phoenician pirates? Where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? Phoenician pirates in Marion County, Illinois. Thank you, Burroughs. We appreciate that. and he told on himself so many times, and the stones were busting him too. And that's why he cut us off. 1994.
Ah.
Yeah, 1994. And then in 1995, same thing. Oh, I've turned it over to a university. They're going to do it. And Wayne May believed him. Ancient American Magazine believed him every time. Every time he said that he's turned it over to a university. Yeah, man, he's turned it over to a university. And I remember one of Wayne May's counterparts go, "Hey man, we know who owns it. It's Benito Costello." Benito Costello. We know the name of the guy who owns the property. There ain't no Benito Costello here. And then he was telling people that we were 10 miles off, 50 miles off, this and that, and this and that. And then he told what Dr. Shears, he goes, they're right there on top of it. And it's just been so much back and forth through the years. If you didn't have a sense of humor, I think you'd probably go crazy. And Pharaohs doesn't have a sense of humor, so he is crazy. He's nuts.
I agree with you 100%.
Place to this new, fabulous discovery that is coming out. About 200 years before Christ, up until right at about the time of Christ, in other words, about 2,000 years ago, there now appears that there were wealthy West African and North African blacks who left Africa on a pilgrimage and came, if you can believe this or not, but there's solid proof for it now, to southern Illinois. Now I'll explain how that happened. In 1982, our time, there was a guy who was going along southern Illinois. He was a cave hunter. And he was, I don't know if you're familiar with southern Illinois at all, on the Ohio River. It's just honeycombed with caves. Thousands of caves. They have not all been explored by any means. And he was involved in sports for hunting in caves. It's done all the time. It's rough work. Sometimes these caves are very narrow. He went into, to make a long story short, he went into this cave that no one had ever seen before. And he squeezed through a very narrow entrance, and all of a sudden it turned out into an enormous room. And in this room, he found great sarcophagi, or coffins, coffin lids, made out of stone. The walls are engraved with all kinds of stories, picture stories of men and women in old costumes from the ancient world. And then on the floor he found stacks of thousands upon thousands of these black rocks that were beautifully engraved with the profiles of people, not Indians, people from other parts of the world. Some of them were white, some of them were Asian, but hundreds are of black people, all in profile. They are made on a type of rock that is found really mostly only in southern Illinois in caves. This rock is like a clay. You pull it out of the ground and you have like a stylus or a pen, and you can draw on it real fast. You can draw profiles and letters, and then as it dries it turns into a hard rock. And these rocks are piled up on the floor of this cave. Now this man's name is Russell Burroughs. He's not an archaeologist, he's just a spelunker, he's a cave enthusiast. He brought these out over time. They're very difficult to bring out because the cave entrance is so narrow. And he's brought out now almost 10,000 of these magnificent tablets. They're very crude looking as rocks are concerned, but the drawings are beautiful. And they show the profiles of black people, some with scarification, which is West African, mostly with not that, some with specifically West African robes, which are still used today. Some will have a man on one side and a woman on the other. Some will be entirely women. It has each one of these 10,000 have a script associated with these pictures. Nobody's been able to translate this script. Well, since 1982, this place has really been contested a lot, but finally some professional archaeologists are involved, some top archaeologists, and they have verified that it is all authentic, and they have dated it now, and there's going to be a lot of information released in the next few weeks and months about this find. Who are these people portrayed in this cave? Not all black, but a lot of them are black. Some of them will show like a black man with a kind of a sailor's cap, and in the background will show like a ship or a fish. It seems as though they're portraying a captain or a sailor of some kind. It's now understood, it's very involved, complex. You'll see the whole story in our magazine in the next few issues. It appears as though around the time of Christ, just before the coming of Christ, in Rome, there were a great many mystery cults. And these mystery cults, they were mystery because they were secret, not because it was a mystery. It was secret. And in order to get into this mystery cult, you had to go through different levels of initiation, like the Freemasons, you know, which are not unrelated to it, believe it or not. There were many mystery cults like this, the cult of Osiris, the cult of Isis, and a lot of other cults we don't know about. And to get into these cults, we do know you had to pay money, you had to be fairly well off, and the final stage of all these mystery cults, you had to go on a long pilgrimage, a long quest. All that cost money, but you would go on this long quest to a sacred place. And at that final sacred place, you go through an initiation of some kind. And when you went through that initiation, you were finally a member of this mystery cult. And these mystery cults were all the same in that they promised the individual who went through this initiation eternal life. You didn't die. You survived after life. And these levels of initiation showed you how your soul made this progression. All that's been lost, although some of it is revived in Christianity, which is basically the same. That you don't die. If you are a good Christian, you go eternal life with Christ. And some of these ideas apparently were shared in common. Now these blacks apparently, they all look well fed. There are no starving people portrayed in this. And they all are with jewels and everything. So they're well-to-do people. That fits. What the archaeologists now think is that these wealthy people, no matter what their race was, but a lot of them were black, would participate in this mystery cult, would cross the sea and come to a cave. This specific cave in southern Illinois was the holy place. It was far away, it was hard to get to, it was extremely secret, it was part of the mystery cult, but they knew about it. Apparently the Romans knew about it. This is like a Roman cult that was open to anybody that could afford to go through it. And they went through their final initiation, whatever it was, in this cave, and when they were finished, they had their portraits drawn. It's just like you have your picture taken when you graduated, right? And then in the Catholic Church today, we still have things called votive candles and votive statues. Like you'll go to a church and you light a candle and you leave part of yourself there. Or you have like a statue of the Blessed Virgin or St. Joseph and you'll leave it there. Little inexpensive statue. The same idea seems to be working here. You would go through this mystery cult, you'd come all the way across the ocean on this great hard quest, all the way to southern Illinois to this strange cave. You go through these rituals, and when you completed them, they would draw your portrait real fast and put your name on there, and then they would store it in the sacred cave. You didn't take it with you. That's why it's done on kind of crude stone, although the drawings are not crude. The drawings are excellent. And these inscribed tablets were put in this cave because it was like the votive part of you. You left that part of you there. So when you went back to Rome or Africa or wherever it was, part of you was still in this cave. And it is no hoax. It was one time I thought maybe it was a hoax, but now they found over 10,000 of these. They're beautifully done. It's beyond anybody to hoax this stuff. So here's this earlier migration. And because it was part of a mystery cult, it was not well publicized. And so we can kind of excuse historians for saying, well, there were no Romans or blacks or anybody at that time going across the ocean, but there were. The reason they didn't know about it was because it was part of this mystery cult.
And these symbols are everywhere. And you can believe them or not. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm talking about me, why I if you're anywhere around the president, you're Air Force One, or you're sitting here in the office, you'll see this flag. And we see this flag sitting behind the president a lot, but nobody really ever looks at this flag and what this flag really means. What's on this flag? And I'm just going to show you a couple things. There's more. We're going to get into it later. We know about the olive branch for peace and the arrows for war. There's much more to tell about this. There's 13 olives and 13 leaves. The 50 stars around the shield, from many one. But what's this? And what does this have to do? Why would I be telling you this about when we're talking about Israel? Well, when Joseph, from the Bible, when Joseph is with his brothers, he tells his brothers that he had a dream. And he said, I had a dream where the sun, the moon, and the stars all bow down to me. You mean like the sun, the moon, and the stars? That's what this is. The sun, the moon, and the stars. Nobody talks like that. Nobody says the sun, the moon, and the stars unless it's biblical. So is the concept of unity biblical. Out of many, one God. There's strong symbolism with the number 13 being represented everywhere. 13 arrows, 13 stripes, 13 stars, 13 olives, 13, 13, 13. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the 13 colonies. Well, that's what everyone will tell you. And that is one answer. But there is another one that many people believe. 13, what else is 13? 12 disciples surrounding Jesus. But more importantly, I think, the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, there's only 12 tribes, Glenn. That's why you were 13. Except the tribe of Joseph split into Manasseh and Ephraim. And those were in northern Israel. That's the northern kingdom of Israel. That's the 13 tribe. Let me take you to the Great Seal of the United States. It's the same eagle, right? Except where you have the sun, the moon, and the stars, what replaces it? Well, it's this thing here. I don't even know what that thing is. You don't know what that is? I know, that's pretty hard. It's 13 stars again, but strangely, 13 stars in the shape of the Star of David. Wow, why is that in the shape of Star of David? Well, a couple of reasons. One, Haim Solomon. He was the guy who helped us. We are bound. We owe the people of Israel. Haim Solomon. That's why it's in that triangle. Now, what's this surrounding it? I don't know. Well, when Moses led his people out of Egypt, what did they follow during the day? Oh, cloud by day, and a pillar of fire by night. A pillar of fire by night. That's what this means. By the way, you can find the image on the back of your $1 bill. And if you really think that's a stretch, if you really think, okay, Glenn, that's crazy. Well, you're right. That one was done, and I don't even know when. In the late 1800s is when they finalized this, and then I think it was, I don't know, Wilson or one of them that finally said, okay, we're really going to use this one all the time. So let's go back to the original seal. The one that Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin and John Adams recommended. It wasn't this. It was instead that one. Tell me that one. Moses leading the Israelites across the Red Sea by a pillar of fire. Hello? Look at the clouds around the fire in the center in exactly the same position as the eagle. Listen to me. The slogan that they wanted to have was opposition to tyranny is obedience to God. Opposition to tyranny, to Pharaohs, is obedience to God. They felt Moses was the figurehead of They don't care, and they're trying to change our history to fit an agenda. But the Israelites, the lost 10 tribes, they went north, and they started to scatter the other direction, and they went to the coastlines, generally in the area where our pilgrims came from. Judah kept the Torah alive. Those who were taken captive by the Assyrians, Caucasians, over the mountains, and they started to populate the western part of Europe. All of Western civilization is based on the laws of Israel. And our entire history is directly tied to this moment. You might not buy into the olives and the branches and everything else. It's fact. It's fact. But there's no way to deny that the majority of our laws come directly from the scriptures, right directly from Deuteronomy. And the Bible comes from Judah. Not the northern tribe, the southern. Judah. They were supposed to preserve it, and they did.
The Paris map and the Columbus map are always debated. Supposedly, the Vatican Library document shown to Pinzon asserted that in the time of King Solomon, the Queen Sheba sailed westward in the Atlantic, visiting lands more beautiful than Africa and Europe. While this may sound fanciful, hearings conducted in Saleville in 1515 produced several witnesses affirming the Vatican/Pinzon connection.
Come back. The incredible things that we're finding now, we found in America, not that the Egyptians made a trip to America. They sent out 7 ships. We found it in a tomb in Egypt, where these ships, 7 ships are heading towards the west. 7 was everything to them. So they sent out 7 ships. And we have it in this painting among the Ramesses around 1200 BC, these 7 ships heading towards the west.
Over 3,000 years ago in the land of Egypt, they buried a king in this tomb. He was only 9 years old when he was crowned, only 18 when he died. Yet on the walls of his tomb they painted his likeness in the company with the gods, because they believed that he too was a god. And they buried him with a king's ransom in gold and jewels and art and artifacts. They believed that he would rise from the tomb each day and accompany the sun across the heavens. Most of all, they believed he would live forever. His name was Tutankhamun, King Tut. This appeared on the plains of Egypt almost 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years before Tutankhamun, the step pyramid of the Pharaoh Zoser. It is the first large structure in the world to be built completely of stone. It took many years to build as workmen using hand labor slowly worked the stones from the quarries, chipping them square, then smoothing them down so they would fit one upon the other. No mortar was used. Less than 200 years later, pyramid building had evolved into this, the Great Pyramid of Cheops at Giza, one of the wonders of the world. 2 million blocks of stone weighing about 2 tons each. It took 200,000 men 20 years to build, and when archaeologists finally discovered the burial chamber inside, it was empty. Other pyramids, those of Khafre and Menkaure, as well as several lesser pyramids, make up a massive burial ground on the plains near the ancient capital of Memphis. And what of the Sphinx, that strange, silent, mystical figure crouching in the sands near the pyramids? Is it too a tomb? Not really. The Sphinx is solid rock, carved from a single abutment of limestone during the reign of Khafre, builder of the second pyramid. The face is that of Khafre, and he stands watch over the pyramid tombs, probably forever. Generation upon generation, century upon century, time moves on, and yet, in many ways, never moves at all. And so it is here, in the Valley of the Kings, necropolis of Thebes, burial ground of the Pharaohs. It's a hellish place, relentlessly hot and dry, home only for scorpions. The temple of Amun-Ra at Karnak began almost 4,000 years ago as a small shrine to a local god, someone to whom villagers could appeal for protection, for good crops, for the birth of a child. But then a pharaoh, the 12th dynasty, added to the shrine and dedicated to the king of the gods, the sun god Amun-Ra. And succeeding pharaohs competed with their predecessors in erecting even larger and more beautiful additions, as well as statues of themselves. And by the time of the 18th dynasty, 600 years later, it was a magnificent complex of courts and temples, pylons and obelisks, awesome in its majesty and fittingly called the throne of the world. The Temple of Luxor, a few miles upstream, was connected with Karnak by a paved causeway lined on either side with sphinxes, symbolic of Amun-Ra, the sun god. It was built by Amenhotep III more than 3,000 years ago. But Ramses II came by almost 200 years later and built a new entrance pylon telling of his victories in battle, enormous statues of himself, also a magnificent obelisk whose hieroglyphics give him credit for the whole thing. And you wonder, was it love of God or was it vanity that created these marvels of antiquity? As you walk among these silent yet eloquent stones from so long ago, it's not difficult to imagine them as the centerpiece of a thriving and sophisticated civilization. This was Thebes, capital of the empire, home of Pharaoh, the god king. Now, in the West, when we think of the ancient times, we think of the Roman Forum or the Colosseum or the Parthenon in Greece. They are old, part of our ancient world. Yet when these Egyptian stones were being raised, there was not yet a Rome or a Greece. They were 1,000 or more years away. Of all of Egypt's wonders, there is no place with more appeal to the imagination than the Valley of the Kings. 30 pharaohs were buried here. On the afternoon of November 4th, 1922, after 8 years of disappointments, Howard Carter ended his search for King Tut. Here in the rubble hidden beneath the tomb of Ramses VI, workmen discovered a passageway sealed for more than 3,000 years. Carter refused to unseal the tomb until his patron Lord Carnarvon came from London. On the 26th of November, Carter led his group down 16 steps to a second sealed doorway. Carter cut a hole in the door, peered in, and told the world, "I see wonderful things. Everywhere I see gold." The king's comfort was provided for in the tomb. Here, an elaborate chair in gold, with the sun god spreading his wings in benediction, amid meticulous inlays of ivory, wood, and Egyptian cloisonne. And then they found the most magnificent chair of all, the golden throne of Tutankhamun, believed to have been used at his coronation in the temple at Karnak. Its lion's heads have guarded pharaohs since the time of Khafre and beyond. But the decoration itself is most untraditional, a non-rigid, informal style, a studied awkwardness that is really very appealing. All done in gold and even rare silver with inlays of glass paste. Certainly this is not the Tutankhamun of majesty and power. No, this is the king as a child, 12, perhaps 14. Take away the crown, and he could be any child, anywhere. A child's playthings were buried with him in the tomb. This is a game called Senet, an early Egyptian version of hares and hounds. It must have been a favorite. This is one of 4 sets found in the tomb. But all was not play, even in the afterlife. There would be times, it was believed, when the gods might call upon Tutankhamun to work in the fields, or to gather wood, or to do some other manual labor. And even this was provided for. Small dolls called shawabtis, made in the exact likeness of Tutankhamun, were placed in the tomb. And when the gods called him to work, one of the dolls would rise up and do the job, sparing the king himself the indignity of doing manual labor. There were 401 of the shawabtis found in the tomb, one for each day of the year, and 36 to act as foremen for groups of 10 or more. The organization was superb, all to ensure the king an uninterrupted eternity of ease and comfort. magnificent chalice fashioned from a single block of alabaster. Flanked by the god of eternity and bearing the cartouche of Tutankhamun Nebkepere, it bears a lovely inscription. May you spend millions of years, you who love Thebes, sitting with your face to the north wind, your eyes beholding happiness. And to guard all this treasure, 2 statues of the king, painted black, the color of the underworld, stood guard at the walled-up doorway to the burial chamber, a doorway that Howard Carter would patiently take apart brick by brick. And as he peered inside, the first man to do so in more than 3,000 years, he said, "I saw a wall of gold." Howard Carter did indeed see a wall of gold, the first of 4 walls of gold that separated Carter from his life's goal, the royal sarcophagus of Tutankhamun. It was the wall of a golden shrine, a shrine that almost filled the burial chamber from wall to wall, a shrine lined in gold and bearing the likenesses of the gods and inscriptions from the sacred book of the dead. And within the shrine, another smaller but just as elaborate. And within that one, a third. And within the third, a 4th shrine. Like a Chinese puzzle, 4 shrines, one within the other, all to protect the mummy of the king. And finally, after months of work, all the shrines were dismantled and taken away. And for the first time could be seen the entire sweep of the tomb, from the entrance of the antechamber to the inscribed walls of the burial chamber itself. Baboons represent the 12 hours of darkness the king must spend in the tomb each night. And on another wall, a grieving queen Akhsenamun offers to the king the Ankh, the sign of life. And behind him stands Anubis, also holding an Ankh. Again, in the tomb itself, the theme is life. The funeral procession is depicted on another wall, and the friends of Tutankhamun are shown all in a line, pulling the ornate sled across the desert sands to the tomb. And on the sled, the mummy of the king. This tomb was not meant for Tutankhamun. It was for his chief minister, Ai. But the king died so young, apparently his own tomb was not yet ready. And so he was buried here, and the walls hastily painted. The sarcophagus, however, is that of a king. It was hewn by hand from a solid block of brown quartzite, and a master sculptor applied the decorations, incising the delicate hieroglyphics along the sides and down the ends. On each corner, the goddesses Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Selkit protect the body with their outstretched wings. Inside was a huge wooden coffin covered with gold and made in the form of the god Osiris. The face, however, was that of Tutankhamun. In his hands were the emblems of Osiris, the crook and the flail, encrusted with gold and colored glass. And inside, still another coffin, this one too in the form of Osiris, with arms crossed, hands holding the crook and the flail. And again, the face was that of Tutankhamun. It was made of wood, but covered with sheet gold and inlaid with colored glass, jasper, lapis lazuli, and turquoise, all in a feather pattern in a technique called Egyptian cloisonne. Even the bottom of the coffin, under the feet, was filled with hieroglyphic incantations and a goddess, wings outspread, in protection. Archaeologist Carter was puzzled by the extreme weight of the coffins. It wasn't until he opened this second coffin that the puzzle was solved. A third coffin inside. It weighed over 400 pounds, made of pure gold more than 1/8 of an inch thick. Like the other two coffins, it too was in the form of Osiris, with the features of Tutankhamun. The idea being that since Osiris had risen from the dead through the magic of his wife Isis, Pharaoh, made to look like Osiris, would likewise be assured of resurrection and eternal life. Here again the wings of the goddess Nephthys unfold in protection, and hieroglyphics repeat the magic phrases from the Book of the Dead, calling on the gods to grant life to the dead king. The coffin is over 6 feet long, a masterpiece of the goldsmith's art, and covered completely with engravings, hieroglyphics, and inlay. It must have taken months, perhaps years, to design, to fashion, and to execute such an exquisite work of art. In fact, many of the objects buried with the king could not have been built within the 70 days between his death and his burial. They must have been fashioned for the tomb long before his death, and they were. It was the custom to begin preparations for the king's tomb as soon as the king was crowned. And the massive outer coffin, the beautiful second coffin, and this magnificent golden coffin, all were built years before, waiting only for the king's death to be put to use. In ancient Egypt, the business of death was a thriving business. But even this coffin of solid gold was not the last surprise for Howard Carter, because when he opened this coffin, he was faced with the most magnificent find of all, the great gold mask of Tutankhamun. The mask was placed like a helmet over the shoulders and head of the king's mummy, extending well past the breast. It was a fantastic work of art, and in a way, it was still another claim for the king to eternal life. The 3 coffins had been made to look like Osiris. The mask presented Tutankhamun as the sun god, who was said to have a face of gold and eyebrows and eyelashes of lapis lazuli. Such a god would rise each day and soar across the heavens in a fiery trail. Thus, life was assured the dead god king. Around the neck of the mummy was placed this collar of gold and glass. It is the vulture goddess Nekhbet, whose outspread wings provide magical protection. And there was more to protect the king. This dagger was found wrapped in the linen bands which covered the body. It is made of solid gold, as is the sheath. A whole gathering of golden gods was also buried with the king and placed in the treasury. Sekhmet, with the head of a lioness, also called the Eye of Ra, the sun god. Gemesu, he who gives light with his 2 eyes. Horus, son of Osiris, patron of the kings of Egypt. And Ptah, one of the oldest gods in the Egyptian pantheon. He was the chief god of Memphis, the first capital of a united Egypt, where he was declared to be the creator of the world. 4 coffins containing the embalmed liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines of the king were topped with 4 likenesses of the king carved in alabaster. But here the king seems younger, which indicates that the work was probably done early in his reign, when preparations were made to craft the objects he would need in his tomb for the afterlife. And holding all of this was a golden shrine, still in the Cairo Museum. It is crowned by a standard of cobras holding the sun god, and guarded on all 4 sides by the goddesses Isis, Nephthys, Neith, and Selket. An inscription defines their roles in these words: "These 4 goddesses shall be with you, accompanying you, driving out every evil that is in your flesh, exterminating those who come against you, and setting their magic spells against them. But on the shrine in Cairo, one goddess, Selket, is missing. That's because she is here in America. And along with the king's great golden mask, she is the star of the show. With a grace that belies her age, she stands alone, aloof, eternally poised and serene. But of all the things, Tutankhamun's golden scepter tells the story best. It was probably given to him at his coronation and was buried with him in the tomb. And the hieroglyphic inscription reads, "The good God, the beloved, dazzling of face like the sun's disk when it shines, the son of Amun, Nebkepere, live forever." The sun's disk shines still on the face of Egypt, and in the tomb, in the Valley of the Kings, in the gilded coffin resting in the great stone sarcophagus, Tutankhamun lies at rest. We all know him a little better now. He was a king, but he was also a child, and when he died, he had but one wish to ask of his gods. He wanted to live forever. So far, he has.
So we just arrived at Spiro Mounds here in Oklahoma. This is an incredible site. This is a Mississippian era site. You can't quite see them, but there's a large remains of the main quad mound in the background and a couple of very low mounds that have obviously been looted and ploughed over. But this is a Mississippian site. But the thing about this place is that not only were giant skeletons found here that we'll look at more closely shortly, but this was known as an elite stronghold of the priests, the rulers, the shamans, because of all the artifacts found here. There's some incredible and beautiful artifacts, statues, stonework, carved shells and so on and so forth, which are completely unique. Many are in the Smithsonian, but there are some here. So we're going to go in, we're going to go and check it out, see what we can find. There's so many artifacts and pieces that were found that became known as the King Tut, and so it became very famous because of that. But also what was being found were the giant skeletons, which we'll describe in more detail. So here we have just one of the potential like reconstructed house of what would have been here, with cedar posts building up with a kind of cement type surrounding it. I'm not sure they had metal grills, but yeah, interesting. Behind me is Craig Mound. Now this is like an elongated earthwork. It was 4 mounds joined together. The Great Mortuary Mound was 33 feet high, and the full length of the mound used to be 350 feet long. Now we know it was excavated and mined by the Pensacola Mining Company between 1933 and 1935-36, and they basically dug haphazardly into the mound and pretty much destroyed it. This is the reconstruction behind us. Thousands of artifacts were discovered here, literally thousands. Copper, shell, stone, basketry, fabric and so on and so forth, that became known as the King Tut of the Arkansas Valley. So many were taken that eventually, when the lease ran out, there was like nothing left, but there was just literally thousands here. But it was not just that was found here at the site. This is from the Herald Journal, August 26, 1934. Indian relics estimated to be from 600 to 2,000 years old, and including the thigh bone of a giant brave, are being taken in large numbers from a burial mound. The Pensacola Mining Company, composed of 6 Arkansas and Oklahoma men, is in charge of excavations that began last February. Although it is a private enterprise, each item taken from the mound is catalogued and photographed, and careful records are being kept of the disposition of the artifacts: human bones, beads of wood and stone, pearls and large conch shells. Among the treasured finds is a large femur, indicating its owner must have been about 9 feet tall. Bones and skeletons of other human beings are of normal size. So we can see here an example of what we found at many other sites throughout America, where we find the elite priesthood and the leaders buried in the mounds with other, family members, and I would imagine shamans and people who worked alongside them. But there's definitely signs of an elite here, and this is even on the traditional notice board here. We find that being mentioned, and it seems they ruled the whole Arkansas Valley from this particular spot. Now what we're looking at here is clearly a reconstruction, and they've let it overgrow a little bit, of course, but apparently it's in the right spot. It's where it should be. But here were literally hundreds, if not more, burials of the great leaders, the shamans and the priests, who used to rule over not just this site, but hundreds of other sites through the Arkansas Valley. And this is just one of those amazing places which I've been meaning to come to for many years. I have the delight of being here. We can even see on this sign some of the burials here. You can't really see it clearly. This has been very badly scratched and destroyed. You can see the people sort of going into the mound here. Very, very badly treated. Very badly destroyed. I don't know how they got permission to do what they did, but it did happen. Further discoveries were made here. This next extract I'm going to read to you is from the Spiro Mound, a photo essay. And the full length of the mound used to be 350 feet long. Now, we know it was excavated and mined by the Pensacola Mining Company between 1933 and 1935-36, and they basically dug haphazardly into the mound and pretty much destroyed it. This is the reconstruction behind us. Thousands of artifacts were discovered here, literally thousands. Copper, shell, stone, basketry, fabric, and so on and so forth, that became known as the King Tut of the Arkansas Valley. So many were taken that eventually, when the lease ran out, there was like nothing left, but there was just literally thousands here. But it was not just that was found here at the site. This is from the Herald Journal, August 26, 1934, and it describes some very interesting things that were also discovered in the mound. I'll read the quote to you in full. Indian relics estimated to be from 600 to 2,000 years old, and including the thigh bone of a giant brave, are being taken in large numbers from a burial mound. The Pensacola Mining Company, composed of 6 Arkansas and Oklahoma men, is in charge of excavations that began last February. Although it is a private enterprise, each item taken from the mound is catalogued and photographed, and careful records are being kept of the disposition of the artifacts: human bones, beads of wood and stone, pearls and large conch shells. Among the treasured finds is a large femur, indicating its owner must have been about 9 feet tall. Bones and skeletons of other human beings are of normal size. So we can see here an example of what we found at many other sites throughout America, where we find the elite priesthood and the leaders buried in the mounds with other family members, and I would imagine shamans and people who worked alongside them. But there's definitely signs of an elite here, and this is even on the traditional notice board here. We find that being mentioned, and it seems they ruled the whole Arkansas Valley from this particular spot. Now what we're looking at here is clearly a reconstruction, and they've let it overgrow a little bit, of course, but apparently it's in the right spot. It's where it should be. But here were literally hundreds, if not more, burials of the great leaders, the shamans and the priests, who used to rule over not just this site, but hundreds of other sites through the Arkansas Valley. And this is just one of those amazing places which I've been meaning to come to for many years. I have the delight of being here. We can even see on this sign some of the burials here. You can't really see it clearly. This has been very badly scratched and destroyed. You can see the people sort of going into the mound here. Very, very badly treated, very badly destroyed. I don't know how they got permission to do what they did, but it did happen. Further discoveries were made here. This next extract I'm going to read to you is from the Spiro Mound, a photo essay from the collection of Dr. Robert E. Bell by Larry and Christopher Merriam, who very helpfully provided photos for our book Giants on Record. And it relates how they found a large skeleton at the site. And I quote, "He was better than 7 feet tall. His jaw would fit around my face. He was more or less in pieces. We had to put him together, you see. He was bound to be a giant. He said they did not dig in the level around the mound. We'd just dig in the mound. We had our hands full there. He said they didn't make any money out of the venture. No, we didn't. We were fighting to live. This was back in the Great Hoover starvation period. The worst part of it is that we were fighting to live." So these were like people trying to survive here, and just matter-of-factly pointing out that they're finding jaws and bones and giant skeletons in the mounds, which to me verifies this information. And as we know, these jaws, these huge jaws that fit around the face, have been found all over North America. This is just one more example of this particular phenomenon. So the headline, called Spiro's Magnificent Men, it describes full armour, but this is being debated now, of an 8-foot skeleton wearing it. And one of the things we quote from here is very, very interesting. Of the skeletal material, I quote, "only 4 or 5 good specimens were found. One remarkable mummy was 8.5 feet in length. He had been cremated to such an extent that the flesh was charred and remained in that condition throughout the ages. Across the breast of this mighty warrior were 7 large bows, 3 stone pipes, 40 war points, and 4 8-inch spears. No beads were found on his body. At the time of this discovery, little attention has been paid to the excavation of the mound. The mummy was moved into the only tent available. A few neighbours marvelled at the remains, but no museum authorities or archaeologists were interested enough to investigate further. After occupying for several weeks the only shelter available, it was moved to the rear of the tent to make room for more valuable relics, and left to the ravages of the elements. In a few weeks it had disappeared." So we have a report here at Spiro of a disappearing giant skeleton. I bet one of the people around here has it in their basement. I'd love to know where that went. So this is just one of the many examples here of giant skeletons being discovered at Spiro Mound. So we were just reading some accounts, some reports from our book Giants on Record, co-authored with my colleague Jim Fiera, and this is one of many accounts we have in the book that features giant skeletons being found at the American mound sites. Spiro is one of the most important sites, in my opinion, in the entire country, possibly even in the entire world, with what was discovered here. So just behind me here at Spiro we have the Brown Mound. Now it's not because of the colour, because it was the Brown family who owned the property here during the 1930s. This is supposed to be the main temple mound, and it would have been, you know, where the courthouse, or what today we would call the courthouse, but where the sort of temple area is, of the whole area, where people from all over the region would come here for ceremonies, and they would take place in the building that was on top of this particular mound. It's also where the sacred fire, the first fire, would be burning. This, they say, this in tradition, this was the link between the world, this world, and the upper world, and especially the sun. The first fire story is depicted in the conch shell art in Spiro that was found here, of the water spider with a bowl on her back in the bowl, and its equidistant cross that is a symbol of this so-called sacred fire. Now, I question whether this was actually continually burned like we find at other sites to maintain this kind of energy here. Although the temples were mostly for men and they were ceremonial, they could have even hunting and fishing items were placed here. Certain people were buried in these mounds, and there's no exact reports of giants. They were not sure if they came from this particular mound or if they came from the ones nearby, or the main quad Craig mound. We're just not sure about that, because some of the reports are a little bit unclear. but this is dated to the rest of the period. But this seems like this was like the Axis Mundi. This was the hot spot, whereas the Craig Mound was like the elite mound, you know, where these 4 mounds all linked together, whereas this was like the ceremonial access point of possibly the whole area, the whole Arkansas Valley. So where we're standing right now could have been like the Omphali, or the Omphalos, the sort of sacred center, the navel of the entire Arkansas landscape that was ruled by the shamanic, priestly warrior giants who were based here in Spiro, in this part of Oklahoma, very close to the Arkansas.
This is the Craig Mound at the Spiro site with some of my always present graduate students being excited for being there. It's a triple mound, and it's the westernmost product of a culture that we call the Mississippian. The Mississippian culture existed from around AD 900 to approximately AD 1600, and it covered an area which is actually larger than Mexico. It just is, it's not as diverse, it's not mountainous, it's riverine. And our particular unit of study these days are the Caddoan people. And these are people that we can find them in Oklahoma, in Arkansas, in Louisiana, and even in Texas. And they were a people who acted as a cross-linkage between the cultures of the West and the cultures of the East. And we're particularly interested in this site, Spiro. And I'm going to get into Spiro's history here in just a second. When Spiro came to the mind of the public, can you read the headline up there? It says, King Tut's tomb, found in the Arkansas River Valley. Okay? King Tut's tomb. Okay? And essentially what had happened is, as I think we all know, conditions were very hard in the Great Depression. And a group of individuals had, well, 5 actually, had gotten themselves together and legally constituted themselves as a mining company, the Bacola Mining Company. And what they did was to go to Indian mounds and try to excavate for relics and sell them on the side of the road. Okay, we cringe in horror, you know, today thinking about this. I'll tell you more about what happened to the objects they found, but let me say that when the state of Oklahoma passed a quick law to keep them from doing any more excavation, it became apparent that they had discovered a hollow chamber inside the Craig Mound. Okay, and it was stuffed with goodies. I just don't know any other way to say it. You'll see. I'll let you judge. You tell me. And when they found out that the state was going to stop them, they took several kegs of gunpowder into the hollow chamber and blew it up. Okay, so you talk about the great American tragedy. There it is. Now, the WPA came back, okay, and excavated for several seasons. Here's one of the tunnels that leads into the hollow chamber. And let me just give you a dimension on the hollow chamber right now, okay? It's 15 by 15. 15 feet by 15 feet, all right? Now, one of the goals of the exhibition is to recreate the hollow chamber and put as many reproductions of the objects back in their original locations. And you might say, well, how the heck are you going to do that if they blew it all up? Well, fortunately, several of the looters, okay, kept careful notes about what they found, and they even drew maps. Okay, and they recorded where they found certain pieces. And this is going, we can't reconstruct it completely, but we are going to try to put the major pieces back where they belong. Now, essentially, this is their description of the hollow chamber. Okay, they call them altars, but actually they're stacks of blankets and woven baskets that we call pataka, Caddoan word. And these baskets contained sacred bundles. Okay, and they also contained the costumes of the gods, so that people went out dancing, they would wear the regalia of the gods. Now let me just mention this one in particular. Okay, it was an altar. It turned out to be a stack of woven textiles, beautifully woven textiles. I'll show you a couple of examples, okay, that were 5 feet tall. They had literally poured over them strings of beads, and sitting on top, right here, was a large basket with 12 gallons of pearls. 12 gallons of pearls. Okay? And they're freshwater pearls, and because they were inside a hollow chamber, they did not rot and decay. Yeah, you can say that again, brother. Now, this is what the Pecola miners were doing. They were selling the material that they recovered on the side of the road, okay? And if it interests you, a string of beads was going for $2. Look at those points. You could have one for a nickel, okay? And what's fascinating about the points, okay, they were never chipped to be used in hunting or warfare. As far as we can ascertain, these arrow points represented the souls of the departed, and they would be shot to get on the Milky Way, and which they call the path of souls, and get to the place that they were supposed to go. Now, pearls, okay? Of course, they can't round them and polish. They couldn't round them and polish them the way we can, but I can tell you that the largest pearl that we're going to have in the exhibition is 1.5 inches in diameter, okay? And that we will have over 1,000 pearls in the exhibition. Beads, okay? Right now, it is estimated that the Pecola miners uncovered at least a totality of 30 gallons of drill beads. Shell beads imported from the Gulf Coast. Okay. Now these are ear flares, copper ear flares, and we have 63 matched sets. And by matched sets, do you see the chain link? Yes, no. Do you see it? Okay, in the pair, 60 matched sets, and we believe that they probably represent ranking, that the people who wore them were high status individuals, and they showed their high status with ranking. Most of them are of wood covered with copper. And the copper is brought down from the Great Lakes. Okay, now, this is what we call Arkansas River Caddoan. Spiral is right here. Arkansas right across the line, okay? And what's incredibly interesting is this is on the very edge of that Mississippian world. Remember that map I showed you? Okay. Objects from all over the Mississippian world were brought to Spiro. None of it was made at Spiro, as far as we can ascertain. There are pieces from Etowah in Georgia, pieces from the Cumberland in Tennessee, pieces from Cahokia in Illinois. All this material was brought there, and we believe it was brought to accompany sacred bundles, okay, which is the highest form of worship, were these bundles, and they brought them to Spiro, okay? And no, I'm not going to tell you why. I'll tell you a little later, and we'll see if we can figure it out.
because they worshipped him as the living God, the Christ, King Tut.
Tlahuizcalpantecutli, Dawn Lord, was a Mesoamerican god who represented a menacing aspect of Venus, the morning star, and was one of the 4 gods which held up the sky. The people of the ancient Americas believed his rays could damage people, crops, and water sources. Tlahuizcalpantecutli played a key role in the Aztec creation myth and was 12th of the 13 lords of the day in the Aztec calendar. Venus, the morning star. Tlahuizcalpantecutli, also spelt Tlahuizcalpantecutli, represented the dual aspect of the planet Venus, known to the Mesoamericans as a bright star. Venus was especially important in the religious and agricultural calendar, with its average 584-day cycle being carefully observed and precisely calculated. Even the architectural layout of cities, notably at Teotihuacan, Toltec-Talan, Mayahuishmal, and Chichen Itza, were built and aligned in accordance with the appearance of Venus at particular moments during its cycle. Mesoamerican astronomers recorded that the planet appears for 236 days as the morning star in the east, then sinks below the horizon for 90 days, and reappears for 250 days as the evening star in the west before disappearing again for 8 days before restarting the cycle over again. In actual fact, Venus can be seen with the naked eye for approximately 263 days in each spell, and it is not known quite why or how the ancient astronomers had arrived at their particular calculations. Each aspect of Venus of morning and evening was manifested in the form of 2 ancient Mesoamerican gods, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl and his canine companion Xolotl. Quetzalcoatl represented Venus as the morning star, and Xolotl represented it as the evening star. In typical Mesoamerican duality, Tlahuizcalpantecutli was imagined as both and as the twin brother of Xolotl, and thus, above all, he represented the morning star aspect of Venus, which was considered a menacing one. Mesoamerican peoples considered the morning star particularly dangerous when it first appeared above the horizon each year, its heliacal rising. The rays, imagined in the form of ATL darts, were thought harmful to certain classes of people and to have a negative effect on maize and water. For ancient Mesoamericans, Tlahuizcalpantecutli was one of the 4 skybearers, the gods who held up the sky. Tlahuizcalpantecutli was, thus, associated with the direction east and the year data cattle. The skybearers may have helped the cosmos by holding it up, but they had another, less charitable aspect during eclipses and the Aztec New Fire ceremony to renew the sun each 52 years. Then they joined the Tzitzimime, star demons which could descend, eat up humanity and destroy the world if the sun did not return. In the Aztec creation myth, Tlahuizcalpantecutli, both as himself and as an avatar of Quetzalcoatl, plays a crucial role. When the twin brothers Nanahuatzin and Tequisistecatl sacrificed themselves at Teotihuacan to create the sun and moon of the 5th and last epoch of the Aztec cosmos, they needed something or someone to kickstart themselves into motion and set off on their respective orbits. Nanahuatzin called for a blood sacrifice, but Tlahuizcalpantecutli was having none of it and, instead, threw an ATL dart at the sun. The throw missed, and Nanahuatzin returned the favor with more accuracy, striking Tlahuizcalpantecutli smack on the forehead, instantly turning him into stone. In this state, he is known as Itztlacoleaqui, the god of cold, snow, and ice. The rest of the gods saw that only a sacrifice would set the sun and moon in motion, and so Quetzalcoatl removed their hearts for that purpose. The offering worked, and the 5th and final cosmos began. The Caracol, Chichen Itza. Art and architecture. Venus was often symbolized by a skull, and so too, representations of Tlahuizcalpantecutli depict him as a feathered serpent with a skull face. As the god was also closely associated with Mixcoatl, he sometimes wears the markings of that star god, white spots around a black field. Tlahuizcalpantecutli usually has 5 white spots representing stars, 1 on each cheek, and 1 on his forehead, nose, and chin. One of the earliest examples of Tlahuizcalpantecutli in art is a rock painting at Ixtapantongo from around the 10th century CE. Quetzalcoatl, Mayan name Kukulkan, from Nahuatl Quetzali, tail feather of the quetzal bird, Pharamacris mucino, and Codal, snake, the feathered serpent, one of the major deities of the ancient Mexican pantheon. Representations of a feathered snake occur as early as the Teotihuacan civilization, 3rd to 8th century CE, on the Central Plateau. At that time Quetzalcoatl seems to have been conceived as a vegetation god, an earth and water deity closely associated with the rain god Tlaloc. With the immigration of Nahua-speaking tribes from the north, Quetzalcoatl's cult underwent drastic changes. The subsequent Toltec culture, 9th through 12th centuries, centered at the city of Tula, emphasized war and human sacrifice linked with the worship of heavenly bodies. Quetzalcoatl became the god of the morning and evening star, and his temple was the center of ceremonial life in Tula. In Aztec times, 14th through 16th centuries, Quetzalcoatl was revered as the patron of priests, the inventor of the calendar and of books, and the protector of goldsmiths and other craftsmen. He was also identified with the planet Venus. As the morning and evening star, Quetzalcoatl was the symbol of death and resurrection. With his companion Xolotl, a dog-headed god, he was said to have descended to the underground hell of Mictlan to gather the bones of the ancient dead. Those bones he anointed with his own blood, giving birth to the men who inhabit the present universe. One important body of myths describes Quetzalcoatl as the priest-king of Tula, the capital of the Toltecs. He never offered human victims, only snakes, birds, and butterflies. But the god of the night sky, Tezcatlipoca, expelled him from Tula by performing feats of black magic. Quetzalcoatl wandered down to the coast of the divine water, the Atlantic Ocean, and then immolated himself on a pyre, emerging as the planet Venus. According to another version, he embarked upon a raft made of snakes and disappeared beyond the eastern horizon.
Okay, so I said it was blown up, and this I'm going to show you in just a few minutes. See this young man right here? Okay, when a couple of archaeologists from Illinois drove up on the site, he was wearing one of the magnificent feather cloaks, and he was running around and it was disintegrating. And I'll show you a reproduction of one of those feather cloaks. Now, okay, here is the Craig Mound, okay, in the good old winter time. And this is the cross section. And here's the hollow chamber, right there. And the hollow chamber sits on a platform which is in an area we call the Great Mortuary that is filled with burials and has incredible objects. And we think that the hollow chamber represents the sky realm, and the Great Mortuary with its burials represents the world of the dead. Okay. Now, several great art styles at Spiro. The most important are Braden and Craig. I'm going to be writing the Braden section of the catalog right here. Once again, all this material wound up in Spiro. Why? Well, I'll show you in a minute. Okay. Now, this is the heartland of Braden, around Cahokia, and many objects, okay, traveled to other areas, we think, before they even got to Spiro out here in Oklahoma. And we see, in our mind's eye, we can reconstruct vast pilgrimage sets of people carrying these pataka in sacred bundles, and they literally were bringing them to Spiro for a sacred reason. Now, the main events in Spiro history You can read it, but this is what we're concentrating on right here. The Great Mortuary was constructed in 1400, and by 1450, the whole site was abandoned. Okay. Now here's the reason what we think was happening. Is this entire area, the South, all the way across the Mississippi, into Tennessee, into Georgia, into Alabama, was hit by several great droughts. And literally, these sacred bundles and the material that accompanied them were being brought to Spiro to try to do something about those droughts. Now, I said I was going to show you wows. How about this, okay? This is the great raptor, sorry, that sits on the path of souls, which is the Milky Way, and he's very carefully picking someone's brains out, okay? Someone who couldn't answer the right question. He's a pipe, okay? And he was once covered in copper, and he's, for Mississippian statuary, he's big. This big, that big. Now get ready. How about that? Okay, that's its actual size. Okay, all right. Cale and flint, and there's over 20 of these in the hollow chamber. It's like Fort Knox. I mean, it's unbelievable. And this, okay, it's actually an effigy pupa. It's from the Great Mortuary. We were talking about feather cloaks. Okay, we think there were over 40 of these. Some of them were hung from the ceiling of the hollow chamber. And we only have fragments, and we're putting a couple of them together for the exhibition. Okay, cloth. Told you there were these stacks and stacks of cloth. We've been able to reconstruct some of the dance regalia that they wore. And this is an individual that we know as Morning Star. He's probably a major deity in the area of St. Louis, and he was probably the patron deity of the kings of Cahokia. Lots of stone material. Okay, some of these we don't know what's happened to them, but we're hot on the trail. Okay, this was all for sale, with strands of pearls. And then this statue, which you're going to see in just a moment. This is Morning Star. He was known in the early days as Big Boy, but we know that he's the god Morning Star, who brings the sun up out of the beneath world every morning. Okay, now I want you to look at this. That's a single piece of stone. Okay. All of these are single pieces of stone. This is the skill of these Mississippian artists. They could create things of this size. Copper. All sorts of magnificent copper profiles. I'll show you some of the birds later. And look at these copper feathers. But when was the last time you saw a shell that big coming out of the Gulf? They don't make it that big anymore. They don't get that large. But they're all incised with an important material like these Anisbina serpents intertwined. Another one that shows a full-figured individual in the Craig C style. This one is about this. Okay. Now this is Morning Star. He's also a falcon dancer. Morning Star takes the form of a falcon dancer. This one, I'm just running through. I want you to see the wealth that was in there. This is one of the cat monsters that inhabits both the sky realm and the waters of the beneath world. And you've got two individuals. Okay, do you see that they're part serpent? Okay, and this seems to be Mama right here. And her tongue actually makes a cleft in her back, and they emerge out of her body. And they're probably morning and evening star. Okay, lots of gorgets. I'm wearing one to date. I dug, this is a reproduction of one I excavated when I was 17. Okay, and they were not convinced anymore that they were so much worn around the neck. Now these are dancers, and they're dancing around a center pole which has been wrapped, and that's got a dance bustle attached to it. And this one in particular, we're working very hard on because we think it demonstrates one of the episodes out of the Morning Star story. Okay, if you'll look, you'll see we've got a monster right here, right? Got an individual here, there's his hairy head, and the monster's got his arm. Okay, and these individuals are, along with the third individual, are getting into it. We don't have time enough to go into that. The boy asked me after me. Now, we have fragments of the patakas. The patakas are beautifully woven, okay? And we're having Native American groups reconstruct 4 of them for us. Okay? They're float weave, they're double woven. And what they appear to have held, I said sacred bundles, but they also held the costumes of the gods, the regalia of the gods. Okay. For instance, look at this one. And what was inside it was a headpiece wraparound with bare teeth. Okay. And that one will be reconstructed for the exhibition. Oh, this is my favorite. As I always say, Temple Mayor, eat your heart out. Okay? Okay. This is woodpecker, hawk, and copper-headed axes. The eastern wall of the hollow chamber held a series of ancestor images. Most of them have been decayed. They're made out of cedar. They were probably dressed. They're about that. And they are probably not just ancestors, but they're gods in council. And I'll bring that out in just a moment. There were rattles in the form of turtles and cedar, wooden deer mask. And here he is. He's got, I'm fortunate enough to have a reproduction of that. This is Morning Star. The reason he's naked is he's one of the gods of primordial creation, when the forms of behavior that will be set in motion are not there yet. So most of these gods are shown without clothing. Here's his back. He's a pipe. He's drilled where he could be smoked. Okay. And interestingly, we find early representations of him in cave art that probably was made about 1200. This cave art was probably painted about 800. Okay. So he's a very old deity. And oh, this is my favorite. Boy, you don't want to meet that in a dark alley. Okay. See his peg teeth? Okay. This is the Lord of the Pleiades. This is the god of the Pleiades. And in Osage, which I won't even deem to pronounce, but I can just tell you what it means in English, is his name is he who holds a deer head in his left hand. Do you see it? That's how we know who it is. And he's got bear claws in his ears, and he also is a pipe. This is Turtle Man, who's also part of the Morning Star series. Okay, it looks like armor, but what it's supposed to be is the carapace and plastron of a snapping turtle. And if you look on his headdress, there's his name, Turtle. He's carrying it. And do you see what he's doing? He's using the special axe. He's removing the jaw of this captive. He's a war leader. The relationship of the mound to the hollow chamber. Okay. And they noticed that all these pipes were all aspects of the Morning Star myth or story. Okay. They also noticed that these pipes could be set up as vignettes where they literally tell a story. I'm reminded of in a Roman Catholic church, you know how you have the Stations of the Cross? Okay, and they're followed. This is the Stations of Morning Star and his conquest of the horizon. Okay, so they began to take a look at the hollow chamber. And this is, I won't read these out loud, but you just look at them. Look how much stuff there was, all right? Okay, pipes and pearls and maces and cane bundles and what Jim thinks is the burial, I do not. And the big boy pipe, stacks of blankets, 800 shell beads, just a lot of stuff. Okay, which brings us to the Pawnee Star Map. Okay, the Pawnee Star Map, when it was initially brought to the attention of astronomers right after the turn of the century, they were very excited. They thought it would show the heavens as they understood it, but they couldn't make any sense out of it. But the Bell Labs ran it through in 1983, and they suddenly realized that what you're looking at is the stars and their positions at the dawning of February 19th, AD 634. Okay, now, is that star map that old? I would doubt it, in the same way that we have biblical information copied over and over again. But this shows the day of creation, what the sky looked like on the day of creation. Okay, now, something interesting about these Caddoan people, and that is that they saw constellations as sacred bundles. They saw them as sacred bundles, and each of their villages had a relationship to one of these sacred bundles. Okay? Now, when Brown and George Sabo began to look at these things, they saw that the entire list of the powers that were important for the creation of the world were contained on this map. Sun, moon, black star, north star, wolf or wolf got fool star, wind stars, chiefs in council, which is Corona Borealis. Do you remember I told you we had 6 wooden men on the eastern side? Okay, and I showed you one of them. Okay, that's Corona Borealis, the way they're set up. Okay, so here we go. Here's the actual star map. Here's the sky with the different bundles. Here's the Milky Way. Okay, it runs across this way. There's Corona. Now look at this. Here's the chamber. Okay. Here's the relationship. I can't even see that myself. Let me get out of here. Yeah, here's the Milky Way. Okay, all these objects we've been talking about were set up as if they were the inhabitants of that dawning sky. You are literally, when you look at the hollow chamber and its contents, you are looking at the dawning of creation. That day, creation day. Now let me ask you something. What did I say was going on in that area at this time? Drought. Okay, it was a terrible drought. Right now, we're looking at this explanation with the understanding that what they were trying to do when they made the hollow chamber was really, they were trying to recreate creation. They said, you know, things are messed up. Let's start all over again. Now, you've got morning star, you've got evening star, and they're at opposite ends of the hollow chamber. And running right through the middle, you've got the path of souls. Now, the path of souls is what all humans have to journey on in order to get where they're going. Remember, it literally splits the hollow chamber in half. And we know, we've been able to work out where the lodges of the gods are on the hollow chamber. And guess what? The positioning of these statues in the hollow chamber falls right where they would on the Milky Way. So you have right in the center, you have Earth Mother, okay, who is the ultimate provider, and the raptor on human, who was intent on making sure that only the just got to the land of the dead. You probably have the chief of the gods, or first man, as he's known, sitting where he should sit in Corona Borealis. Okay. And we can position where all these people, all these pieces belong. Okay. So, it's all about the path of souls, the Milky Way. And hopefully, when we finish with the exhibition, it will give non-Native Americans a fuller and intense view of their religious system. Because, I don't know, did you all take the same history of religion class that I did in college? Oh, bore. You know, it started first with you did Hinduism, and then you did Buddhism, and then you went to the religions of China, and then you went to, they didn't touch Africa, and then they went to the peoples of the book. And we started with, you know, first came Judaism, then came Islam, and then came Christianity, like there was an evolutionary path to it. Not a word was mentioned about Native American belief or about African belief. You know, which to me, as a teacher now, I know what a travesty this is, because I don't know about you, but my people have been here 200, 250 years, you know, about that long. And this is where we dwell, you know. Why shouldn't the history and religion of Native Americans be just as important to us?
See, there's this occult, as I mentioned, occult synchronicities, and there is an infamous occultist named Aleister Crowley who was featuring in a lot of these things, and he channeled a book. He channeled a book called the Book of the Law, which he channeled after going in the pyramid at Cairo. A lot of strange circumstances around it, but the information he channeled in that book was decoded by a friend of mine who's an occultist, where it shows the interrelationship of 5 and 6, okay? But you have to be able to read the code. There's whole secret societies based upon this magician that don't know what they're talking about. They're going off and spinning dark magic and doing irresponsible things and giggling about it, but they didn't know this code that this gentleman I happen to know decoded. And it's all about codes of 5 and 6. And this ties into Cairo because what he said is it shows the pentagram, which is a 5, and the hexagram, which is a 6. And when you juxtapose them one on top of the other, it's like a male and a female going together. But it also is the structure for the Kabbalistic tree of life, which you've probably all seen. Now when you twist this, it becomes a DNA spiral. It's explained exactly in the book. So in other words, this channeled information through Aleister Crowley, who was a very, what you call, double-agent, double-sided character himself. He was channeling the structure of DNA, if you were so gifted as to be able to interpret it, which he never did interpret it. I didn't interpret it. I had a friend who had a gift for this, who had very strange experiences in his own right. But anyway, the 5-6 is key when we consider Cairo, because I found on another website where it explains what's called the 156 ratio, where the capstone of the Great Pyramid is 1/56 the size of the Great Pyramid itself. The capstone is 1/56 size. The capstone is missing. It represents the missing key to consciousness on this planet. I said it's 1/56 the size of the Great Pyramid, the capstone. 150. In other words, if you took this area of the capstone, it would be 1/56 the size of the Great Pyramid itself. The Giza, the Great Pyramid is 1/56 size of the Giza Plateau, which is in turn 1/56 size of the continent of Africa, which is in turn 1/56 the size of the planet Earth. So you see, whoever built this pyramid knew this 5-6 ratio, which was symbolic of this DNA spiral. In other words, they knew they were life. This is a manifestation of a divine inspiration, a divine consciousness that she kind of got in the mood of the pyramid. So that what this is really saying is that whoever built that great pyramid, it's like a memory storage. And Egypt, of course, I would find out was called the land of the olives. Isis was the queen of the olives. Isis is also portrayed as blue. And of course, the Rh negative, Rh means rhesus factor, monkey blood. So most people in the world have Rh positive. Most of us have a kinship with the monkeys. I don't even know what my blood type is, so it doesn't matter. If you're Rh negative, you don't have that factor. It means, and of course, all the races can have Rh negative. It can be black, yellow, red, blue, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And of course, I first kind of got interested in this when I had a friend who was black, and he told me that, you know, he'd been over to West Africa where he had an uncle or something, and he said the people would turn purple. They get so much sun, they would actually turn purple when the sun would come out. So you have black people being purple or blue. You have white people, the Celtic people believe they were blue. Tibetans have blue gods. It's a priori function or manifestation. And it goes very deep. It goes very deep because it's embedded in our culture in many respects. The Queen Antonia who we consider Athena, the most sacred building in Athens was the Parthenon. Anybody who hasn't read the book know what Parthenon means. It's a word we've all heard though, but we don't know what it means. It starts from parthenogenesis, which is virgin birth. Athena was a virgin queen. She actually had a virgin birth in mythology. She came out of the head of her father, which was Zeus. He had a headache and she just, because she was Minerva also in Rome, to wisdom. She had wisdom, so she came out of the head, which symbolizes a brain operating at full capacity. This virgin goddess. Now, Antonia was a virgin goddess. And because Egypt was settled from the west and she was there, she there's also traditions linking why did Mary wear blue all the time? She's always positioned in blue. Mary the Virgin Mother. Now, anyway, Romulus and Remus were the product of, they were raised by a she-wolf because they were left on the banks of the river, but their father was the god Mars, according to mythology. Mars, and here we're coming from Mars. And the mother was, what was her name? Rhea Silvia, which is kind of like Rhesus. You know, Rhea was, and Rhea Silvia was the Vestal Virgin. She was the first of the Vestal Virgins. So they had their own sacred temple, they had their own well of souls, just like the Hebrews did, but theirs was underneath the forum. So this virgin theme is in Rome, it's in Greek, it's in Christianity, which comes much later, and I haven't heard of it in Egypt, but it would come through Antonia. It might exist in Egypt. I'm not. You know if it.
You already mentioned.
I mentioned Isis, but do they call
Isis
it?
is Mari, which is Aset, which is also born of the virgin birth, and who actually gives birth to the virgin birth, which is the foundation of the Black Madonna.
Okay.
The city of Paris, Par-As, the house of Isis. So the city of Paris in France was founded on the cult of the worship of the Black Madonna, Aset.
Okay, I didn't get that connection. That's good because I had Paris. I went into Paris, you know, from Troy, which is also but that's very interesting. I appreciate that. So there's a lot of tradition of virgin births, but as I began to study this, I began to correlate something from one of my earlier books, Montauk Revisited, where I was introduced to the concept of a virgin birth. And it's a very interesting story how I even got into it, but I'm going to skip that for brevity today and say, but what I was told by a very good friend of mine who is a very knowledgeable person about occult matters, she says that a virgin birth occurs when the zona pellucida, which is the female egg, is penetrated by a late male protein in the body of the female. And the female, of course, all females have proteins from their father. And when this would penetrate the egg, it would fool the egg into thinking it's a sperm, and it would manifest a child. Now, there was a lot of what you call mumbo-jumbo occultism and procedures that would go with this, but when the birth did not work out properly, and often because you had dark people practicing it, you would have an attenuated virgin birth, which would result in an extra set of nipples. Okay? And you've probably heard of this. They call them, in vulgar expression, witch's tits. And it's not uncommon for somebody to have this, but it's an attenuated baby. And of course, if this were to work out magnificently, it would theoretically be a Christ. But more often, it might be something of a mockery of a Christ, like an Antichrist or a Golem or something like that. So this is a magical doctrine, an occult doctrine, you know, which is better left for people like Rosemary's Baby. It's not a thing that healthy people normally practice because it's too arcane, too occult, and people don't even know what it is. If you're going to take in mythology, if we include Christianity as mythology, we'd say the most magnificent example in mythology is the Christ. You know, it's a magnificent example. We could say Horus too, but I'm not that schooled in kinetic knowledge to even be making such statements. But we could also say what's the difference. But more to the point is there was this doctrine of a virgin birth, and that I'd been sitting on for over 10 years, and I really couldn't take it any further until I started studying this stuff about Antonia, and I came across through a friend of mine who's a Tantra teacher, and she explained something to me that most people in our culture do not know about, and it's a very interesting thing in the feminine tradition. It's the Taoists and the Tantras, or the Tantrikas, call it moonflower. And moonflower is now recognized in science. It was not recognized until about the 1980s. It's what's called female ejaculatory liquid. And female ejaculatory liquid is an excretion like an ejaculation. It's not a lubrication, it's not a ovum, it's a literal squirt. And in studying it, I found out that it's in pornographic videos where it's called the squirt. It's portrayed very vulgarly, yet it's just for sensationalism. It's really a sacred part of the female experience. And there was a book in the 1980s, I think it was called The Sensuous Woman, where it brought this into the consciousness, but up until the 1980s, it was denied by science that it even existed. The women can't do that. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. The British Film Board to this day says that it doesn't exist. I wanted to study the chemical constituents of this stuff. And it gets pretty detailed and complicated, but what I found out is this female ejaculatory liquid is essentially the same thing as male sperm. It's not really any different. And this gives us, this not only tells us that it's, of course it's a lost art, and it also says that the chemical constituency of it changes based upon diet, menstruation, other circumstances. So there would have been a whole procedure and ritual to make this work, to where a woman could have her own baby, possibly even conceive by herself. Okay? And this is a scientific plausibility that's more than a plausibility, because it's just missing. People don't know how to do it anymore, except for some strange occultists, which there is this whole secret society is based upon doing it, but they really don't know what they're doing. They're lost. So this is a lost art, but see, this answers so many questions of, people will argue about the virgin birth. Well, could he, or it's not even a miracle. It's an amazing thing by our standards of today, but it's a natural, so you could say, if we want to adopt the mythology or the religion of Christianity, we could say that that was people that really knew what they were doing. We could say that if we wanted to. It wasn't a miracle in the sense that we normally think of it as a miracle. And this kind of like takes a lot of balloon out of a lot of the untruth that's out there. Now, Queen Antonia was the one who gave the olive tree to Africa, and it eventually migrated to Greece, and she was the purveyor of the olive.
As this temple is now. Right now we're in the shrine of Makari Hatshepsut. She was the queen pharaoh of the 18th dynastic period, who ruled ancient Kemet, who protected ancient Kemet during her time. You're going to see her funerary temple day after tomorrow, just to see how serious a sister that she is. Although some who did not respect the sister, now some say it was Thutmose III, we have no record of that, but if we look back and see that it may be others who may not appreciated her and chiseled her out. But you see the ankhs representing baptism. This is where the concept of baptism came from. So you see the ankhs when she's been baptized by Haru and also by Tahuti, showing the earliest concept of baptism right here of Makari Hatshepsut, a serious sister during the 18th dynastic period who protected Egypt during her time as well as ruled the throne of all of Kemet. Tahuti representing the scribe of writing, laws of science, or should we say the Neteru, the divine entity. When we lock into saying gods and things, that's what the European would like for us to say, trying to lock into polytheism, but the Neteru, where nature comes from. So again, they looked at nature. So what is it about Tahuti, do you think, that was the best symbol to represent the writing and science and intelligence? What do you see about the nature? The bill. See, the long bill represents what? The pen for writing. So he also was represented as a divine word that came to Isis and said that she would give forth a holy birth. Didn't an angel? Yes. Didn't an angel? We're going to see that at the temple of Isis. See, further south we get, the deeper it's going to get. And at the temple of Isis, Tahuti, who was the Lord of the voice from heaven, came to her and said that she was going to give forth a virgin birth, an immaculate conception. Didn't an angel come and tell Mary that she was going to be born of a virgin birth and immaculate conception? So he was the one. Yeah, what a coincidence. But wait a minute, it's even deeper, because Makari Hatshepsut When you see, when we get to the Valley of the Kings day after tomorrow, she's born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. That's right there on her temple. So the virgin birth is an ancient story right here in Kemet. But the most ancient, of course, would be Aset, is her true name that the Greeks call Isis, by the way. Osiris was called Asaru, you see, and Horus was called Haru. So when we say Isis, and when we say Osiris, and we say Horus, that's the Greek terminology. But when you say Asaru, Aset, and Haru, that would be the African terminology of the earliest Trinity concept. But again, Makari Hatshepsut was born of Immaculate Conception. We're going to see that tomorrow as well. So there's a continuous story. Now you see Mut. Here you see Mut. This is where we get the term mother from. This is the wife of Amun. You can't conceive of a god without a wife. Our ancestors understood that their concept of theology, their concept of the spiritual belief system, they understood that realm in the relationship to the living realm. They couldn't see God without a wife. We look at the relationship with our own experience here. Man makes up theology. Man makes up the God concept. That's why the Bible is revised anytime they want to revise it. In the King James Version, it's translated down through the ages. So here you have Mut. This is where we get the term mother from. The goddess Mut, who was the wife of Amun that you see right here sitting on the throne.
Here on the books in stone, we have the evidence. We have the evidence from the books in stone that our ancestors carved as though they knew that one day the story may not be told. And these biblical stories that we've got, that's all we've known. Like Moses and the bulrushes, who had to hide from the so-called evil pharaohs out to kill the firstborn of the Hebrew people, even though there's no documentation of any Jews, Hebrews, who were during this time in Kemet. Now, here we see the story in stone, the original story, of Aset hiding in the papyrus swamps. Here we have Amun holding up the letter Ankh to Aset, and here we have our holy child right here. Also, look at the priest coming to bring gifts and things for the holy child. Look, 1, 2, 3, go. Others are coming right here with the dua, okay, admiration, because this holy child who's born of a holy birth and immaculate conception, Haru, has come to rule on earth. And also that the evil brother of Asar would not rule, and that is Set. So we see all who are coming because of this holy birth that is taking place. Now what we see in this picture now is corrupted to who? Moses and the bulrushes. Herod coming to, not Herod, but the Pharaoh, and keep in mind Pharaoh only means great house or art. They did not use a Pharaoh for king, it was missing. But here it was told and out to kill the child. Was that not plagiarized from these stories that you see in the books and stuff? Also, we see the story of Jesus, who had to hide from who? Herod. So we got these stories that we see. Where did the prototype? Where's the beginning? Where is it coming from? Here is the story is starting from here. Even from the story of Moses, the story is told where? In Egypt. The story of Jesus had to flee into Egypt. So that tells us that Egypt is a home base for a lot of the stories. This is the beginning of the story, because it is here is where it plagiarize the ideas from. So from the Netarus, who are coming, the spiritual Netarus are coming and bringing offerings to the Holy Child. This is long before the Magi, or the 3 kings that we see in the Yuletide. So one account after the other, brothers and sisters. And again, here we see again, Amun was the one. And here we have also Tahuti was important. Why was Tahuti important? Because Tahuti is the one that gave the call to set Aset would have the Immaculate Conception. So here's the story that we get in the biblical account. Mary's in her bedroom, and boom, here comes Gabriel. Mary said, "Who are you?" "I'm Gabriel, the angel of the Lord." "Why are you here?" "Let you know you're going to have a holy birth." So Gabriel is Tahuti, because Tahuti is the one that said Aset would have a holy birth. First telling her husband Asar in the spiritual realm. So we don't know the Netarus, to show how they took and formulated these angels, as they call them.
Our African ancestors, brothers and sisters, saw the matrilineal system. Keep in mind that all the kings had to come through the line of the woman. Is that right? That's right. What man can say he didn't come from a woman? Please step forward so we can understand where you came from. So our ancestors had no problems understanding that divine principle of that sacred womb where we all came from. That was the basis and foundation of the goddess principle and the matrilineal system in Africa. And our ancestors saw, in order for the king to rule the throne, like you have Ursa right here, the goddess Sheshat. Here you see her in the tree of divine wisdom, giving the fruit of divine knowledge and wisdom in order for him to rule the throne. It had nothing to do with no tree of good and evil. The patriarchs who came from the north, the Hyksos and others, who had a misogynistic nature, a hatred towards the woman, could not conceive of a woman nor a goddess giving a man anything. And that story was corrupted. The tree of divine wisdom and divine life was corrupted into the tree of what? Because here we have that they created in their biblical stories in the opening of the pages in Genesis that there was Adam and Eve, is that right? And they were not to eat of the tree of what? Knowledge of what? Good and evil. Now who was seduced by the serpent and ate from the tree? Here we see that she was seduced to eat the fruit, and then she seduced who? Adam. Now we are told that that's the reason for the world's sins of this first woman eating of the tree of good and evil, and that that's also not only the reason for the world's sins, but her monthly cycle is to remind her of that sin. This is what's taught, and that we were born in sin. There was no story whatsoever in the Kemetic Nile Valley that we were born in sin. Like Adam and Eve, that has nothing to do with our story. This is what we see the evolutionists and creationists fighting each other, and they know anthropological studies that black people were first, so they put a black Adam and Eve, and gave Adam a Jerry curl, and gave Eve a weave. The African story is the goddess Sheshat giving the fruit of divine life from the tree of divine life and wisdom in order for the king to rule the throne. And this goddess concept was corrupted throughout the whole African Nile Valley, and even in our spiritual subconscious, even today, where we are told that the sisters are the ones, the women are the ones for the world's sins. This is the demonization of women and the hatred of women. This is part of the sexism that you get in the theologians. Even in Paul, it says that women shouldn't even speak in the church. But I'm letting you know that that is not the African spiritual way, brothers and sisters. We had a god and a goddess. That's a spiritual Ma'atian law that our ancestors saw, okay? So let's understand that there was no rib, by the way, in the African creation story taken from the man to make the woman. That didn't exist. They were created simultaneously. So we did not have no story, but all of us got a navel where the umbilical cord was severed from our mothers, where we all came from. But until we get back to the true spirituality of understanding our divine balance of African men and African women, we'll forever be a victim in somebody else's racist, theological story, and the victimization of sisters where we cannot see our divine balance in the universe. And you know, the story is corrupted anyway, because as they said, there was only Adam and Eve, and then they created a son named who? And Cain went out to the land of Nod and found what? They haven't been able to explain that story yet. And then the racist theologians will tell you that was the sub-Negroid race. No, African people had a great kingdom long before their Adam and Eve story that they created and corrupted from the goddess Aset and Asar from right here in Kemet, right here in Egypt where you are. These stories are told. This is a book in stone. That's why they carved endlessly so it could not be revised. You see the Ark already back there. How could the Ark of Covenant, that the Jews say that Jehovah God is the portable God house, and you got it right here. And we are taught to go to Jerusalem and not to come back here to Kemet. We look at Jerusalem as being the Holy Land, not Kemet as being the Holy Land. This was the original Holy Land. This was the original Taneter land. As we see that Hermes Trismegistus in Greek mythology they literally took it from Tahuti. It is here that our ancestors had us study from the 42 books of Tahuti, representing science, law, and intelligence, who was represented as the ibis bird that you saw. We saw those little white birds that we saw come over here. So our ancestors looked at nature. We didn't worship the bird, but it was an attribute of science, attribute of intelligence. Tahuti writing down the deeds of our life on earth as we lived here. This is where the Western philosophical thought, Greeks took their concept of Hermes Trismegistus from Tahuti, now called thought too. So we see Judaism took God Khnum, fashioning man out of clay, and called him Jehovah. But notice the God Khnum fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay. This is where Judaism took a portion of this to make up their Genesis story with the Sanhedrins around 250 BC. From this relief right here of God fashioning man and woman on the potter's wheel. And they took other concepts of Atum from Heliopolis creation story, or the city of On, to make up their Adam as a man. And we see European Christianity took from the goddess Isis and Horus and made up the European, again, let me express, the European version of Mary and Jesus. Copied directly from these reliefs right here. So you got Greek philosophy, where he took from Tahuti and called it Hermes Trismegistus. You got the Jehovah Genesis creation story and the Bible, where they took from Khnum, fashioning man on the potter's wheel out of clay, and they turned it into making man out of clay, Adam out of clay. And you also got Christianity right here showing Isis lactating or breastfeeding the holy child Horus, who was born of immaculate conception and virgin birth. 3 concepts just from this one relief. You see, all carved in stone. As you can see the line, one dark, one light, showing where this temple was under the water. Nobody could come back and read this. And that's why over here, if you look against this wall right here, much of it, they try to chisel it all out. But our ancestors wrote endlessly as though one day we would forget our story. One day we would not know who we are. One day that the only thing that we put on our genetic memory bank would be an alien, a conqueror's story. In our mind, our story would not be told. And that's why Justinian in the 6th century AD came in and closed these temples down, because they were copying Christianity, the theological concepts from African people. You sisters that y'all sacred. You are goddesses. And that's the problem with the brother today, because they took that concept out of his consciousness. That's why the rap groups around there calling her the bees and stuff. Huh? Okay, now look. Isis holding the Ankh of life. We know what the Ankh of life now is, a symbol of her uterus, right? So here, again, I'll show you, showing where the holy child is coming from her womb. See the loop? That's why she's holding it, because she wants the first immaculate conception and the first holy birth is going to come from her. So she's holding the Ankh for life. Can you see it? Not too much glare there, right? That's why the Europeans, when Justinian and the boys Theodosius, they came in, they tried to chisel it out. Couldn't deal with the real immaculate conception, but they weren't talking about one immaculate conception. Our ancestors were telling us on these reliefs that every woman could produce an immaculate conception, provided that she was on the spiritual level and the man was on the spiritual level. The both of them coming together produced immaculate virgin birth. They chiseled out the Ankh, the top part of it, because that represents the womb. But the other part they kept there to represent the crucifix. You see? That symbol that they didn't take or didn't chisel out was a symbol of the cross. They didn't chisel that one out. So this is another picture of Constantine. Constantine's vision of the cross, which he is pointing to this symbol, Sec Vincius. In this symbol, we shall conquer. Through this symbol, we shall conquer. Supposedly, Constantine got the cross out on the battlefield. Another picture, but now that we know that Constantine came here, now we know where, in fact, Constantine got the cross from. Huh? Right off of your ancestor temples. Has nothing to do with, this is blowing here, has nothing to do with no crucifixion or human sacrifice. Europeans corrupted it. Now we have no understanding or meaning of what the cross means today. And chisel out the Ankh, which was a symbol for life.
So you have different parties, different factions, often identifying with the cat, and the name Moros in Rome was from the Greek Moresh, which was from Mao, the Egyptian word for cat, and resh, the Egyptian word for head or king. So you had the Maresh, were the cat heads or the cat kings, and you know, so it's a very broad, and you'll find people named after cats, but you'll also find people named after other animals as well. But it's a designation that indicates an ancient time of felicity and positiveness, and that's what so many people identify with. And they also, and the antagonists identify with the opposite. You know, let's kill the Moors, let's kick them out of Catholic Spain, let's defeat the feminine energy, let's kill the cats. It all goes hand in hand.
We have a judge in New York, a Supreme Court justice, European descent, named Abel Blackmar, who just declares an entire tribe extinct. Okay, we have a court case, a land dispute, where you have nearly 80 tribe members of the Montauk tribe who come to court. Their chief, okay, Wyandotte Pharaoh, the chief of the tribe of the Montauk Indians, is there, and he's telling the Supreme Court judge to recognize him as the chief of the tribe and to nullify any land deals that are going on between tribe members and some of the other residents, white residents or people of European descent. You had greedy railroad companies and different people who were scheming to take the tribal lands from them. And basically, they were trying to get whatever land rights they had nullified. Okay, they had an agreement for the land where they owned it perpetually, so no one's supposed to be able to take it from them. So what were they doing in this court case? They're trying to finagle them out of their rights. What happens? Judge Abel Blackmar declares the entire tribe of Montauk Indians extinct, and he uses race as his basis for the claim. They even point at the chief, and he asks other residents in the area if they know the chief, if they think Chief Pharaoh is an Indian. And they have these other residents of European descent, everybody's European descent. They're all like, well, his hair is really kinky, his skin's brown, he's a Negro, he's a mulatto, he's a Negro. You know, everybody's saying this, right? All their quote unquote witnesses, right? And so this is the basis of the claim. The judge declares the tribe extinct, okay? And he says they've been mixing too much, and you know that basically they're just Negroes, and so these can't be the Indians. All right, and this is the biggest part of that claim, and this is how they took their land from them. And this was happening all over the country. So, and let me tell you something about that. I mean, like, you guys probably don't care. You don't care about the words or any of this stuff. That's a childish way of looking at it, because even taking on that term black, when you look at it from a legal perspective, you got the Black's Law Dictionary. You can look and see what black means. Black makes you legally dead, you know? Civiliter mortis. I mean, if you've had any exposure to Latin, you know, any Latin-based languages like, you know, Spanish, Portuguese, you know, Italian, French, all that stuff. You know, mortis means morte, means dead. Okay, civilly dead. Or and then if you understand this, there's no wonder why you know black people had to fight for their civil rights. Okay, these are people who were declared civilly dead. And these were the Native Americans for the most part. You did have people who were brought over here from Africa, but for the most part, all the people who are considered black today were already here. Okay, and we've got several instances. We have paper trails, okay, of court cases and laws being changed and declared where, like, whole tribes, entire tribes are being declared Negroes. Okay, And in the case that I was just talking about, this is actually a big deal, and you can go and look all of this stuff up. It's going on my site. It's going in the book. It's all there for you, right? There's a paper trail, okay? And this is how the Montauk Indians became extinct. So when they tell you, which I hear a lot of people regurgitating and saying, well, all the Indians got killed out and blah, blah. This is how they became extinct. This is how they became extinct. Just with words, semantics, word games. I know a lot of people are turned off from the more nationality, the information, and that's because of the people that are delivering it. You know, maybe you're looking at how they're living, you're looking at them, and maybe, you know, you have some people who are scheming, who are trying to this is off topic, but you have people that are scheming, that are trying to squat in houses, you know, trying to say they're sovereign and all this mess that has nothing to do with the movement. Okay, I get that, and it's turning you off, but I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, but that's a part of it, man. That's a part of how you got tricked out of who you really are. Okay, and I mean, if you want to put your head in the sand, that's fine. Like, I get it. You know, there was a big push to, you know, for all of us to come under the umbrella of being black. And in some ways it's good. You got people that are real light complected, like Farrakhan, and, you know, he's black. And people that are dark skinned, we black, and we're all black, and that's cool. And James Brown had the song Black is Beautiful, Black and Proud, and all that. And I get that part of it, the camaraderie and stuff is cool, but you know, if it doesn't matter, because from a legal perspective, you have nothing, man. That's how come the police can kill you and not only get away with it, not even get prosecuted, man. They don't even go to trial. Never. They always declare, they always throw it out. They never take this stuff to trial, you know, because you don't have any civil rights. You really don't. You're legally dead, okay? And anything that we have, like the right to vote, and you know, sometimes you can win little cases or you can get some kind of rights and stuff. These are all just temporary privileges that are granted to these people, you know? These aren't actual rights. So if you want to keep going on under that umbrella, you know, you're doing it with the knowledge, because you could just look in the Black's Law Dictionary and see this stuff for yourself and know that this isn't just some, you know, BS. This is legal terminology. This is what is written into laws. This is what is going on in the court. The Supreme Court's a big deal. Every state has their own Supreme Court. Then you have the National Supreme Court, right? And I mean, the laws and things that are getting written, this is a big deal. It's a big deal. It determines how, you know, how you're interpreted nationally and internationally, you know? So like, it affects your life. And hey, if you want to act like that legal status of black doesn't matter, I'm still going to be black. I'm still going to call myself this. I'm African American. If you're going to say this stuff and act like that doesn't matter, you're doing it with the knowledge that there's more to it than meets the eye. It's not just a word, okay? And then these weren't terms that we made up for ourselves. These were placed on us, okay? We didn't even come up with the term Afro-American, African-American. These are things that were come up with by think tanks of people that didn't look like us at all. People with blonde hair and blue eyes, people who didn't have our best interests at heart, who wanted to take what was ours, who wanted to usurp our heritage, wanted to usurp our resources, right? They wanted to get us off the land, get us disconnected from it so that we won't even feel like fighting for it. Like my great-grandfather's a Blackfoot Indian. He owned land, had a farm, you know, was doing great, and the land wound up getting lost. And I remember my granddad and his brother, my uncle, great uncle, were always like looking for ways to see if they could get that land back, you know? And I mean, I always thought, like, you know, I understood. I'm like, yeah, that was yours, that's ours, that's the legacy. But like, you know, finding out more about, you know, who we really are, it really makes sense now, because it's like this was happening on a grand scale. This was happening all over the country, right? And I mean, like, if you look at someone else in my situation By the time you get down to my generation, they wouldn't even care. You know, because they would have no idea why it'd be important to get that land back. They wouldn't know that their great-grandfather's a Native American because they're black. You're black now. You know, and then there's a disconnect between the generations. You know, they probably wouldn't even be messing with their granddad or nothing like that. So they wouldn't know they're fighting for the land or they're trying to get the land, you know. And then a lot of times people don't even pass the oral history down, you know. But I tell you one thing, like, for the most part, I mean, just on common sense, man, how many of you have grandparents or great-grandparents who can tell you about the days in Africa, or even just tell you that their parent or grandparent came from somewhere in Africa? No one can. You know, the people that can are the people who fucking come from countries like Ghana. You know, they come from places like Nigeria. They know where they came from, you know? And even people who do actually, who would be considered African Americans, who do actually have some lineage from Africa, a lot of those people know. Even with all the craziness going on with slavery and all this stuff, a lot of people know, you know, because at least some vestige of that would have been passed down, you know, even if it was just some kind of rituals, you know, it would have been passed down. But if the only thing you've been told is like, okay, yeah, you got some other stuff in there, maybe some European stuff or something, but yeah, you got Cherokee, you got this, you got Blackfoot, you got all this stuff, right? It's like, dude, that's what you used to be before some white judge came through and declared your people extinct and declared your ancestor a Negro, a black, a mulatto or whatever, and, you know, just took it from them.
Gathered from the remains of ancient Egyptian mummies tells a very different story. The cocaine mummies will be universally regarded as sufficient proof to validate the theory that there was transoceanic contact between the ancient Egyptians from the Old World and the pre-Columbian people of the Americas 3,000 years ago. On September 16, 1976, the mummified remains of the Egyptian pharaoh Ramses II, who ruled the Egyptians more than 3,000 years ago, was brought to the Museum of Mankind in Paris, France. A team of scientists was given the task of repairing the damage to the pharaoh's body and to prevent further deterioration of his remains. One of the scientists involved in the project was Dr. Michel Lescaut, who worked for the Natural History Museum in Paris. While examining the mummified body of Ramses II, Dr. Lescaut was given samples of the fragments found stuck within the fibers of the mummy's bandages. After analyzing the fragments, she found that they were actually fragments of plants. When she studied the sample under a microscope, she made a stunning discovery. You guessed it, the fragments were from a tobacco plant. Traces of what was supposedly and exclusively a New World plant were found on an ancient mummy from the Old World. This led some people to ask, so how did a 3,000-year-old Egyptian mummy get hold of tobacco plants when mainstream history tells us there was no way ancient Egyptians could travel across the ocean? In other words, where did Ramses II get this tobacco? Lady of the Two Lands. The interesting detection of tobacco traces on the remains of Pharaoh Ramses II would have completely been forgotten had it not been for another accidental and similar discovery involving several ancient Egyptian mummies 16 years later. It was in 1992 when Dr. Svetla Balabanova, a toxicologist from the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Ulm, Germany, examined the mummified remains of Henutawi, a priestess who lived sometime in 1000 BC during the reign of the 21st dynasty of ancient Egypt. The priestess's body, along with several other mummies, was basically tested for drugs. To Dr. Balabanova's astonishment, Henutawi's mummified body, along with those of other mummies, showed traces of nicotine and cocaine, particularly in their hair. To make sure she wasn't wrong about her findings, Dr. Balabanova had the tests repeated and sent samples to 3 other labs. When they confirmed that her initial discovery was accurate, she published her findings with 2 of her colleagues.
When the Smithsonian discovered an ancient Egyptian colony in the Grand Canyon. Did Egyptians cross the Pacific Ocean and wander the American Southwest thousands of years ago? In the early 20th century, claims of such a discovery were made by two Smithsonian-funded archaeologists, who spoke of a thriving civilization tucked within a series of caverns carved into the side of a remote portion of the Grand Canyon. What did the archaeologists find? What evidence did they bring back? Hell, did these men even exist? A story on the front page of the April 5, 1909 edition of the Arizona Gazette recounted the discovery of a series of bizarre caves and artifacts in the Marble Canyon region of the Grand Canyon. The report claimed two Smithsonian-funded archaeologists, Professor S.A. Jordan and G.E. Kincaid, are responsible for the find. As the article noted, discoveries which almost conclusively prove that the race which inhabited this mysterious cavern, hewn in solid rock by human hands, was of Oriental origin, possibly from Egypt, tracing back to Ramses. If their theories are borne out by the translation of the tablets engraved with hieroglyphics, the mystery of the prehistoric peoples of North America, their ancient arts, who they were and whence they came, will be solved. Egypt and the Nile, and Arizona and the Colorado will be linked by a historical chain running back to ages which staggers the wildest fancy of the fictionist. Later in the article, a cross-legged idol resembling Buddha is described along with a large tomb filled with mummified humans, a veritable mashup of Egyptian and East Asian cultures. A dangerous region to explore, although this remote area of the Grand Canyon makes for perilous traveling. Expeditions by private collectors and academics went forward. The site of Kincaid's discovery was roughly 42 miles away from El Tovo Crystal Canyon, and the Arizona Gazette article noted that the cavern's entrance was 1,500 feet down a sheer cliff. This is not the easiest terrain to cover, but it's topography that could be overcome today. Conspiracy theorist John Rhodes claims to know the exact location of the caverns. The site is guarded today by a lone soldier carrying an M16, and that the caverns are a museum for civilization's shadowy elites. Smithsonian denials no record exists of Kincaid or Professor Jordan within the Smithsonian's Department of Anthropology, nor is there a paper trail at the Smithsonian detailing the artifacts gathered on the expedition. When asked directly about Kincaid's claims, a Smithsonian Institute representative once said, "Well, the first thing I can tell you, before we go any further, is that no Egyptian artifacts of any kind have ever been found in North or South America. Therefore, I can tell you that the Smithsonian Institute has never been involved in any such excavations." The Smithsonian Institute went so far as to destroy artifacts to maintain this historical viewpoint. Espousers of this theory mention man-made mounds with plaster walls strewn across the American Midwest and a series of fire-hewn coffins found in Alabama in 1892 that were turned over the Smithsonian Institute, only to be lost in the years following. A paucity of evidence. Kincaid and Jordan returned without artifacts or pictures of the findings, leaving the Arizona Gazette article as the sole evidence of the expedition. No data outside of the article substantiates the existence of Professor Jordan, and Kincaid's only other known reference comes in a March 12 article in the Arizona Gazette. The March 12 piece notes that Kincaid is in Yuma, Arizona. It mentions simply that he is an avid photographer who carries very high-end photography equipment. This is a particularly questionable tidbit, as no photos of Kincaid's discovery of the mummified bodies or a Buddha-like statue exist, let alone general photos of this portion of the expedition.
Welcome back to lecture number 3. And now we are leaving. We've started off in the Northeast, and we've been coming across the country. We hit the Midwest really hard, and now we're going farther to the west here in North America, to the American Southwest. And we're going to start off in the Grand Canyon. And I'm featuring this book here because this is a book that you can judge by its cover. The Grand Colorado, the story of a river and its canyons. And its canyons, right there. And coincidentally, the actual canyon that they show here is the Marble Canyon. This is the lower half of the Marble Canyon, or towards the southern end. Now, what a lot of people don't realize is you got the main Grand Canyon basin, but there are literally hundreds, well, maybe dozens and dozens of huge canyons that drain into the Grand Canyon. It's not just one canyon. There are dozens and dozens and dozens of creeks and rivers that flow into the Grand Canyon. and a lot of them are supported with springs. You have the Little Colorado that comes into the Grand Canyon also, along with the Colorado River as it comes out of Lake Powell. All right, now this Grand Colorado book was printed in the late 50s, early 60s or so. And we're going to talk a little bit about what it has in it. We're going to go here. And it couldn't be any more clear than that, the canyon dwellers. All right, and then right here, okay, so it had to be in the early 60s. In 1963, additional split twig figurines recovered from a huge limestone cavern in Marble Canyon. Okay, in Marble Canyon. All right, so let's look a little bit down into the Marble Canyon. And I showed what they couldn't get to on the History Channel show was they couldn't get down into the Marble Canyon because nobody there had a clue. Jerry Wills, he didn't have a clue about the Marble Canyon. He just along for the ride. There was absolutely nothing that he added to the program. And I don't really even know how Jerry Wells and Scott Walter hooked up, but Scott Walter, he don't know anything about the Grand Canyon either. I mean, it's just the folklore. And most of what people knows about the Grand Canyon is just what they reprinted from the article written in the early 1900s from an explorer named Kincaid. All right, but here we have a spot here in the Colorado River, and this is all tillable. This is where a big farm is, okay? And it's very fertile soil. And here we start off with some of the issue. Hundreds of ruins on both north and south rims indicate that many families remained on the plateau and farmed there during the summer months. And he's talking about another trail here. From this trail, it was possible to cross the river and climb out on the other side. Well, see, if anyone had told Jerry Wells and Scott Walter, hey, you know, you got to go down on the other side and then cross the river to get to where it is that you think you want to be, well, they didn't know anything about that. They didn't know. All right? So now, let's look at the cave that is causing so much controversy. Here it is. It's an opening. A cave in the sheer wall of the Marble Canyon, occupied by man 2,000 years before the birth of Christ. All right? Now, what do we got here? Okay, I deduced years ago that it was the Marble Canyon even before I had this book, because I had trail books, and my father had trail books. My father went to Prescott High School, graduated from Prescott High School, and he had done a lot of exploring in the Grand Canyon. And back then, anybody could go and explore in the Grand Canyon. It's no big deal. And they had all these trail books. Okay? But there, right there, clearly, a cave in the sheer wall. Now, we can see that is no small cave. That appears to be a cave of very large capacity. All right? And it's in the sheer wall of the cliff. Okay? Well, that might be a little dangerous to get to. We've already seen that there's hundreds of dwellings in the Grand Canyon. But anyway, that is a picture of the cave. Now, I want to point out that in all of these old books printed about the Grand Canyon, which there are many, any and most all of them printed in the 30s, 40s, and 50s show massive ruins in the Grand Canyon. All anybody's got to do is go to a used bookstore and just start buying up every book you see that has the Colorado River in it or the Grand Canyon and that was printed before like 1980, and just start buying them. And they're real cheap. Nobody wants them anymore. Oh, that's an old book. Most people don't want an old book. But if you want to see what's in the Grand Canyon, you want to see those ruins physically, and you want a good picture of them. I have another book that I cannot find, but it had this right here in color from a farther away view. and published. It's no big deal. Well, what happened? What happened? How come everything all of a sudden went haywire? This is Grand Canyon Treks. This is a book printed, I think, in the late 60s. And this is the only Grand Canyon trail book that I have left. I had 3 others. I had one that I had purchased that was like from the late 1940s. And my father had one from the early 1930s. And he had another one from the early 1940s. And I studied these. I had my contour maps. When I was trying to find where exactly in the marble or in the canyon that this supposed ancient Egyptian cave was there, I was trying to track it down. So what I noticed with the USGS maps and the trail books is that it didn't fit. The coordinates that were in the trail books did not match the contour maps and the names on the contour maps. Bright Angel Creek or this river or Temple of Isis was here, or the path through the Triple. So what I noticed though is that the USGS maps of the Grand Canyon, they changed all the names of the trails, and they changed all the names of the creeks and the rivers in there. Well, why did they do that? Well, these trail books, and how I actually figured out, between the 4 trail books I had and the other Colorado River and Grand Canyon books I had, I started to be able to notice and deduce where the trails were that Kincaid was talking about, and how far this one was and how far that one was. And the USGS maps, when you look at it, it's a different name. That pathway has a different name. They scrambled all the names of the creeks and the rivers and the trails. And here we're going to find out why. Grand Canyon Treks. Most of these trail books took you to different dwellings. 900 years ago, people were building dwellings all through the canyon. Oh, wow. Oh, well, okay. I'll buy that. 900 years ago. They say 900 years ago. That other one said 2,000 years before Christ, didn't it? All right? All right, now, talking about Cremation Canyon along the Kabbab Trail. Out of sight in the east arm of Cremation Canyon are several caves. Okay, there's not one cave in the Grand Canyon. There are hundreds of caves in the Grand Canyon. And there are hundreds of caves in the canyons that go into the Grand Canyon. And these trail books would tell you how to get there. And all of these trail books took you right to fantastic ruins. The creek from Roaring Springs is by far the largest tributary of Bright Angel Creek. The cave from which the water flows has been surveyed and has 11,000 feet of passages. Okay? 11,000 feet of passages. Well, who was there? Cavers were there. But these were Arizona native cavers, and they knew how to get in and out of the Grand Canyon. Now, you've got people that rappel on rocks, but you don't have people that rappel down cliffs that are 3,000 to 4,000 feet high and go back up them again. And I've met some of these guys. You have to basically carry almost your body weight in water, and you constantly have to drink the water, and you constantly have to climb. And the fellows that do that, they're not real tall of stature, but their arms are just absolutely huge. And they carry backpacks front and back full of water, and then they have their gear, and they can rappel up these sheer cliffs. They do it. And the desert and the dry air of the Grand Canyon is not someplace where the novice needs to be. They don't know how to drink water. They don't know how to regulate their water. They have found people dead who have died of thirst out in the desert, and they have 2 canteens full of water. They didn't know. They didn't know. It's not something that the novice should be just jumping gung-ho to do. Okay, but in this one cave here, they found 11,000 feet of passages right there. Okay? Now, Let's talk about cremation again. Cavers have rigged a scaffold and explored the hole, but the depth wasn't comparable to the caves behind Thunder Spring and Teepit's Creek source, approximately 3,000 feet and 6,000 feet respectively. Okay, so now we're showing, and now at this point we're at 20,000 feet of caves. Are you following me? We're at 20,000 feet of caves that these trails will take you right to them. All right. Now in Thunder Spring and Teepit's Creek, you can look at these online, and what you'll see is a lot of these passageways that they talk about here, they're all collapsed. It's almost as if somebody, some park rangers or something, went out there in the middle of the winter. All you got to do is build a fire and let the heat get up to the ceiling for about an hour or two, and then pop, these huge boulders just crack and just fall right down. All right? Because some of the pictures that they show, it doesn't look like, to me, that it's that the ceiling has exfoliated or become dilapidated because of the time, piece by piece by piece. Looks to me like somebody just threw it in the garbage can. There it all is, boom. And it's hard to navigate now. So I wonder if they did that on purpose. Okay? So what we see is that in the Grand Canyon, you have all these trail books. Because the trail books that I had from the 30s and the two from the 40s and then this one, they all had directions and explicit detail of how to get to these ruins in the Grand Canyon. Well, what happened? What happened was people are camping all over it. They're getting down in there. They're getting stuck. Some people are dying. Some people are hurting themselves. They come out with broken bones, broken ankles. And rescue missions are extremely precarious and difficult to execute. So, and then let alone these cavers that was back before ecology was a word. They were trashing out these ruins. Some of the ruins were being ransacked. So let's see what we've got here. We've got an Egyptian cave that's huge, that's loaded with Egyptian artifacts, but are we going to be safe to say that there are hundreds of them in there? Maybe there are. Maybe there are hundreds of these caves in the Grand Canyon that are hard to get to, that all these people have been ransacking for years and years and years. Hey, let's close it off. Let's change the name of the trails from the trails book so that anybody that's got all these old trail books, they can't find their way back to their car. They never will be able to, because we have taken these trail names and we've moved them, this one a mile this way, we've moved this trail a mile this way. We've screwed it up, and we don't allow anybody in there anymore because it's just too hard to get them out of there. And there are issues with birds flying, and a bird flies into a helicopter or a plane or this or that, and they get chopped up, hurts the helicopter, you can go down. And when you're in the Grand Canyon, in any kind of plane or anything, the sound just echoes through the canyon for miles. And I mean, you can go stand on not just the Grand Canyon, but many canyons out in Arizona and yell and hear your voice echo for several seconds, on and on and on, in a delayed fashion. And in the Grand Canyon now, as many people they have that want to see it, they stay booked up year round. The planes come in and they land in the bottom of the canyon, and they're there for exactly 10 minutes or 5 minutes or 2 minutes, whatever it is, enough for you to get out and then get back in, the group get back in, and then boom, it takes off, and then the next one comes. It is clockwork. It has to be timed perfect, and they are on a schedule, real tight schedule. And these aerial tours through the canyon, they're pretty tightly controlled. So that's why that we know that the Egyptian hieroglyphs are there. All the things that they talk about, I don't doubt for 1 second that the dining hall that's 380 feet long, 50 feet high, and 40 feet wide with a table carved out of stone, the whole distance. Yeah, I believe it. I believe that that's not the only one. Granaries full of grain, tablets with Egyptian hieroglyphs on them, or some kind of hieroglyph. Well, it could be something like we looked at earlier, not true Egyptian, but Egyptian. See, something that's vernacular, something that the common man could have carved without having all these super fine utensils and just having tons and tons of time to execute his craft, like some of the artisans inside the pyramid walls. They got paid good money to take their time and not do anything. And that's another thing when we were getting back to Egyptian syntax, is you can take your time, because if you forget a word, or if you forget an action or a noun, just put it anywhere. You can put it just anywhere and make the same sentence. It's not a clean language like we have in modern English today. So anyway, that is why the Grand Canyon and this thing is closed off, because everybody was going there, and they were pilfering whatever they could, and it was. I'm sure that they just decided, hey, it's become a madhouse with all these trail books. There were probably 20 trail books from the 30s, 20 from the 40s, and in the 50s on up. There's no telling what kind of chaos they had in the Grand Canyon at any point in time. So we're going to look though now at J.J. Brody's book, The Anasazi, which is a beautiful book, expensive book, printed in Italy. I believe this, yeah. And J.J. Brody was the art professor at University of New Mexico at Albuquerque. And he's a brilliant artist. And in the recent article that came out concerning the Pueblos of Chaco Canyon, they used one of J.J. Brody's pictures, but it was colored in. Now in this book, the picture I'm going to show you is not colored in. This is Pueblo Bonito. And to me, it's the best shot of a reconstruction. Okay? Now, that, to me, if that existed today, that would be a very modern, futuristic looking building. And it is a fantastic complex. Had gardens, irrigation, had all these kivas, what they call kivas. They're round, sunken rooms that go down, that go down below the earth. And some of them are propped up, like you see here, that centerpiece there, right here, where it goes to here. This is elevated, and it has a kiva. Well, that kiva probably goes on down into the ground. But here, you'll see fire coming out of that kiva there, okay? Well, I just want to explain that if you have a fire down inside one of these kivas, you're going to be dead in not too many hours. Your oxygen's going to get eaten up. There's going to be nothing but carbon monoxide. And so what they determined is that these holes in the middle are where they would put a ladder. And people would walk out there, climb down the ladder, and underneath the ladder they would have a fire going. Well, that doesn't make any sense for several reasons. All right? I don't think that somebody that lives here is going to climb down the ladder and smoke. It's going to make you cough. And I don't think that there's going to be any fire at all in any of these kivas. I would believe that the entrance in and out of these kivas would be right around the edge, right around the lip. So you have a ladder, because that's where you have a good, solid, firm footing to access ingress, egress down into the kivas. And I would think that if they ever had to heat these kivas, what they would do is build a fire, put stones in that fire, and then throw the stones down into the kiva to keep warm instead of building a fire. I believe that the experts who say that fire was inside these kivas are just sadly mistaken and don't know very much about physiology of repeated inhalation of carbon monoxide. All right? So they don't know what they did in these kivas. These kivas are a mystery. There's just all kinds of kivas. These round, well, they could have stored water in them. They could have done many things with these circular rooms built into the ground. And I'm not so sure what they did in them or with them myself, but I guarantee you one thing they did inside these kivas is they taught their children how to build more kivas. Now moving forward, we're going to look at some more. This is a book, beautiful book, a northern skull called the Cliff Dwellers of the Mesa Verde. Mesa Verde is in the Four Corners region. And just like Chaco Canyon, it's a massive, massive civilization. You have Fairview House, you have Cliff Palace, you have Spruce Tree House, you have all these wonderful, wonderful, amazing settlements built right into the, carved right into the cliff walls, or a flat place underneath a shelter where they built bricks up. And at Cliff House, or Cliff Palace there, the main attraction at Mesa Verde, inside the little tower there, you can look in it, and sure enough, there is a pyramid, a painting of a pyramid up in towards the top of it. But where did these guys get the idea of painting a pyramid? I don't know. But this is a fantastic book, and I could do an entire lecture just on this one book. In the back of the book is a section called Appendix, Human Remains. It's not listed in the table of contents. And a lot of people are not going to get that far in the book unless you're really into it and you're a bookworm and you read several hundred thousand words per minute, that you're going to get this far, because this is by a different guy, a G. Rexius. Human Remains from the Cliff Dwellings at Mesa Verde. Well, there again, we can just pretty much judge this book by its cover, can't we? Well, in the back of the book, shows skulls. It shows all kinds of skulls that they found there at Mesa Verde, and however they were buried. And the skull on the top of the left is the same as the skull on the bottom of the left. It's just a different angle. Same for the skulls on the right. That's a front view. This is a side view. And even back then, these people, these scientists, thought that these were peculiar, and they wanted to document these skulls of these people. Let's look at some more of them. Here's one here. And that's him. This is the same guy. You see him here, and you see him there. And here's another one. Ooh. Well, guess what we have here? Doesn't that look like the Star Child? All right. Now, the Star Child, the one that you see now, I guess is a replicated piece of art. But I remember back in the late 90s, the Star Child had teeth. And I'm just wondering, like, well, maybe if somebody did a little bit of research, could the teeth from the Star Child be anything similar to this? And if the teeth are the same, then we have a provenance for the Star Child. Then it didn't come from Mexico. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Here's another one. And now we're going to go to some of the bigger complexes. This is from the Casa Grande. And I just want to point out that I'm not going to get into much of those skulls. I wanted to show that because it was similar to the Star Child that has been such a big, big hoopla over nothing. Over nothing. Because in one of my future presentations, I'm going to show you a whole graveyard full of them that they found. A whole graveyard, an entire cemetery of nothing but the Star Children. So it's not Star Child anymore, it's the Star Children. But this is this comes from Casa Grande, which is a huge ancient settlement. Oh, I think it's about 25 miles south of Phoenix, Arizona, on I-10 there, south of Chandler. And it's just off the freeway, not too far. You can go and see it. And of course, it's got my notes, because I was always trying to figure out what was the standard of measurement that these people used. I figured that to have such a discipline, to have such massive buildings and walls, there had to be a standard of measurement. And it had to be something that everybody had, that everybody could use. And they don't have, if it was out of wood, well, that would probably deteriorate after time. And shoot, if these people had a piece of wood, maybe in the wintertime they would burn it to stay warm. But after all of my research, I determined that the standard of measurement that these people used was 10 times 2 fingers. And they used that as their standard. You can do it quick, you can do it fast, and everybody can do it. And because my fingers are larger than theirs, mine comes up to a little bit more. But when I measured their doorways, when I measured their windows, when I measured the thickness of their walls that are all uniform, all perfectly intact, that's the determination that I came up with, that they were using 10 times 2 fingers. And this is a huge settlement here. And if you see that the compound, this is several hundred feet one way, and I think it's like 180 feet the other way. All right. So north and south, it would be what, 300-400 feet, and then the other way, I think it ends up being right at close to 200 feet. So this is a huge building, massive, and it's obvious that a lot of people live there. And where you see the shaded area not excavated, this whole compound is surrounded by a huge wall. And they say, well, who would be out there trying to fight and get in here? I don't believe it was a defensive wall. It's overdone. Now here at Casa Grande, this was a huge settlement, and there were other buildings. This is Compound A. There were other buildings all around it, okay? Just massive, all right? And this is another favorite ruin of mine. You can see the kivas in it. It's called Yellow Jacket Ruin. It's in Colorado. This little legend right here shows you 60 meters, which is roughly 180 feet. Let's call it 200 feet. Well, with that legend right there being 200 feet, can you get some idea of how massive this ruin is? That would be, what, over 1,000 feet from, well over 1,000 feet, probably 2,000 feet from top to bottom, north to south, and then probably at least, what, 900, 800 feet from east to west here. But it's just massive, massive, cross street. And all these, what you see here around these kivas are buildings, okay? Each one of these kivas here are roughly 30 feet in diameter. So what did they do in these kivas? And just on and on and on. The buildings there are just massive. Here you see the breakdown trail, and then the lower level here where they would go up and down, and you see the talus. That's where a lot of that is just trash bin, old pottery, old utensils, etc., etc. But this Yellow Jacket Ruin has 165 kivas, and they aren't sure of exactly how many rooms it had. Now, I have been fascinated with the Anasazi ruins, or be them the Hohokam, the Salado, the Mogollon, the Sinagua, the Membre. They got all kinds of neat names for them because they try to make it confusing. For someone who's studying the ancient North American Southwest, you read these books and they can become quite confusing. So I wanted to make my own list. I wanted to make my own list. I wanted to list all of the ruins that I could, compiling the information from my books. I wanted to point out certain things. I wanted to get some idea of what the level was, ASL. I wanted to know where the kivas were, special things. Did they have a movie theater? Did they have a show stage? Did they have passages underneath them? Towers, great houses, how many people lived there, how many rooms they found, how many stories they were. So I was working on my list here. That ended up being 10 pages long, and it's never been completed. I haven't worked on it since December of 1998. But in all these books, I'm reading them, and I see these huge ruins like Yellow Jacket Ruin. Here's another one, Grasshopper Pueblo, Mogollons down in Arizona. Massive, massive ruin. All right, the legend up at the top there says what? 50 meters is what that is. If that's 50 meters, 150 feet, we get some idea that that's 400 feet, 500 feet right there. just in the main, what they call the great house. They call this the great. The main establishment in any of these dwellings is called the great house. And I don't know where that comes from. It's just a standard that everybody goes by. But this right here looks like a pretty great house to me. And there's other settlements all over the place. In Casa Grande alone, there's like over 20 settlements, 20 different buildings and places where people live. And here's another one, Grasshopper Pueblo. One of the large mountain pueblos. One of the large mountain pueblos. Okay, here's another one, the Puyi Pueblo. Okay, had 1,000 rooms on the ground floor, and there are even rooms. Here's a layout here at the top of it, but even still, there were rooms all along inside this cliff here. You see the ladder there? You can see some kind of, I get some idea of how big this ruin is. And I'm adding all my data here, making my list, and something peculiar pops up. In two of these books that have these huge ruins in them, they talk about the really big sites, the really big ones, the really big great houses, the really big establishments, like Chevelon and Cheves Pass. Chevelon and Cheves Pass. Well, now, where's Chevelon and Cheves Pass? Well, you see here, there's another one, San Canyon Pueblo. Again, here's another one. And the legend there is 20 meters, 60 feet. Okay, you get some idea that right there is about 600 feet in girth. And it's probably, 800 feet from top to bottom. It's got a spring that runs right through the middle of it. Look at all those kivas and houses. How many people can live in a place the size of what? 50 football fields? How many people live there? But this isn't one of the big ones. The really big ones, like Chevelon and Cheves Pass. Well, if they're big, why can't I get any information on them? How come they're not in the books? How come? Well, where's Chevelon and where's Cheves Pass? Hey, here's a Delorme layout of Arizona. And what we're going to look at right here is section number 43. Okay? Here you'll see Chevelon Creek, and here you see Clear Creek. All right? Here's Winslow, and this is I-40 coming down through here. Okay? Chevelon and Cheves Pass, because I couldn't find out anything about it. And it was back before you could just Google something. It's probably even before Google. I think back then everybody was using Mammoth.com for search engine. Well, where are they? What are they? Well, here we have a little bit closer picture here. This is Highway 40, Interstate 40 right there. And right here you come down and we have the meteor crater. And then you have Cheves Pass Road. Can we see that there? Cheves Pass Road. You come down this road here from the south, and you're constantly 24, 25 miles, and you're constantly going up in a slow, steady grade the farther you go. You're just constantly going up, going up, going up for several miles. Now, if anybody wants to go here, you have to check in at the meteor crater road there, and you want to tell them that you're going out to Cheves Pass. And they're going to want to see your vehicle. They want to make sure that you got water. They want to make sure that your tires are good, that you got a spare, and that you're in some kind of, a car can't make the trip. You have to be in at least a light pickup, preferably four-wheel drive, to get to Cheves Pass and Cheves Mountain. See? Cheves Mountain right here. Well, where's Chevelon? We saw the creek. Well, there it is, right here. Lookout Tower at Chevelon Butte. They're about 18 miles from each other. Well, that's peculiar. The books say the really big ones like Chevelon and Cheves Pass, and they're so close to each other. Well, what's the mystery here? Why isn't that in the book? Why doesn't somebody go out and put it in the book like this? It's got everything in Chaco Canyon, everything in Casa Grande, everything in Yellow Jacket Ruin, everything in so many books here. These commercial books, I buy them at the museum. I bought them at the sites because I visited probably over 100 sites out in the American Southwest. And I want to know, what's the Cheves Mountain, Cheves Pass, and Chevelon Butte? I want to know. I want to see it with my own eyes. If these books are saying, I'm looking at Yellow Jacket Ruin, and I'm looking at this massive ancient civilization, and they say that that's not even one of the big ones, but these two are the big ones, what's the story there? Okay. This is the USGS map coming into Cheves Pass. I took it upon myself because I said, I want to see these. I'm making my documentation. I've read all these books. I've underlined, all of them have my underlines in them, my notes, my annotations, and I want to see Cheves Pass. And since I can't find anything on it, I'm going to go document it myself. We'll go see what there is and see if it's worth documenting. And you'll see the road comes down into Cheves Pass this way here. All right? And this pass right through here is Cheves Pass. Comes in right here, and then it goes out. Well, to the east of Cheves Pass is Cheves Mountain. And then you'll see the top of it is relatively flat. It is a butte. And you see the dark brown right there? That is a cliff. All right? So now I'm going to go back over here to the west side. And you see the two blue dots there? That's where we're going. And you can see a foot trail there. And you can see a couple of other settlements here. I'm going to check this out. Well, here's a good shot to the east showing Cheves Mountain. All right? I'm standing on the western side of Cheves Pass taking a picture of Chevelon Mountain. All right? This is a picture of the north side. And right here is the north face of Cheves Mountain right here. All right, and here's the another view, but giving you some idea of the landscape there. All right, here's another picture, very close to the same thing. Now, this is a picture of south of Cheves Mountain, and guess what that is? It's about 18 miles out there. That's Chevelon Butte. Oh, okay, which is right here. All right. They're 20 miles away from each other. They obviously knew each other. You can see, I can see your house from my house. I can see your house from here. There they were, and here they are. So now the peculiarities are starting to come together. We have Chevelon Butte and Cheves Pass that are supposed to be the largest of them all, and you can't find anything about either one of them, but they're neighbors. They're neighbors. Well, what's the mystery here? Now looking down towards just one little settlement, there were 23 ancient building sites in Cheves Pass and Cheves Mountain. Okay, and this is one of them. I'm looking down on it, and there were what we call pit houses all around the base here, and it had a great house right here on the top. And it was just a small one. It wasn't nothing much. This small one. All right, and all down through here, just massive pit houses and places where you could definitely tell there were ancients living there. And this is looking down at Cheves Pass, the pass that the Mexican Cheves had taken a party into and through Cheves Pass back in the early 1800s or so. They gave it its name, and this is the road. And then you end up parking somewhere down a little bit more. Now this is a picture of me walking across a plaza. Now I wanted to show a picture of that because I'm actually there. I'm not stealing somebody else's pictures. These are my pictures. And I had a friend take a picture of me so that I could see. So you can actually see this is a pretty big place. And that's a huge plaza. Okay? And then I start investigating the walls. the blocks and the bricks and the rocks that they built their houses with were just absolutely huge. And they were so heavy. Where did they come from? They're so large and heavy, there's no way to get enough human beings around it to even think about picking them up. How did they do it? How did they get these rocks? And underneath a bunch of them, you can see close to the ground that they had the caliche between the ash and the clay and the ground up bits of organic matter where they actually made the concrete. And the rocks are huge. They're super. Walls. They estimate that Chevis Pass perhaps had 5 or 6 stories of these huge stone structures going right up from the grave house. And these, there's no small stones here. It's like, where are the big stones? We want to build our house out of the big stones. Well, that doesn't sit with the scheme. That doesn't sit with the proper way of thinking when it comes to all these ancient dwellings in the American Southwest, throughout New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and Utah. You're not supposed to use stones that big. You're supposed to use smaller bricks like what we have at Chaco Canyon. You're supposed to use smaller stones like what we have at Cliff Palace and all through Mesa Verde. Or you're supposed to have a stucco type of smaller stone like we have at Casa Grande. Walls. Massive walls. Massive. Everywhere. Acres and acres and acres of these vast walls that you can tell by the way they have collapsed that they must have been several feet tall. And I could not even turn one of these stones over if I wanted to. You're not supposed to touch anything here at the site. And you can take pictures of things, but you don't want to take anything because that's just not right. Now, here we have a shot that's going out towards the northwest. And for anybody who's from Arizona or knows the topography there, that mountain right there in the background is San Francisco Peaks. To give you some idea of the orientation here, I'm facing kind of northwest for this picture. And all that you see here, all of this ground, is all fallen walls. Everywhere. All through here. And I'm thinking, why hasn't somebody documented this? Why hasn't somebody put it in the books? Why do I have to come out here myself and go buy a 300-foot tape measure and start measuring and drawing my own map just so that I know what is here? Here's another line, just massive walls. And here's another showing of just how big some of the rocks are. And just on and on and on. Here's another. And these are not the same walls. I never took more than one picture of a wall or 2 walls. I tried to get as many walls in one picture because if not, I would just have an entire photo album, which I ended up with, of all these walls. And on this particular ruin, I could do an entire program just on this ruin with the information that I gleaned in the 2.5, 3 weeks that I was actually there every day. And it was over a Thanksgiving weekend. I had some vacation time. I put that in with Thanksgiving. And because it is so fascinating, I became infatuated with this ancient ruin, if such exists. Now there, it looks like a little pool, but it's actually just a dried puddle of sand that kind of gives a reflection. But I'm showing down, and you see all these huge stones scattered about. And these used to be parts of rooms. Here's another up towards the top. Now these trees right here, there were 3 trees on the top that I used for my my starting point. And I would always shoot my compass readings to get my accuracy with my walls and my buildings from those 3 trees. Now something that is a real good issue here is if you look at the lichens, they say that, oh, this civilization vanished in the 1300s. Does that lichen there look like it's 1300s to you? looks much, much older to me. Much older. Let's continue. This right here is a good shot of showing where the stone, how the stones fit together on the bottom, and the caliche or the stucco or the concreted substance that they used to hold the building together over a period of time. And I'm sure that when the people lived there, it was a constant maintenance nightmare, but at least they had something going for them. And you can see how it's washing out here towards the bottom, but it's still intact. Even after hundreds and hundreds of years, it's still there, and it's in pretty good shape. You know, some of the walls, if they had just been kept up, it could still be happening. I'm sure of it. But it's just so massive, and the stones are so massive. Well, why isn't there anybody doing anything here? Is it because it's so far away from the road? And here you see some more of the wash, how they did right in here. This area right here is caliche, that is stucco that's washed out. Here's some more of it right in here. And right up here is where that last picture was. Because I just thought this wall here was good to show how the concrete came together. And this right here isn't a pocket-sized stone. That from there to there, if you judge by that, that's probably about 3 feet right there. If you think that right there is probably 2 feet long, that's probably 4.5 feet from that end to that end right there. And look at how overgrown the lichens these stones are, some of them. They're just very old. This place, it's not making sense to me. Not making sense. Here's another massive room with walls all around it that are still together. This wall here is probably about 6 feet, 7 feet tall, even still today. Well, back in 98, 99. And here's another shot on towards the northwest. There's like a ditch that starts at the top of the view where the great house is, and it goes down into a ravine. All right. Now let's show you. It comes somewhere. You'll see it comes like right through here, and another one kind of meets up with it over here, and then they go down into this ravine over here and then out towards the northwest. You see along that line, that tree line there is where another stream comes down. I got to check that out. I don't know what's at the end of that. Well, guess what's at the end of it? Here's another shot as I'm going down. It's not real deep, maybe 5, 6, 10 feet at the most. But up here, you can kind of see where it's going. It's coming into a wash, and there is a spring cave down at the bottom of it. A spring cave. All right. Now, at one time you could see that there was water that had come in out of the back of this cave. It's not very tall. That what you see there is about 3.5 feet, and then it goes back for probably another 20 feet or 25 feet. And it has a stream coming out of it, but it's just a trickle today. Here's another shot of it. All right. And it does get more water as snow and ice melt come into this little place down here at the foot. It's not all the way down to the bottom. It's still several hundred feet or 150 feet from the bottom of the butte. It's not down way low on the bottom. But it's a place to keep water cool. The water runoff, they had it down. And I'm sitting going, why? I mean, this is totally significant. Why isn't there anybody that has done anything with it? Why can't we see anything? Now, here you see the trees along the top, the 3 trees, center, left, and right, that I used. And that area there is where the great house was. Massive building. Here's another shot looking off down towards the north. Now I'm going to zip through some of these. Here's what appears to be a plaza, what I call a plaza. And you can see there's a long wall here. There's walls all along here, all along and back and through here. Wow, this place is over half a mile long. Here's another shot of a wall. And look at the lichens all over it. And it takes there today and with these pictures that these lichens haven't grown very much at all. Here's size, showing the size against that tree of some of the boulders that this great house was built from. A lot of them are half the size of a Volkswagen Bug, and some of them are half the size of even larger cars. How did these people move them? How did they carry them? They came from the butte there, and they were moved. Some of them were tooled and broken, and you start to notice the pottery. Pottery everywhere. It's almost like the mountain is made of this pottery. What do we have here? We have what we call Gila River polychrome, which is very similar to Salado polychrome. And that's some of the books I don't have here. It's all my pottery books. The difference between Salado polychrome and Gila River polychrome is 40 miles. It's exactly the same thing. But the scientists and the anthropologists, they can't call it the same thing. Even though it is, they said, well, let's confuse it. Let's make it confusing. And I used to trip them up too, you know. Was that Salado or Gila River? Well, I don't know. They don't really know much. They don't study these books like I do. They don't make comparisons. They don't open up 3 or 4 books together and then try to go through them and try to learn from them. But this is clearly Gila River polychrome. And here's Salado polychrome, some more polychrome. But oops. Here shows how on the ground is just thousands, millions of pieces of broken pottery. You start to see that everywhere you've been stepping the whole time that you've been there is all on crushed pottery. There's crushed pottery everywhere, all over the place. There must be 100 pieces of broken pottery just in this one picture here. You can tell by the twigs that's probably less than a foot by a foot. Aha! Now a few things are coming together. Here's 2 pieces of pottery here. Well, this is clearly membrane pottery, and so is this one. But here we have other pieces of polychrome. Wait a sec, hold it. Here's a mixture of the cultures. And then the light comes on. Click. These 2 ruins don't fit the pattern. They don't fit the pattern of what we're trying to say in all these stacks of books here. They don't match. All right? Here's some more polychrome pieces. Where'd these come from? Well, obviously, these guys knew everybody, and everybody knew these guys. So it puts a lot of strain on the migration theories of the Anasazi, Sinagua, Salado, Mogollon, and Membrace people. Throws a wrench in the works when it comes to their migrations, because these books have the silliest migration patterns that you would ever dream. All right? Because here we go to some of the petroglyphs, and they're not in any book. They're not in any book, and they never will be. Here's some more petroglyphs. This looks like some kind of dog facing something. Could be a ram. I don't know. Could be a ram. Probably. There's more rams out there than there were dogs. Some kind of horned sheep. I don't know the difference between a sheep with horns or a ram. Maybe it's the style of the horn. But as I started documenting the petroglyphs, I began to realize that once you start looking for them, you start finding them behind every tree, every rock. And it looks like certain artisans had their own rock. Because you'll see a rock that's got a petroglyph on it, and the other petroglyphs you see, they're in the same style. Like this rock here, there's others off to the left of this petroglyph, but you're not going to be able to see them just with the camera quality that I had at that time. Here's another one. A lot of the petroglyphs appear to us to have no meaning, but they must have had a meaning to someone, otherwise they wouldn't have spent the time to perform them. And here, this is, I think that right there is Thanksgiving Day of 1998, 11/24, or close to it. That looks like a duck on a motorcycle to me. I'm just saying. You can't really see it that good, but somebody wanted it to be seen. It's certainly not like it. Here's another one. And some of them are just huge. This petroglyph here is probably about 4 feet in diameter. And there were, I didn't show them, I wanted to keep this as family entertainment, but there are many petroglyphs here of what we would call human body parts with specific function that I have not shown. And it's pretty obvious. So we're going to continue here and show some more of these massive, huge petroglyphs that are not in any book and never will be. There's another one. And I could do a program series just on these petroglyphs. I'm just showing you just enough. I've got a whole album full of these petroglyphs. I'm just showing you certain choice ones. Now here, we jump back into a different style of petroglyph. This is a scene. It shows noun, verb, action, subject working. It's obvious that this guy is shooting a bow at some kind of deer or antelope. This is a higher form of appreciation for ancient art. It's not it's not anything having to do with still life anymore. Still life is several notches down. This is showing purpose. And that to me is obvious of what that subject matter is. I believe this is one of the rocks where it appears to me that the same guy carved them all. This is his rock. You go find your own rock. I want this rock. This is my rock. And how long it ever took him, because this is a very tough, hard, black, basaltish type of rock. Very dense. It's akin to a granite. It's super hard, super tough. But you could also see where others had come along and actually chipped many of the petroglyphs off. There are over 100 places where it was obvious to me where somebody had hammered and chiseled off a huge petroglyph. Or another way to do it is drill in behind it, put some water in there, and then when it freezes up there. Because this whole settlement here is at 6,900 feet ASL. There were many times I would be out here documenting this ruin, and I was above the clouds. I could see the clouds down lower into Chevis Pass. And as you're going up from the meteor crater, you're steadily climbing in your vehicle. You can see the vegetation line. It's like you cut it with a knife right there. Boom. There's a new kind of vegetation. Then you go for another 3, 4, 5 miles, and you're up another 500 feet or so, and boom, there's another line of vegetation. And that's how this went. All right, now the stone implements in here are pretty much there's everything from carnelian from New Mexico. The top piece there is petrified wood, which is not too far. The petrified forest is only about 30, 35 miles east of this settlement. And there's some nice shots of some agate that are from, and of course, like just stuff from all over Arizona, but that's not fitting our pattern. After I had done my documentation, and after I had put everything out on graph paper, I went back to the U of A there or Arizona University there at Tucson. And the lady there, Mary, who's librarian there, we looked, I said, there's gotta be something. And I did find something on Chevis Pass that had been done previously. And found it, and it was extremely obscure. We found it took us probably over an hour to find any information on this ruin. And I would show you today my layout of this ruin but it burned up in one of the fires that I had. I've lost all kinds of books and stuff due to fires. And this is what they had. Nuwakwitakwa. Well, can't really pronounce that too fast, huh? And if you Google that, nothing comes up. And it never will. Let's look at this a little closer. All right, you see the Great Plaza here. Now, I had found and documented this reservoir here as a reservoir. And right along here is a patio that has a stucco type of lettering down in it. And when I started my graph paper, I did this wall here. I made this wall along here my straight up and down. I was going to measure everything off of this wall right here and then orient the entire map later north and south, right, which would have been a lot easier for me to keep track of. And right here, that where I thought was a plaza, it was a cemetery. They've got it listed as a cemetery. And in the book, I realized, which is a thin archaeological book, they had spent, there were like 25 students and professors here over like 2 summers, and they did all of this. I was there, one person, for 2.5 weeks, and I noticed many things they didn't. Okay, right here where this building is, there's another building over here, and there's other buildings down here. Stairway and spring complex. Here's that wash that I showed you where I went down. There's houses and dwellings all along it, which I can see. And there are other houses along in this way, in this area right here. The petroglyphs are all over through here. And there's just huge rocks that have petroglyphs over here. And look at the size of this great house. This truly is a massive building. Now these 2 little reservoirs back here, I did not notice them. They're overgrown now with trees. If I went back, I could probably find them. But inside here, it almost looks like there was a catch for water in this area. That maybe they had a roof on this area that the water would come into here, because right here is like a step channel. And that channel could have come down to here. Now what that could have been for some type of toiletries or some type of rest facility for sanitation. I mean, people this modern here would have, you're on top of a mountain, you're not going to run down several hundred feet of rocky climbing just to use the bathroom and then run back up. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. So I suspect that they had rest facilities there, and that they may have actually had plants there. And each one of these lines that you see here on the contour lines, here's this 6,500 here, 6,525, and then you go up here 660. It's going to be 6,600 feet ASL. All right. So between here and here is 100 feet. So, and that's a pretty good climb. If we see that this right here is 80 meters, and that right there is going to be 150 feet at the most, or 130, 40 feet at the most, that's a heck of a climb. You can get some idea that that's a heck of a climb. All right, and online now these days, you can type in Chevelon ruins, and you can see Chevelon. And the Great House looks about like this. But this is the largest of all the ancient ruins that I have found, either myself on foot or anywhere in the American Southwest. Cheves Pass is an incredible site. You can go and see it. You can make your own explorations. And it's never going to be in the books. Now, what I showed you about Cheves Mountain to the east of this area, Cheves Mountain is extremely difficult to get to the top of the mountain, but I did it. I wanted to see what was up there. All right, and I climbed it, and then I got past the cliff, and on top of Cheves Mountain is another massive ruin. I mean, it is so large, but it's so worn out and so dilapidated that you can't hardly make anything out. You can't. You can see that there are square rooms, and that they go for hundreds and hundreds of yards, but you can't really tell that much. And saying there's pottery everywhere. Well, Sheba's Mountain, you know that's never going to be in the books because logistically speaking, it's just absolutely impossible. You can't get up there and get back. I mean, I would take my lunch and eat and drink and take everything. I took all my trash out and out with me. And I never took any pottery or any mementos or anything because I was like fascinated with it. And I was ticked off that I couldn't just read it out of a book, that I had to do it myself. And this book here, even with New with Hakwa, you're not going to see, this book's never going to be available anywhere. It's not going to be available anywhere, except in the library of the university. That's it. And I would suppose that at Sheba's Mountain, the ruin there is so big, it would take so long and so hard to get to. Why not just let some people go up there and camp for a while and that are really gung-ho? It wouldn't take more than a week if you had 5 or 6 people that knew what to do working together. What they did to provide this was they took like 4 or 5 groups and they gave each group a certain section. And wherever those sections came together, the group that's adjacent to that group, they put it all together like that. They didn't have just one group working the whole site. And I believe that that's why they missed so many of the buildings right in here and over in here too. I believe that's why you see it there. So the ruin doesn't match what they are trying to pass off to the public for their history of the ancient Anasazi in North America. As long as you keep Sheba's Pass and Chevron ruin out of the picture, then it all makes sense to them. You throw these 2 granddaddies in there and none of it makes any sense at all. And that's why these 2 sites will never ever be commercially publicized, or there's never going to be an elevator there. And that's why. It totally throws everything amok. And that concludes session number 3. And I've just got some more pictures of walls and some big stones. There's nothing more, just stuff that I culled. And I hope that you've enjoyed that, and I hope that it has led some to want to make some adventurous trips. Thank you.
And Josephus called Sheba Nicole. She is thought to have been born on January 5th, somewhere in the 10th century BC. Josephus says in his Antiquity of the Jews, Book 8, Chapter 6, that it was the Queen of Egypt and Ethiopia who visited King Solomon. Also, Jesus refers to her as the Queen of the South in Matthew 12:42. Daniel 11:5 and 8 identify the South as Egypt. There also have been claims by some scholars that the ancient Egyptian name Hatshepsut translates as Queen of Sheba. Hatshepsut was a pharaoh of Egypt, born circa 1508 and died reportedly 1458 BC, who revived active trade within neighboring kingdoms and created a flourishing and prosperous economy for her 18th dynasty kingdom. Now the dates of Hatshepsut don't jive with the other reported dates of the Queen of Sheba. And I talk about this in my book. There are any number of reasons for the discrepancies in 500 years. But we'll talk about that later. Solar deities are most closely associated with her dynasty. So that meant she worshipped the sun god, Ra, the one founded by her grandfather and credited to the patron deity of Thebes, Amun. She is recorded as going on a famous journey to the land of Punt, Some scholars believe that Hatshepsut's journey to Punt and the Queen of Sheba's journey to Israel may be the same. That's from Velikovsky, page 104. Velikovsky's date would eliminate the possibility that she was the Queen of Sheba, as the dates don't correlate to King Solomon's rule. Maybe she was an ancestor of the biblical Queen of Sheba, or the accepted dates of the Pharaohs are incorrect, or the biblical dates are
the person who holds the record for being lost. That was an individual by the name of Moses. Well, the Bible says that Moses wandered about in the Sinai desert for 40 years. The big problem was that the tribes of Israel were also following around behind Moses, and that means everybody was lost for about 40 years. Well, the Sinai desert just is not all that big. If you've got a good supply of water and a decent camel, you should be able to cross it in about a month. But they wandered around for 40 years. And some of my women friends tell me that that just goes to show, even back in biblical times, men didn't like to stop and ask directions. So Moses was lost, Columbus was lost. They were both fundamentalists, and they were following what they believed was what they should be doing. It was written down in stone, the laws, and Moses was looking for the promised land. Well, perhaps he was looking in the wrong place. Perhaps the promised land was, as many historians in the 18th century finally realized, the promised land was North and South America.
Corn is native to the Americas, therefore how is it mentioned in the Bible and found in ancient Egypt?
Several volunteers of the Time Detectives scoured the collections of museums in London, Berlin, Paris, Rome, New York, Chicago, Cairo, and San Francisco. One of the challenges confronting Time Detectives is that Egyptian artifacts have been sold, stolen, or given away to many private collections and museums. In other words, the clues to the mystery of the Egyptian maze are spread out all over the world. We found lots of evidence of corn cobs and corn plants in the Egyptian tombs and temples. This comes as quite a surprise, considering that all the authorities, all the tenured professors, and all the encyclopedias claim that there is no evidence of Egyptian maize. Here's an example of an artifact that is decorated with corn plants at the Cairo Museum. It is from the Naquata I phase of archaeology. That means that the artifact dates to about 4000 BC. That's from the earliest phase of farming along the Nile River. In other words, the corn was already there when the ancient Egyptians first started farming. Here is a comparison of a Hopi Indian maize decoration with the Egyptian corn plant in the middle. The pattern of drooping leaves terminating with corn tassels at the very top are very similar to the modern corn plant. Here is a schematic drawing of a tomb mural from the Cairo Museum. The mural dates to about 2000 BC. The corn plant is with a food offering display on the right-hand side of the mural. Here we see an enlargement of the mural from Amenhotep's tomb, and the corn plant is identifiable from the yellow corn cob and the green husk leaves. Many of the Old Kingdom murals were not very well carved or painted, and one Egyptian authority, Helen Strudwick, calls this Old Kingdom example lettuce. Another variety of maize is shown in this example from a tomb on the Giza Plateau near Cairo. Typically the maize ears are shown on platters or on food displays along with breads, jars of beer, and butchered animals. Here is an example of a tombstone with a corn cob. There was an association of maize with the Osiris cult of resurrection. Tens of thousands of these stone monuments were made in Egypt. The British Museum has over 100 stored away in a warehouse. This is an illustration from a papyrus book called the Book of the Dead. It comes from a scroll in the British Museum dating to about 1200 BC. These examples are from the British Museum. On the left are Sumerian hieroglyphs for corn and a generic glyph for grain that is in the shape of a corn plant or a bush. On the right-hand side is a glass jug with a corn plant which served as a decoration. Here is a comparison of a Sumerian glyph for grain and a modern corn plant. The Sumerian grain symbol dates to a period between 4000 and 5000 BC, so it would appear that corn or maize was present in the Middle East right about at the time that huge city-states started forming up along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This was very near the dawn of Western civilization. A period called the New Kingdom starts in about 1500 BC in Egypt. It is at the beginning of this period that corn cobs have their greatest level of realism. This example is from the tomb of Nakhet, circa 1424 BC. There is a corn cob with very distinctive kernels. There can be no question that this plant was intended to represent Indian corn. Here's another example of corn cobs from the tomb of Seti I, dated to about 1292 BC. In about 1500 BC, Egyptian methods of agriculture and food preparation spread to Mexico. Here we see a comparison of women in Egypt and Mexico using the same kind of equipment to grind corn. One name for the corn dough in Egypt was masa, and the same word was used by Mexican women for corn dough used to make tortillas. The Egyptian word masa, or mas, is probably the root for later words of mace or maize. I have identified Pharaoh Hatshepsut as the Queen of Maize. It is during the reign of this woman pharaoh that the most realistic illustrations of Indian corn crop up in Egyptian tombs. The Queen's Maize is found at her temple museum at Deir el-Bahri. This huge temple is located in the Upper Nile region across from Luxor and Thebes. Here is an example of a mural from Hatshepsut's temple. This reconstruction is by Howard Carter in 1909. It appeared in an exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum in New York City in 205. The museum is known simply as the Met. It was also published in a book about the exhibit by Catherine Roehrig. Oddly enough, nobody at the Met seems to have noticed that the New World corn was part of the Hatshepsut special exhibit. Here's an enlargement of the maize in Hatshepsut's temple. This illustration shows the corn cobs that decorate a single room in Hatshepsut's temple. The room is called the Anubis Chapel. There are over 30 corn cobs intermingled with the fruits, breads, and jars in the offering displays. This is an illustration from the Queen's Temple. It shows the kind of vessel that members of the Punt expedition used to sail across the Atlantic Ocean. It would appear that the temple was intended to promote overseas commerce. An Egyptian text from the reign of Pharaoh Ramses III refers to an overseas region called the Inverted Waters. This is a reference to a place on the earth where lands and seas are upside down with respect to Egypt. In other words, it is evident that at least some of the intellectual leaders in ancient Egypt understood the spherical shape of the world. This is an Olmec colossal head from San Lorenzo, Mexico. It is dated to a period from 1400 to 900 BC. Obviously, this stone carving has the facial features of a black African. Here's a black and white comparison of the Olmec head with a schematic image of a modern-day resident of Ghana, Africa. Note the close similarity. This is not a coincidence of abstract art. The distinctive lip ridge is a genetic trait that rules out any possibility that it resulted from an abstraction. The pronounced lip ridge is a characteristic of artwork in 15th century BC Egypt and Mexico. Here is a comparison of lip ridges from 3 Olmec statues with a contemporary Egyptian sculpture. This is the imposing exterior of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. This is one of many libraries where time detectives searched for published sources on Egyptian maize. We had documented 124 corn cobs in Egyptian tombs, temples, and scrolls by August of 2008. A preliminary report on this study was presented to the First Atlantic Conference on August the 16th. By October of last year, my associates and I had documented 425 corn cobs in ancient Egyptian.
I only drink water. That's the only thing I drink.
Really?
Yeah.
Because you had a drinking problem for a while or something?
Well, it wasn't really. It's just the Indians don't really get too along with the firewater. The Indians don't really get too along with the firewater, and you know.
Are you an Indian?
Yes.
Are you an Indian?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
I thought you were a black guy. Oh, really?
Oh,
I thought you were a black guy.
Hey.
You're Indian?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hey.
You're Indian?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
What kind of Indian are you?
Like Tonto Indian?
Shinnecock Indian.
Really? You're a Shinnecock?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you're a Shinnecock.
You could have fooled me.
That's the kind I am.
Hey.
So you should be Big Chief Bastard, not Old Dirty.
He and his family was here when Columbus landed. He and his family was here when Columbus landed, huh?
Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian.
I'm an Indian.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian.
I'm an Indian.
So you are not a black man, you're an Indian.
I'm an Indian.
No kidding. Now this is a shock.
We are learning more today.
Hey, you look totally black. You look totally black.
Yeah, I was definitely Indian. Yeah, I was definitely Indian.
Wow.
Definitely.
Wow.
Definitely.
So the Indians and the Firewater don't get along. You know that, Hal.
Yeah.
Right, so...
hey, do you sell any of those little tom-toms? I'm trying to get a hold of some of those.
I don't know, but I know I'm sweating under these arms.
Most of them African American as well as Native Americans that are buried in this cemetery. And prominent people within this community that probably escaped from the Underground Railroad. Some decided to settle right in this area and identify them. This is home. This is where I'm going to stop running, you know. You know, some things are probably covered up that will never be identified. And you're wiping out a lot of important history.
And as I said before, they were absolutely Lenape cemeteries tied into the Sand Hill Band Lenape, the various Navasink tribes that occupied the area. So in terms of the burial grounds that you find here in New York, it's a lot of the same thing. You know, they originate as Lenape burial grounds, and then over time, Africans are buried in the burial grounds with them, and they become known as African burial grounds.
One of my favorite national monuments in the system is the African Burial Ground National Monument just off Wall Street in Manhattan. It was designated in 2006 by President George W. Bush. This monument protects the legacy of people who were forgotten, literally discarded, rudely thrown into shallow graves, who built New York City, and who would have known this had they not excavated their graves when they were trying to build a parking lot in that place.
You do not disturb the deceased. You leave our people alone. You let them rest in peace. And if these reasonable and just demands are not met, then at the very least, we should do everything that we can to stop the construction of this building.
The origins of these cemeteries are without a doubt Lenape. The fact that Africans were also buried here speaks to our combined history and the plight we both shared as oppressed people.
History is a subject that relies primarily on the written record. Thus, it has a tendency to overrepresent literate elites and to underrepresent those persons who are not literate.
What they call African American burial grounds are really indigenous American burial grounds.
In the summer of 1991, an unexpected and remarkable discovery deep beneath Manhattan's streets offered a new chance to reclaim some of this lost history.
Those were burial grounds located in the villages scattered throughout Manhattan.
There is references to the area in terms of black cemetery, but I didn't know what that meant. I assumed that there was a cemetery that apparently was in what was the then southern part of the Collect, which was in fact the freshwater pond that was there at the outset back in the 16th, 17th century. I kept thinking, I wonder what they're going to find.
That particular village was a village of a group called the Werpos.
When did we know about the Negro burial ground, as it is called in the old papers? In the environmental impact statement, which the government is required to do, they turned up a map that showed the existence of the, quote, Negro burial ground. And the map clearly showed that the burial ground extended, not only covered the site of the 290 Broadway building, but extended for many blocks. The feeling, however, was, and there were many references to this in the documentation, that while the cemetery had existed, that it was no more in existence.
Burial of their dead in an area tends to suggest the Lenape people had more than merely transitory association with the land. Their burials usually took place near a settlement, at least in the woodland period. Burials were usually dispersed here and there across the site, and only in colonial times was a special tract sometimes set aside for multiple burials, similar to the European settlers' practice of establishing cemeteries.
And there we thought there may be 1, 2, or 3 graves.
The existence of multiple burials in a site suggests that nearby settlements may have been larger or longer lasting than those near single burial sites.
The government never foresaw the amount of skeletons that would be found there. And it is very important for us to understand that had we foreseen this, we perhaps would have taken a different course of action.
Archaeological excavations indicate that the first humans settled the area as early as 9,000 years ago. The area was abandoned, however, possibly because the warming climate of the region led to the local extinction of many larger game species upon which the early inhabitants depended for food. A second wave of inhabitants entered the region approximately 3,000 years ago and left behind more advanced hunting implements such as bows and arrows. The remains of approximately 8,000 such early encampments have been found throughout the city. The region has remained continually inhabited from that time. Now ask yourself, why would these findings have caught New York City and their officials by surprise? And why were they initially labeled Negro and not African? So everybody's more comfortable saying African, saying this or that. So the Indians that remained had to be reclassified as colored or Negro or African.
From Fox 5, this is the 10 o'clock news.
It's a graveyard right in the heart of downtown, and it's already surprising some historians. Jeff Weiser has more in this exclusive report.
Mystery is being literally uncovered in Lower Manhattan. While government officials have withheld comment and have sealed the site from the public, Fox News has learned that archaeologists have discovered a historic site at this location at 290 Broadway, where a federal office building is scheduled to be built between Duane and Reed Streets.
There, more than 20 feet below Manhattan's streets, was a remnant of the oldest cemetery of African American men, women, and children ever found in a North American city. The cemetery was in use from the early 1700s and perhaps earlier.
The first decision we were faced with was how to remove the skeletons, and I gave the instruction that they would be treated as a very important archaeological find, no different than a find of this nature would be in the ancient world.
The discovery sent historians scurrying, trying to determine why the surface of the cemetery was so deep below the city and how the burial ground itself had been buried and undetected for more than 200 years. At first, archaeologists thought they might find as many as 20 or 30 bodies. But as work proceeded, it soon became apparent that many more would be found.
It was, according to the early reports, thought to be a very small site with a very small sample of individuals, of skeletons.
It wasn't until we found out through excavations that the original ground surface in that area sloped down quite sharply from Broadway towards the east, towards the freshwater pond that had been there, that we knew that the ground surface was still intact underneath all of those later buildings, and that the burials beneath that ground surface were still there. We knew there would be hundreds of intact burials on this site.
It is no secret that the New York City area used to be inhabited by Native American tribes before the Dutch and English pushed them out. The tribes had been settled here for centuries, if not millennia, and over that time, some footpaths have been etched into the dirt as means to get from area to area. What's going on here in these territories? Everything was of the indigenous people. From the roads, where the subways run, these paths were mapped out in 1946 by James A. Kelly, who served as the Borough of Brooklyn's historian from 1944 to 1971. Interesting to see some of the trails that exist today as major thoroughfares like Fulton Street, Flatbush Avenue, and part of Atlantic Avenue were always there. These were all established by the indigenous people, just like these cemeteries. The Werpus village of the Indian burial ground had a twin village located around today's City Hall, the very place today's African American burial ground is located.
I had to dig deep into my heart and ask, can I really, really forgive? And now, after searching, heart and soul, I found out that I could say, yes, we forgive you of the atrocities that were committed on our native brothers and sisters. But don't you forget, we are alive and well, and we are walking beside you. We are not just those Indians you read about at the library and read about in your classrooms. We are knowledgeable. We are progressive. We have a heritage to be proud of. Let's be the generation to move mountains of feelings and heal. That's my wish and prayer.
You have an overlay of cultures that came in and started to walk in the same paths we walked.
We have learned today that this is not a new world. It is an ancient world, and it is a new day.
The mainstays of the culture here in New York, New Jersey, pretty much everywhere in the United States was already established by the indigenous people. So to suggest anything is this or that, before it was an African burial ground, it was an indigenous burial ground. And we had no problem with our African relatives being buried there with us. You know what I mean? So over time it was reclassified and everything comes to be known as colored or African or whatever the term is. But you can't exclude the original people who occupied the land and the contributions they made.
Right. And Silent Hawk? Yeah. Good to have y'all, brothers.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, it's definitely a pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tell me, who are the Lenape?
The Lenape would be the original inhabitants of the land affectionately called Lenapehoking, which would be all of New Jersey, the 5 boroughs, eastern Pennsylvania, and northern Delaware.
What distinguishes your particular
Well, we would be the Unami branch.
Unami branch is basically the southern region of New Jersey.
Okay.
Where we speak that language, and it's a location.
How do y'all fit in lineage-wise to the Lenape?
We have so many connections to the Lenape nation through various grandmothers, grandfathers, and we're one of the 3 families in our territory where we're from, Red Bank, that can trace our history back to the Lenape.
The topic of the show is the African burial ground, or indigenous or Aboriginal American burial site. Because I know that a lot of indigenous people had been reclassified as Africans, and a lot of them were not. And when the census takers came around, but if they had dark skin, they would label them as African. So I know that the African burial ground, you have the site over in Lower Manhattan, and you also have this other one here in Upper Manhattan. Y'all know, can y'all expound a little bit on that particular history?
Well, ironic thing about that is our family has multiple burial grounds where we're from in Jersey, right? And those same burial grounds are classified as African American burial grounds. And we absolutely know that these burial grounds are Lenape burial grounds. So this was common, you know what I mean?
So your family was reclassified as well?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Those of us who didn't remove and didn't relocate, in order to stay in the territory, we had to accept a reclassification.
Estimate that there were close to 28 million natives living on this continent at the time of the arrival of the Europeans. Today, there's less than 1 million Native American Indians. It's obvious something devastating happened.
All of his league. Well, y'all was both from the same
neighborhood?
Yeah, well, those are my cousin.
What?
Yeah, my grandmother and his father are brothers and sisters.
Y'all blood related?
Yeah, so we've been together since we were 6 years old.
That's like me and Dad.
This is a public service announcement. The following presentation contains controversial information and ideas that could change the way you view the world. What you see and hear may soon compel you to take action. Viewer discretion is advised.
The truth is, for a long time, Native Americans were implicitly told that they had a choice to make. You had to either abandon your heritage or accept a lesser lot in life. But there was no way to be a successful part of America and a proud Native American.
But when they steal your language and they steal your identity, what happens is you start to revert and you start to use different names, identities for yourself. One of the first names that we reverted to, right, and I'm speaking for those of us in Lenape-Hoking, which is all of New Jersey, the 5 boroughs, eastern Pennsylvania, and northern Delaware, all right? So all the people within that territory who lost their tribal identity started to refer to themselves as Moors.
Hey, Sio. I'm here at the request of Dr. Holloway, Chairman-in-Chief of the Sandhill Band of Indians, and his counsel, Ron Holloway. I'm honored to attend this meeting today, September 17th, at 10 a.m. in Trenton, of the New Jersey Commission on American Indian Affairs. I was born and raised in Lenape-Hoking homelands, the grandson of an original enrollee of the 14+ families now known and accepted as the Sandhill Band of Indians of Monmouth County, where my grandmother was born in Monmouth County. In the 1950s, our family became Sandhill Indian members of the Indian League of the Americas at the encouragement of Leon Miller, the founding member and an Oklahoma Cherokee Indian. In the 1960s, our family, with other certified enrolled Sandhill Indian tribal members, attended numerous ceremonials, stomps, gatherings at both the Brotherton Indian Reservation in Chemung Township and Burlington County, and in Monmouth County, New Jersey proper. In the 1970s, I founded and incorporated the New Jersey American Indian Center in Hillside at the urging of James Reevy of the New Jersey Indian Office in Orange. I worked extensively with the community then known as Moors in Cumberland County, New Jersey, to organize the county as a tribal entity. You may speak to Chief Mark Gould, who I encouraged to move back to New Jersey from Maryland to lead his community to later become known as the Nanticoke Lenni Lenape Indians.
There's a tribe called the Nanticoke Lenape Moors in southern Jersey, right? For a long period of time, after they passed laws which denied us the right to carry out our culture, and our culture was simply farming and hunting. All this other stuff y'all want to talk about, it's just the show. It's regalia, right? Our culture was hunting and farming. When they outlawed that because they wanted to control our food sources, when they outlawed marijuana and hemp because it provided over 1,000 remedies in terms of foods, medicines, things of that nature. When they outlawed all that, we were forced to start dealing with them on their terms.
Back to Ancient America. This is a place I talked about maybe about 3 years ago when I was just starting my Ancient America series. This is one of the more fascinating places we have in Ancient America. This is called the Spiral Mounds in Oklahoma, and it's located on the Arkansas River right down here. Some of these videos I made about 3 years ago, and especially the ones on the more important sites, I'm remaking some of them, just didn't like the way they sounded. But here, this is the Spiral Mounds. There's a couple main grouping of mounds here. There's one right here and one right there. We'll take a look at some old pics and what they look like today. But there it is, right on the Arkansas River. Another reason why I'm making this video is the Spiral Mounds have popped up in a few articles recently. Here is one. Dig into the Spiral Mounds mystery at the National Cowboy Museum in Oklahoma City. They have a little video attached here. They show some of the artifacts. But this place is getting a little more recognition lately. Here is an effigy pipe, very intricately made. Here are some looks when they were excavating the mounds and what went on here in the 1930s It is quite the story, to say the least. Here is a decorative mace, I guess that's what you would call it. Here is a raptor effigy pipe. Here is a decorated shell coming from the Gulf of Mexico. National Geographic just came out with the spiral mounds here. This little-known Native American society was once as powerful as the Aztecs and the Incas. And finally, this is getting reported on correctly. It says, when they were unearthed in 1935, Oklahoma's spiral mounds were dubbed a King Tut tomb in the Arkansas Valley by the Kansas City Star. The mounds held thousands of richly decorated, sophisticated artifacts from the North American Mississippian people. I will leave this link below. Now, down on ground level at the park, you probably only notice the few remaining mounds. Those are probably really about the only noticeable things in the park. But if we look at LiDAR here, you notice the numerous circular enclosures here, the smaller ones, probably dwellings, other things pop out here, but a lot of stuff right under the ground here. Here is one website I will leave below, but they show many different things here. Here is a decorated conch shell. Here are some of the mounds from decades ago. Here is a sign at the site today. Here's some imagery put on a conch shell. Now, is this a scene from everyday life? Or are these paddler gods kind of rowing to the afterlife, like the many boat scenes in the tombs in Egypt? I think that's a good question to ask. Buffalo at the site. Here's another decorated conch shell. Artifacts at the museum. Here is a human effigy pipe. This group certainly probably had a shamanic element to it. Here's a human effigy. Here is one of the mounds from decades ago. Some imagery on an artifact. Here are archaeologists looking at some pottery put back together. Here is them excavating one of the mounds back about 90 years ago. Archaeologists looking at some pottery. I will leave this link below. Now, what happened at the spiral mounds about 90 years ago, roughly, is quite the story. Let's just do a little reading here. It says, the leaders themselves, more than 1,100, were interred in the Great Burial Mound, laid to rest with ceremonial items denoting their importance in this life and the life beyond. The bones of revered ancestors, ceremonial regalia, elaborate jewelry, axes, maces, blankets, and beads, and effigy pipes, treasures of pearl and copper and shell, were buried together and left undisturbed for 600 years until they were unearthed in the 1930s. Few places on the continent are steeped in more prehistory and mystery, and yet, and a lot of these artifacts are reconstructions, and the mounds are reconstructed. There was a lot of destruction here. Something called the Pecola Mining Company went into these mounds, dynamited it, tried to take all the artifacts they could. Here is a look at the Craig Mound at the site. This is where all the interments were found, over 1,000 of them, I believe. But in the 1930s, they found many artifacts in here. They formed what is called the Pecola Mining Company, and they pretty much looted and destroyed this place. Kind of a sad story coming from ancient America. I believe a news article in a Kansas City paper in December of 1935 kind of gave people a heads up that there was a lot of artifacts in here. This mining company was developed. This place was looted. There's another website I will leave below. Just reading a little more of the general history. It says, regarded by many archaeologists as one of the four most important prehistoric sites east of the Rocky Mountains. They think Spiro began around 800, 900 AD, right in that area. Could it go back further? Well, of course it could. Ferdinand de Soto encountered the Mississippians during his long march through the South, and this is one of the sites that he came across. Some sites in Georgia and Florida also are noted there. It says, no one knows exactly where this culture began, but there is a general agreement that it spread eastward from the Mississippi during the century or two before 1000 AD. And it says here, archaeologists believe the Spiral Mound site was occupied from about 850 AD to around 1450, so about 600 years. It says conch shells found at Spiro undoubtedly came from as far away as South Florida. So that's interesting. Artifacts from Illinois, Tennessee also found. It says, also fascinating is the fact that several of the 12 known mounds at Spiro form a sort of giant calendar for tracking the seasons. The mounds were constructed to create a unique alignments when the sun rose and set on the solstice and equinox days, marking the key seasons. Here are some of the effigy pipes found at spiral mounds. These are very interesting artifacts, probably used in afterlife rituals. With a bowl on the back, you put a replaceable stem in one end. Just cool artifacts. I've shown these in Ohio and other places. Here are some copper spools, probably used as jewelry. Here is a copper plate, an avian human anthropomorphic figure found here at spiral mounds. The spiral mounds has a fascinating history, mined for artifacts in the chase of the mighty dollar in the 1930s. Things had to be put back together here. But here is a granny pick. These little tombs were looted of artifacts. Here is one of them, the Hero Twins. That's a story that comes from the Mayans. Now eventually one large burial chamber was documented here. This is what they found at the entrance here. Effigy stone pipes and water bottles, an alligator stone pipe, 30 copper axes right here, pearl beads. Down here, 10 baskets of sheets of copper, 20 stone pipes here, 2 effigy pipes in the middle, 3 blankets, and 800 pounds of shell beads. Found projectile points down here on the left, altar with blankets and beads. And then above that it says human mass in a basket. So it appears they had artifacts here for the afterlife and things that were important to them in everyday life. But man, 800 pounds of shell beads, 30 copper axes, 10 baskets of sheets of copper. That's pretty incredible. The story of the spiral mounds is pretty fascinating. The artifacts that were found here. The mining company that destroyed this place, they based what they put in this tomb as far as artifacts based on the stars. The heavens was the place of creation and the afterlife. According to these people, the path of souls, I've talked about that at Moundville and Cahokia, other places. But this place was destroyed in the 1930s, pretty much, by amateur archaeologists.
That probably is me, absolutely, because I'll tell you what, if you look at some of the reservations that you've approved, you, sir, in your great wisdom have approved, I will tell you right now, they don't look like Indians to me, and they don't look like Indians to Indians, and a lot of people are laughing at it.
Page 159 of Professor Fell's book shows a photograph of the Pontotoc stele. On the stele is an extract from the hymn to the Aton by Pharaoh Akhenaten. This stele was found in Oklahoma. Fell points out that the Wabanaki Indians of Maine were reading and writing with Egyptian hieroglyphs before 1738, like the author of The Ultimate Frontier. When Henriette Mertz found no commercial publisher willing to publish my book, I published it myself in 1953. In that year her book, with no promotion, enjoyed modest sales. However, it sparked and sent an electric ripple through the scientific community who understood the value of her research. The reason commercial publishers in the dark ages of the 50s did not publish her book was that they had been advised by experts that what she suggests would cast doubt on generally accepted theories of academia committed to certain firmly established dogmas, one of which held that ancient people crossed neither the Atlantic nor the Pacific before the voyage of Columbus. Her book, pale ink with great precision, recounts the Chinese exploration of North and Central America by Buddhist missionaries 4,000 years ago. 23 years passed before a courageous commercial publisher, Ballantine Books, published her book under the new title Gods from the Far East, How the Chinese Discovered America. In the Buddhist mysteries, the symbol of the sun is a circle with a dot in the center. This symbol is universally the same, from the underground caves of Peru to the catacombs of Rome. It is found in the underground labyrinths of Egypt, and in every lodge where Freemasons perform their secret mysteries. James Bailey, North America by people from India, China, Greece, Phoenicia, Palestine, and Egypt, over a period in excess of 5,000 years prior to the voyage of Columbus. In his book we learn the myth of Jason, and the Golden Fleece is no more a myth than the famed city of Troy. In Appendix I of his book, The Voyage of the Ship Argo is traced geographically. The Golden Fleece turns out to be a lambskin with a map of the South American gold mines on it. Jason crosses the Atlantic, enters the Caribbean, sails south to the Amazon River, from which he makes his way to Lake Titicaca in the Andes Mountains of Peru, where the remains of stone-lined canals that once served as a connection between the Pacific Ocean and the geologic Amazonian Sea may still be seen. These canals are built along the same lines as the canals on the Pacific island of Ponap. Buildings around Lake Titicaca, the most ancient, stand obliquely, rigged at the base and tapering at the top like ancient Egyptian buildings. Today one does not see the ancient canals that at one time surrounded the Great Pyramid. In Mexico, the reservoirs, canals, drains, and other water controls of the Maya civilization have been recently unearthed. 58 at both the La Venta and the San Lorenzo sites, huge basalt stones, some weighing 30 tons, were imported from the Los Tuxtlas Mountains over 100 miles away. The canals also provided food, since fish, edible water snails, and other forms of aquatic life could be harvested throughout the year. In addition to aquatic life, the canals attracted geese, ducks, doves, and quail, as well as deer and other forest animals. The canals could be used to transport crops from the fields to the market, as well as trade goods and building materials. Vegetable mulch, along with canal muck, was used to revitalize gardens. The similarity between the canal systems of Ponap, Lake Titicaca, Egypt, and Mexico is striking. Bailey, in God, Kings, and the Titans, presents evidence of the Egyptian presence at the ruins at Tiwanaku near Lake Titicaca. The way to the Americas was known to several peoples in several different countries, which lends credence to the Mormon belief that Jesus visited Mexico and inspired the legend of Quetzalcoatl, god of ancient Mexico, who, after teaching in Mexico for some time, left Mexico, sailing east towards Jerusalem, the direction he had arrived from. Dr. Augustus LaPlonge, in his book Maya/Atlantis, Queen Mu and the Egyptian Sphinx, writes, "Let us take for instance the last words, according to Matthew and Mark, one spoken by Jesus on the cross. When a sponge saturated with Pascha wine was put to his lips, Eli, Eli, ixma sabachthani. No wonder those who stood near him could not understand what he said." To this day the translators of the Gospels do not know the meaning of these words, and make him play before mankind a sorry and pitiful role. He spoke pure Maya. He did not complain that God had forsaken him when he said to the charitable individual who tried to allay the pangs of the intolerable thirst he suffered in consequence of the hardships he had endured and the torture of the chastisement inflicted on him, Hell, lama sabachthani, that is now. I am fainting, darkness covers my face, or in John's words, it is finished. 100 years ago drive. LaPlonge's Orthodox contemporaries did not believe him when he wrote that Egyptians and Phoenicians had visited Mexico. They did not believe him when he wrote that the Caracol Tower at Chichen Itza, home of the Holy Ones, was an astronomical observatory, and as none of them spoke Mayan, which LaPlonge wrote and spoke fluently, they were not about to believe the last words spoken on the cross by Jesus belonged to an elegant and mystical tribe of Central American Indians.
The United States. I mean, these are different than your regular Indians, and if you get off to some of these, you can see that the regular Indians have chipped their stuff on top of these.
Yeah.
And so, you know, these people are older, so...
Interesting. I'd be interesting to see how that is. I was wondering if there was some tie between this type of petroglyph and further South American, Inca, or something along those lines, because they glorified their chieftains in a way different than, you know, American Indians did, at least that I know about.
So definitely these fall more along the lines of what you'd think you'd see in South America. I think. I could be wrong, but what I would think.
Your guide as we follow a track of clues all across the world, trying to solve the mystery of Egyptian maize. But first, I'd like to start with a little humor. At the First Atlantic Conference in Halifax, Nova Scotia last year, there was a joke going around about Prince Henry Sinclair. Prince Henry Sinclair was the Earl of the Orkneys, which are located north of the British Isles. Well, one day, Prince Henry Sinclair, and this was back in the 14th century, he said to his followers, let's make a little bit of money by establishing a colony across the seas. And in order to do that, they had to find new lands. So Prince Henry bought a ship and he loaded it up with cargo and hired a crew, and they set off across the Atlantic Ocean. Well, they hadn't gone very far before the lookout called down from the crow's nest. Prince Henry very solemnly because everybody was lost for about 40 years. Well, the Sinai Desert just is not all that big. If you've got eggs on those ships behind Moses, and that means everybody was lost. The aim for the land across the sea was on the map that he had. Yes, Columbus had a map. But even so, he was lost. And that brings up the issue of the person who holds the record for being lost. That was an individual by the name of Moses. Well, the Bible says that Moses wandered about in the Sinai Desert for 40 years. The big problem was that the tribes of Israel were also following around behind Moses, and that means everybody was lost for about 40 years. Well, the Sinai Desert just is not all that big. If you've got a good supply of water and a decent camel, you should be able to cross it in about a month. But they wandered around for 40 years. And some of my women friends tell me that that just goes to show, even back in biblical times, men didn't like to stop and ask directions. So Moses was lost, Columbus was lost. They were both fundamentalists, and they were following what they believed was what they should be doing. It was written down in stone, the laws, and Moses was looking for the promised land. Well, perhaps he was looking in the wrong place. Perhaps the promised land was, as many historians in the 18th century finally realized, the promised land was North and South America. This here is the Alberton de Verga map. It's a map that I found back in 1995. I brought it out of high school. Several volunteers of the Time Detectives scoured the collections of museums in London, Berlin, Paris, Rome, New York, Chicago, Cairo, and San Francisco. One of the challenges confronting Time Detectives is that Egyptian artifacts have been sold, stolen, or given away to many private collections and museums. In other words, the clues to the mystery of the Egyptian maize are spread out all over the world. We found lots of evidence of corn cobs and corn plants in the Egyptian tombs and temples. This comes as quite a surprise, considering that all the authorities, all the tenured professors, and all the encyclopedias claim that there is no evidence of Egyptian maize. Here's an example of an artifact that is decorated with corn plants at the Cairo Museum. It is from the Naqada I phase of archaeology. That means that the artifact dates to about 4000 BC. That's from the earliest phase of farming along the Nile River. In other words, the corn was already there when the ancient Egyptians first started farming. Here is a comparison of a Hopi Indian maize decoration with the Egyptian corn plant in the middle. The pattern of drooping leaves terminating with corn tassels at the very top are very similar to the modern corn plant. Here is a schematic drawing of a tomb mural from the Cairo Museum. The mural dates to about 2000 BC. The corn plant is with a food offering display on the right-hand side of the mural. Here we see an enlargement of the mural from Amenhotep's tomb, and the corn plant is identifiable from the yellow corn cob and the green husk leaves. Many of the Old Kingdom murals were not very well carved or painted, and one Egyptian authority, Helen Strudwick, calls this Old Kingdom example lettuce. Another variety of maize is shown in this example from a tomb on the Giza Plateau near Cairo. Typically the maize ears are shown on platters or on food displays along with breads, jars of beer, and butchered animals. Here's an example of a tombstone with a corn cob. There was an association of maize with the Osiris cult of resurrection. Tens of thousands of these stone monuments were made in Egypt. The British Museum has over 100 stored away in a warehouse. This is an illustration from a papyrus book called the Book of the Dead. It comes from a scroll in the British Museum dating to about 1200 BC. These examples are from the British Museum. On the left are Sumerian hieroglyphs for corn and a generic glyph for grain that is in the shape of a corn plant or a bush. On the right-hand side is a glass jug with a corn plant which served as a decoration. Here is a comparison of a Sumerian glyph for grain and a modern corn plant. The Sumerian grain symbol dates to a period between 4000 and 5000 BC, so it would appear that corn or maize was present in the Middle East right about at the time that huge city-states started forming up along the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. This was very near the dawn of Western civilization. A period called the New Kingdom starts in about 1500 BC in Egypt. It is at the beginning of this period that corn cobs had their greatest level of realism. This example is from the tomb of Nakhet, circa 1424 BC. There is a corn cob with very distinctive kernels. There can be no question that this plant was intended to represent Indian corn. Here's another example of corn cobs from the tomb of Seti I, dated to about 1292 BC. In about 1500 BC, Egyptian methods of agriculture and food preparation spread to Mexico. Here we see a comparison of women in Egypt and Mexico using the same kind of equipment to grind corn. One name for the corn dough in Egypt was masa, and the same word was used by Mexican women for corn dough used to make tortillas. The Egyptian word masa, or mas, is probably the root for later words of mace or maize. I have identified Pharaoh Hatshepsut as the Queen of Maize. It is during the reign of this woman pharaoh that the most realistic illustrations of Indian corn crop up in Egyptian tombs. The Queen's Maize is found at her temple museum at Deir el-Bahri. This huge temple is located in the Upper Nile region across from Luxor and Thebes. Here is an example of a mural from Hatshepsut's temple. This reconstruction is by Howard Carter in 1909. It appeared in an exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum in New York City in 205. The museum is known simply as the Met. It was also published in a book about the exhibit by Catherine Roehrig. Oddly enough, nobody at the Met seems to have noticed that the New World corn was part of the Hatshepsut special exhibit. Here's an enlargement of the maize in Hatshepsut's temple. This illustration shows the corn cobs that decorate a single room in Hatshepsut's temple. The room is called the Anubis Chapel. There are over 30 corn cobs intermingled with the fruits, breads, and jars in the offering displays. This is an illustration from the Queen's Temple. It shows the kind of vessel that members of the Punt expedition used to sail across the Atlantic Ocean. It would appear that the temple was intended to promote. The kingdom starts in about 1500 BC in Egypt. It is at the beginning of this period that corn cobs had their greatest level of realism in 205. The museum is known simply as the Met. It was also published in a book about the exhibit by Catherine Roehrig. Oddly enough, nobody at the Met seems to have noticed that the New World corn was part of the Hatshepsut special exhibit. Here's an enlargement of the maize in Hatshepsut's temple. This illustration shows the corn cobs that decorate a single room in Hatshepsut's temple. The room is called the Anubis Chapel. There are over 30 corn cobs intermingled with the fruits, breads, and jars in the offering displays. This is an illustration from the Queen's Temple. It shows the kind of vessel that members of the Punt expedition used to sail across the Atlantic Ocean. It would appear that the temple was intended to promote overseas commerce. An Egyptian text from the reign of Pharaoh Ramses III refers to an overseas region called the Inverted Waters. This is a reference to a place on the earth where lands and seas are upside down with respect to Egypt. In other words, it is evident that at least some of the intellectual leaders in ancient Egypt understood the spherical shape of the world. This is an Olmec colossal head from San Lorenzo, Mexico. It is dated to a period from 1400 to 900 BC. Obviously, this stone carving has the facial features of a black African. Here's a black and white comparison of the Olmec head with a schematic image of a modern-day resident of Ghana, Africa. Note the close similarity. This is not a coincidence of abstract art. The distinctive lip ridge is a genetic trait that rules out any possibility that it resulted from an abstraction. The pronounced lip ridge is a characteristic of artwork in 15th century BC Egypt and Mexico. Here is a comparison of lip bridges from 3 Olmec statues with a contemporary Egyptian sculpture. This is the imposing exterior of the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. This is one of many libraries where time detectives searched for published sources on Egyptian maize. We had documented 124 corn cobs in Egyptian tombs, temples, and scrolls by August of 2008. A preliminary report in this study was presented to the First Atlantic Conference on August the 16th. By October of last year, my associates and I had documented 425 corn cobs in ancient Egyptian art. Even you can become an instant authority on Egyptian maize, simply by examining art books.
In the book, you spoke on how many of the early presidents, I say before George Washington, or presidents of the Continental Congress were Moors. What led you to that conclusion?
Well, that's history that I've read. You know, John Hanson, who I do mention is one of the most controversial and lied about characters. Whether he's being lied about by, you know, this faction or that faction, I can't tell. But you know, there's ties of Washington even being tied to the Moors, being part Moorish, or part, you know, his family. And this is part of this is, and I think I once spoke to a man named Joe Washington. I think he was from Washington State, and he was white, and he was like the only white Washington I'd ever met.
Yeah.
Because all Washingtons are black. I mean, there's tons of them.
Yeah.
And it's how in the hell? Well, you know, they're not related ostensibly to George Washington. There's no white Washingtons. So you have, you know, the Washita Empire, and of course I learned about that as well, the Washita Empire. You know, so that's a whole nother obfuscation of history.
The Declaration of Independence was 1776, and the Constitution was 1789. And if George Washington's first term started in 1789, who was the leader of the United States for 13 years between 1776 and 1789? I learned the answer to this question from Prince. Yeah, Prince, the symbol, or the artist. He was on the Tavis Smiley show talking about chemtrails after he saw Dick Gregory talk about chemtrails, manganese, and malt liquor conspiracy theories on the state of the Black Union. And in the video, he mentions that he found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington.
When I found out there were 8 presidents before George Washington, I wanted to smack somebody. You know, I wanted to know why I was taught otherwise. Just tell me the whole story. I'll fill in the blanks.
I think I also recall him saying that Barack Obama wasn't the first black president. So I started looking this stuff up and found out there were 14 presidents before George Washington and 7 black presidents before Barack Obama.
This is the Supreme Court in Washington. Now we can't get into film because they're actually in session. But what I wanted to show you is a frieze which is in the room where the Chief Justices actually sit and dispense justice. This frieze pays homage to the ideas and principles that have inspired the American legal system, and one of the foundation documents represented in this frieze is the Quran. And in the nation's capital there are a few other references to Islam, largely unknown, rarely seen. The Thomas Jefferson Building contains the Library of Congress, the oldest cultural institution in Washington, which was completed in the 19th century. Around the dome of the reading room is a mural meant to represent the nations and ideas that contributed most to American civilization. And it might come as a surprise to historians that amongst the ideas represented here is Islam. Beneath this great mural, I'm meeting Congressman Keith Ellison, who I came across at the start of my journey in Minneapolis.
So Keith, tell me about when you took your oath of office, because it was on a copy of the Quran, and not just any copy.
Well, in fact, it was on this Quran that we have right here before us. And, you know, in fact, this Quran, which is a 2-volume set, has the initials TJ inscribed right here, Thomas Jefferson. And so, you know, we said this is...
What was your reaction when you found out that one of the founding fathers had his own copy of the Quran?
Rocket, I was gobsmacked.
So, you know, of course, and the whole Constitution of America is based upon the Iroquois. Now, what I learned from one of my Moorish friends, Tecumseh Brown Eagle taught me that I-R, is a iteration for the cat. He comes from Erie, Erie, who's the Erie tribe with the cat people. Iroquois with the cat people. Yeah. So you even have an ancient land called In the Bible, it's called Ur. You have Iraq, Iran. You have Erin meaning Ireland. All of these things tie to the cat, which it all makes sense because the cat is the is the king of the zodiac.
Mm-hmm. And you also mentioned that, like, kind of indirectly, the Constitution is kind of based off of isonomy, like a more ancient Moorish doctrine.
No, I said Iroquois. I don't know if I mentioned. I don't remember that. But I mean, it might well be. It was based off of what?
The isonomy. This is like an ancient Moorish doctrine, kind of.
Okay, I remember that now. Yeah, yeah. That I would like to find out more about. Yeah, I do remember that now.
Even the name that we were given in the Quran for the ancient name for Africa, or even for this landmass as well, of a Mexum, you can't find that anywhere else.
Well, you find it in Moorish history. I've been with, and this is years ago, spoke with the Moors in Washington, D.C. It was affiliated with one of the temples, and also in Chicago. And I spent more time with the people in Chicago than I did within D.C. But and I don't know that any of the people I met with were hardcore members of the temple, but they were definitely Moors. We didn't really get into the temple. They didn't talk about the temple because the people that were facilitating me, Sid Catlett wasn't a member of temples. But these people were so knowledgeable, and not knowledgeable in a, I guess what you call, regimented or parochial way. They were knowledgeable on real history. They didn't talk about certain things that couldn't be authenticated.
Yeah.
They knew about laws. I was so impressed with their knowledge and wisdom. But the the whole thing about, there is a certain trace history that goes back to Morocco with the United States, but it falls apart. A lot of it, a lot of the more interesting stuff in trying to trace that is this mandate they talk about that was in the Pan-American conference in Cuba with Noble Drew Ali. That was an actual conference that he attended, and he was supposedly had some land grant or something that showed that that this land was ceded to or borrowed from the Moors. It was like an acknowledged lease, and that after this was when all these countries started calling in their loans from the United States because the land they were on was questionable, and this caused the financial panic of 1929 and beyond. When I first heard that story, it sounded preposterous, but when you look deeper into it, there is a lot of obscure history there. So, and of course, these things can vanish. I've seen stuff vanish before. So, whether it's demons or people in the right places taking it and the wrong places taking it, I think where it stands out, where I would go after it, is when I was talking about Prince Madoc and the strain of Egypt, which comes, there's an argument to be made that the Egyptians settled the British Isles or influenced the British Isles with Scota. Scotland is named after Scota, the daughter of the Pharaoh. Mm-hmm. And then you have Prince Madoc, coming from Egypt. If there is this Montauk Pharaoh came, and he was Prince Madoc, he came from Egypt. He went to the British Isles, and whether his brother was King Arthur or not. This is the work of Alan Wilson. He's done quite a lot of research on this. He can be found on the net and in his books. And all these place names of King Arthur and Prince Madoc in and around Kentucky and Tennessee. So,
leaving the physical form.
I guess it depends on who you talk to. There's nothing definitive. The most interesting thread on that was from Elihu Pleasant Bay, who did the book on Noble Drew Ali. And much of that information he told me. He stayed with me. He attended the book conference with me one year. We lived together for a few days and shared the same table. Mm-hmm. He knew Noble Drew Ali's, one of his wives, and he got a lot of information from her. Noble Drew Ali does have a descendant. He had multiple wives, and he had granddaughters.
Wow.
I hoped that I would have, been able to meet them or contact them, and I even mentioned in the book that I was looking forward to that, but I've not heard anything about or from them. And sometimes people can carry a lineage like that, and they may have no. It's like being, the son of Willie Mays and having no relative baseball ability. Yeah. It just, what I mean? It doesn't necessarily. The fact that you come from a genetic line doesn't necessarily mean that you are that thing that your father, or your mother, or grandfather was. Sometimes you are, sometimes you're not.
Yeah. Did they go underground? Because I never even heard.
I just don't know. It was obscure.
Wow.
And it was obscure, and I kind of lost touch with him. I still get emails from him, or what do you call it, blanket stuff that he sends out. But I didn't get any headway with that as far as finding that out. I want to say that her name was Pearl. I don't know if that was
one of, it was his wife, Pearl. Wow.
Yeah, and one time I was driving through Ohio, not far from where you live, with the medicine man. We were driving back from Michigan, and he says, "Is it okay if we go to Akron? I want to see, Aunt Roma." And I said, "Sure." Now it's an hour and a half out. It's out of the way. It's at least I don't know, maybe 45 minutes. I don't know. It's taken a couple hours off our journey, and then we get to Roma's house, and of course, then we're going to be fed and this and that, and it turns into a whole, which I didn't mind at all. But I was so incredibly gifted and honored to in that house, and he didn't know it was a lady called Miss Kitty. Miss Kitty was a Montauk Indian. I forget who she came from on the Montauks, but she was like a matriarch, and she was related to Nat Turner. She was related. Now, Nat Turner is, of course, he's part of the Washita. He's even, according to one theory, related to the Dauphin of France, or his ancestry was the Dauphin of France. So, which is a whole Moorish connection in and of itself. But here was a Montauk Indian matriarch who was related to Nat Turner, and you had right there in that moment in Akron, I'm seeing the bloodline from Montauk going right into the Washita Empire.
Wow.
And that's just wow. I was so honored to meet her, and she could have been my aunt, the way I was treated. But it's just, that's the magic of the moment, saying, hey, this is all real. But of course, we live in a world where we just have this power patriarchy that insists on like this mindset of let's feed the people in Mexico, but let's let everybody starve in the tent cities here. This humanity is politically orchestrated. It's like it's this whole inhumane paradigm that we live in with power politics, which extends all the way back into history of killing other people and us first, everybody else Yeah. Not even second, but you know, this is just the way of the world, and it all represents that downward spiral I was alluding to earlier about, you know, getting fixated into the material plane and all that all the negativity that it can perpetrate.
Yeah. And then ultimately, I think like within just with what the Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought with the Holy Quran, ultimately it's to help you, you know, break out of that cycle and to prepare us for even not just to fix our earthly plights, but to reveal, you know, higher truth so that you can expand beyond that. And when you were speaking of Brother Elihu Pleasant Bay, I actually know him, Swift Angel. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, and he's the first person to ever say anything about Moorish nationality or the, you know, anyone. Nobody ever told me that, you know, our nationality and identity have been stripped from us. So he's one of the ones that helped to raise me up into that information.
Yes, and it's not only been stripped, you know, stripped from the Moors, it's been stripped out of the history books. And, you know, they talk about fake news. Well, you know, we've had fake history.
But I wanted to ask you too about Aleister Crowley. I know was someone who had a lot of influence on L. Ron Hubbard, and it's kind of unique if you look into it. Him and Rudolph Hess, and allegedly, you know, can't really say that Noble Drew Ali, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was in Egypt because I don't have any, you know, physical documentation of that. But allegedly, he was in Egypt around the same time as these two other men, and they all, you know, later on wound up, you know, bringing this information that they learned to their colleagues. So what have you ever looked into that at all? What do you make of that?
Well, I wrote a book about that. I was the one that traced the fact that they were because they both had, I guess, what you'd call geographical position and opportunity to have been in Cairo at the same time. Because if you trace the history of what's available on Drew Ali, he was in Egypt during this period of, I think it was 1903. Yeah. And Aleister Crowley was having his honeymoon in 1903. And see, Crowley we know was there historically in 1903 during August 12th, and later came back the following year in 1904 to do the Book of the Law. That was in April of the following year. But that was Crowley. Now, Drew Ali was there sometime around that period. We don't really know. It's not delineated. He was there for a good while. Rudolf Hess was brought up in the city of Alexandria. His father was a wealthy merchant. So I don't know that Hess was in Cairo on that day, but in the book Spandau Mystery, which was written to get at some of the secrets that, you know, you can take things so far with historical fact, and then you start extrapolating on what might have happened, could have happened. So that's what that book is. It's an effort to discover and find out more of what happened, because you're tapping the collective conscious. So anyway, Rudolph Hess could have been there. In the book I have him taking a holiday with his father to see the pyramid, and they all end up staying at the same hotel, you know, because it would, and of course at that point I think Noble Drew Ali has just been initiated, if I recall, and there's a lot of other characters there that are of esoterica. But that is a fictional assertion to make it interesting, but to tie all the energies together.
Okay. All right. And what book is that you actually
Spandau Mystery. Spandau Mystery. S-P-A-N-D-A-U. Spandau Mystery. Spandau was the name of the prison where Rudolf Hess and 7 other Nazis were imprisoned, or 6 other Nazis were imprisoned after the Nuremberg trials, and all of them were released except for Hess. They wouldn't release Hess. I go into why they wouldn't release him, because he was the account signatory, and he was also the secretary of the Nazi Party, the financier of the Nazi Party. He raised money for it through his wealthy connections in Bavaria, and he was a signatory on the accounts and knew where accounts were. So he was a great danger to let out, because he had financial signatory power, and this, of course, is not talked about in history. And he was also a technologist, perhaps an amateur technologist, but he was very knowledgeable about the Vril flying craft. He used to give lectures on them. So that was an issue that was brought up in the book. He was also connected to Tibet, and of course, that's what Spandau is. So he was imprisoned there, was apparently killed. He was very old, but he was. There's books written about how he was killed purposely.
Okay. All right. I also wanted to ask if you could explain, like from your perspective, the connection of Ong's Hat to Montauk Point, or at least how it came to your attention.
Well, Ong's Hat is a very obscure location in South Jersey. It's about a 2-hour drive from New York City, and maybe a 45-minute drive from Princeton. And Ong's Hat was a location where there was the Princeton scientists. During the time of the 40s, during the Philadelphia experiment days, they had the Ong's Hat Rod and Gun Club, and they used to pool together all of their knowledge and their high-level physics, and they would relax at this location. Now, this location was also tied to a Moorish ashram. Now, the Moorish ashram is even more obscure than the location of Ong's Hat. And let's say Ong's Hat was a community. The way I discovered it was I went to a lecture in New York City of a Peter Lamborn Wilson, because he had written, his name was on something that discussed Ong's Hat. It was a part of a pamphlet, and the name Peter Lamborn Wilson.
And he also goes by Hakim Bey, right?
He does go by Hakim Bey, yes.
Okay.
And he had written a book called Sacred Drift, which is where I discovered Noble Drew Ali, in that book. But Peter Lamborn Wilson, I was interested in him because his name was Wilson, and Wilson is a name that, in my book Montauk Revisited, was a continuous synchronicity generator. And I'm not the only one to have discovered that. There is another man who's written a book called Empire of the Wheel, and unfortunately I can't remember his name right now, but I've read all of his books. He also discovered the name Wilson to be connected with murders along ley lines. The name Wilson kept coming up, and Wilsons were technologists going back to what were called the Sonora flying ships of the 1840s. It was apparently a German technology faction this is in and around the gold country of California. And I only recently discovered that the family name of the Indians there are Wilsons, the royal tribe of the Miwok Indians. Now, the Wilsons married into them. And so the name Wilson keeps coming. So I was early on in my Wilson research. I wanted to go see Peter Lamborn Wilson. I wanted to hear his lecture, and I asked him about Ong's Hat, and he was very impressed that I knew something more about it than just was typical. But he didn't say too much. And later I would run into the sort of the instigator of all the Ong's Hat information that was on the web, Joseph Matheny, and he had strange encounters with it. But I encountered it in terms of seeking out synchronicity of the name Wilson, and also I knew people who were aware of the ashram. It disappeared eventually.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And it was tied to something. Peter Lamborn Wilson talked up something called the Moorish Orthodox Church. The Moorish Orthodox Church was sort of a CIA-affiliated attempt to co-opt the consciousness of the Moorish element, and it operated, to the best of my knowledge, out of Millbrook, New York, which is where Timothy Leary had his headquarters. Leary was tied into the Moorish Orthodox Church as well.
Wow. Okay. All right.
I want to touch on the Amos and Annie thing. Now, there's something else that's very interesting. There was a space-time project called Ong's Hat that came in New Jersey, southern New Jersey, which is known as the land of the Jersey Moors. And Ong's Hat is an obscure location in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey where there was a experimentation of dissident physicists from Princeton, hippies, Sufis, that claimed to be operating on with somebody from the Moorish Science Temple. Now Ong's Hat is part legend and part truth, but the Moorish Science Temple I'd never heard of before. But what I did know was there was a character named Peter Lamborn Wilson, there's the name Wilson coming up again, who was a member of the Moorish Orthodox Church. And the Moorish Orthodox Church was tied to Timothy Leary and the Millbrook Institute up in upstate New York. And they were kind of a CIA-affiliated church that was mocking Moorish wisdom. I say mocking. They had a certain amount of tribute to it. But I thought that this was all there was. I didn't know there was a Moorish Science Temple until I wrote this book, Synchronicity of the Seventh Seal, where I was contacted by some Moors who began to fill me in on the Moorish legacy, that it was still alive, that there was a Moorish Science Temple. These people weren't part of it. They didn't like the Moorish Science Temple. They thought that it had become institutionalized. They were Moors and they were operating outside of it. But I wrote the Seventh Seal because as I began to get a lot of, as I'm writing this information, you might say a lot of negative spirits would come to me that didn't want me to do it. Sometimes it would come in the form of media people who were ready to insult me behind my back, not on the air, but stop me from getting media appearances and whatnot. And I had to write this book to extricate myself. It was like an exorcism. And what came out of it was a very strong recognition and identification with the Moors, even though I didn't know there were Moors to any significant extent, other than the Moorish Orthodox Church. And what I discovered, of course, I wrote this book, and they contacted me, and I was flown to Chicago and spoke to some Moors there. It was very wonderful, and in D.C. And one of my friends who's now passed away, Elias Bay, he said this book was his Bible. He would carry around his Bible. He liked it so much. And because it was recognizing the Moors, but I was coming through it through my research in synchronicity. And one of the interesting things I found out was April Fool's Day was, March 31st, 1492, the Jews were expelled from Spain. And this is just 6 months before Columbus goes to America. And April 1st, they don't talk about it, but what happened on April 1st, according to tradition in Spain, is that they told all the Moors, they said, we've kicked out the Jews, and you're friends of the Jews, you can go. We've got ships waiting for you, you can go back to Morocco. You've lost the war in Spain, but we'll let you go. And so they said, we don't believe you. Well, they saw there were ships waiting for them. So they left. And while they left, in between going to their ships, they burned their houses and burned the ships. So they were homeless. This was on April 1st, 1492. This becomes April Fool's Day. Ha ha ha. You've been fooled. This is a denigration of the Moors, which is by the Catholic Church. And there was the siege of Granada, where they built the town of Santa Fe. Isabella burned down their little huts. They were just doing a stakeout on Granada, because Granada was landlocked, or so to speak, in the mountain. They just waited to starve them out. And they built a little town, burned down. So they built a new town made of stones, and it had a cross, and it was called Santa Fe. And there was the capitulation of Santa Fe, where a treaty was signed. And I haven't seen this treaty, but apparently I'm told it was a capitulation. It was not, the Moors allowed, I can't prove this, but according to my friend Elias Fay, they allowed the Catholic Church or the Spanish government. And when I first heard of Noble Drew Ali in connection with this experiment at Ong's Hat, I said, this guy sounds like a mythological character. He was, he had a father who was a slave. He was from North Carolina. His mother died young, as did his father. When he was young, he lived with an aunt who would beat him. He had paranormal abilities. At a young age, he supposedly became a merchant seaman or stowed away and went to Egypt. When he went to Egypt, he ended up amongst a group of masters who recognized him. They saw him. We've been waiting for you. So they initiated him into the Great Pyramid. They took him into the pyramid blindfolded and say, work your way out. Not necessarily expecting the aspirant to live. And when they found him, he got out almost immediately. They were surprised, and they found him between the paws of the Sphinx. And the paws of the Sphinx are very symbolic. It's the cradle of knowledge. In many ways I can tell you, which we won't go into. But Noble Drew Ali was sent on a mission back to America, where he was from, to teach the Moorish people their true heritage. And he taught that there were Moors in America before there were what we know as Native American Indians, and that this history has been obscured and robbed. And it's not only robbed the so-called black people, it's robbed the white people. It's robbed everybody, because the knowledge is what's lost, And it's almost, you have humanity enslaving its best, taking the best part of itself and cutting it off. Which is, if you look at human beings in general, if the roles were reversed, they might have done the same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the human condition is such that let's choke off the knowledge. But anyway, that's what happened. And Noble Drew Ali lived in the 1900s and the 20s, and he became very popular. He was very charismatic, very gifted. And Elihu Pleasant Bay wrote this book, Noble Drew Ali. Spent a great deal of his life. He knew one of Noble Drew Ali's wives, because he had more than one wife. And he was very popular in the 20s. And he was so popular, he became quite a problem to the government, because he was lifting the black communities up, and in a way that they weren't used to being lifted up. He wasn't using Christianity. He was using his own brand of Islam. And of course, it was shocking to me as I began to actually read the history, find out that he had a whole FBI file. They were bird dogging him. And then, out of the, there was a lot of power surrounding him. And he went into the police took him in. They arrested him. They let him go. But he died mysteriously. Now, some people say it was from the police, that he had a police beating, which Elihu Pleasant Bay says that was not true. He just died. And he said the reason that he died was because the burden on the Moorish people was too great. He could do more from outside of the body than inside the body. Insight that he was one of the people influencing my synchronicities from the outside. That was quite a moment, you know, an aha moment. And he has a grave, I believe, in Chicago. I'm not real sure about that, if it's still there or not. But he lived in Chicago at that point. He was from Newark, in earlier North Carolina. But the interesting thing about Noble Drew Ali is that as I began to study him, the whole TV show, first it was a radio show of Amos and Andy, was designed to lampoon Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple. Because I don't know how many of you have seen Amos and Andy. I saw it as a kid in the 50s, wasn't really interested in it, didn't like it because the character was always having a hard time. It was always in the butt end of the joke. I didn't think it was too nice. But what he was is that the main character was Kingfish. He was the Kingfish, and he had his Order of the Mystic Knights of the Sea. Now that's the Moors. The Moors are the best sailors.
That was in the show?
Yeah, Order of the Mystic Knights of the Sea. He belonged to the Order of the Mystic Knights of the Sea. And they had, like, you know, the head jellyfish and the head mackerel, and the congregation were called sardines. This is really funny. But they were lampooning the real Moorish Science Temple, which Drew Ali had set up. And they had one episode where they had Ali Bendo, this crystal gazer who was arrested. You see? It was like they were mocking the Moorish Science Temple. Now, what's interesting is about why I said, who was sponsoring this? It turned out to be, it was Pepsi. And I found out I studied the whole history of Pepsodent, and the guy, it was very, I put it in the book, it's bizarre, all the connections with Pepsodent, and why it relates to teeth and whatnot. But Amos and Andy was the first syndicated show in the history of broadcasting. It got syndicated was football. You know, Red Grange and all that, those days in the 20s. Not even baseball had been syndicated at that point. It was Amos and Andy. And it was a Masonic duo that had done this. They were Freemasons, high-level Freemasons, and they created this very funny show, which was so nobody could possibly take Moorish science seriously. And black people in general would be lampooned. And if you even watch the Hollywood movies of those era, and the way black people were portrayed, even beyond the Step and Fed shit, it is just, nobody would do that now, unless they were just making fun of it, you know, Eddie Murphy or somebody. But it's like, you know, it was in such a way that white people could not take a black person seriously. And having grown up in a community where you were told that, my mother said that, no, they don't, I said, why don't black people live here? She said, they steer them away. In other words, they steer them. It was called steering. And it was just, you know, she explained it to me. And the attitudes of the people were such that, no, they weren't to be taken seriously. It was something you didn't talk about too much. But, you know, this gets into occult biology and the ability of the body to do different things, which is in more elevated spiritual states. And to answer you right now, what I'm sort of studying is the collapsing of the 23rd chromosome, which is known as the sex chromosome, which was theoretically a 24th and a 23rd chromosome, and they collapsed together. And when this collapse happened, we lost our ability to do many things, one of which could theoretically, ostensibly be shapeshifting.
24th was shifting, so when we collapse, you're saying we're not able to no more, or we just lost that?
Well, I guess people are reported to. Now, I'll tell you an interesting story. Through my travels, I met the medicine man of the Montauk Indians, Artie Crippen, and I was with him and a bunch of his friends, Indian friends, and one of them said that they were in a car and they saw a rabbit go across the highway, and when he got across, he turned into a man and walked away. And I said, did you see that? He goes, yeah. I said, did the other people in the car see it? He goes, yes, they did. I said, were they all natives? He said, yes. They're all natives. They weren't, you know, non-indigenous people. So it suggests, and one of my shaman friends says that the natives of the Montauk Indians see stuff all the time. They just don't talk about it because they don't want to be labeled crazy. You know, and some of you might have that experience too. And I had some contact with the Montauk Indians, and the matriarch of the Montauk Indians was a woman named Olive Pharaoh. Now, Olive Pharaoh was a very nice lady. She had no knowledge of the Montauk Project or even the pyramids, but I had written the book, and after I wrote the book, she says, I want you to mention my son in the second printing, because you didn't mention him. I said, well, I didn't know you had a son. So I mentioned the book, and I sent it to her. And when she got the book, I called her up on the phone to see if she got the book, and she says, she didn't answer. Her sister answered and says, Olive just went to the hospital with a bleeding gallbladder. Olive would never live. She would be in the hospital for a few weeks and die. So then I went back to my research, and I said, oh my God. And I was studying these synchronicities I had with the olive, which I will go into in a little more depth. And it said the olive would be used in the future to heal the gallbladder. She just died of one. But I'd already been on a trail of olives, and I said, oh my God, her name's Olive, and she's sacred to the Pharaohs. But I was put on to the olive by a mysterious friend of mine who showed up at a lecture he was giving one day, and he brought me this picture. He brought me a playbill from 1909 it was called the New Montauk Theater. It was just an ordinary playbill from a long time ago. And I said, why are you giving me this? He says, it's for you. I just saw it, and I knew it would be, I knew it was meant for you. It says, The Follies of 1909, the Montauk Theater. And I looked at this thing, and because I was very much pursuing occult clues, I couldn't find any clues in it. I studied it for a while, gave it up, and after about a year, I had a man at my house from England, and we were talking about things, and I had Duncan Cameron in my house. He was the psychic in the Montauk Project. I suddenly remembered this playbill, and I said, well, maybe Duncan could give me a psychic read on it, because he's a Cameron. And so I went down, and it had been sitting on a bottom of papers on my desk upstairs, so I brought it downstairs, and I said, Duncan, here, let me give this to you. And as I gave it to him, the back of the cardboard in the back began to fall off, and I said, there's something underneath. And I pulled it open, and there was a picture of Christ on Mount Olive. And I said, oh my God, what is this? Why is this appearing right here? And Christ on Mount Olive. And it told me that I needed to study what is the Mount of Olives. So I called up my friend who gave it to me, and I said, what is this about? He says, well, you would have discovered this sooner or later. He says that the olives are sacred to the Knights Templar. And the Knights Templar revere the feminine energy. So he says, but see what an olive tree looks like. So I went on a quest to find an olive tree, which I'd never seen in person. And it took me a few months to find one in a library book, because we didn't have the internet in those days. So basically said an olive tree was a connection to the inner earth. They live 800 years. But then I began to study the olive and find out that the olive was sacred to the Christians. They use it for chrism. It was sacred to Muslims, and it was sacred to Jews, who used the oil to light the menorah for 8 days in the temple. And it was also sacred to the Greeks. The Greeks had a contest to see who could give the greatest gift to mankind, and the winner was Athena. She gave mankind the olive. And the loser was Poseidon, who gave mankind the horse, which is the symbol of the Montauk Project, which is a male patriarchal symbol. They revered Athena. So She gave mankind the olive tree. They had one on Mount Olympus. Athens was named after Athena. And I was very much into this pursuit of olives. There are many synchronicities I had with olives. It's sacred. And then I discovered through a friend of mine, Mark Roberts, that when he had studied my work, and he says, well, this olive, he says, he sent me some materials from a dowser called Egerton Sykes, who used to write journals on Atlantis. And his work showed that Athena was a name derived from an earlier African queen named Antonia. This is Antonia, whose name was transliterated into Athena. And Athena, Antonia, was a blue goddess from Atlantis. And her people migrated at the end of Atlantis. There was, I guess, priestesses, there were scribes.
I mean, like, there's so much to it, you know. And then there was a big push in the 70s with the whole Roots story with Alex Haley, who he wrote the autobiography of Malcolm X, and actually had beef with Malcolm X. Malcolm X didn't really want him finishing that book. Like, I think halfway through, he didn't want him to do it, but he wound up dying, and so, well, he was assassinated, and then Haley went ahead and put it out. And then after that, he comes out with Roots, right? Roots comes out, this story about how Alex Haley, he went to the Mormon church where they keep all the genealogy of everyone, or they keep all these records. He goes to Lloyd's of London, and he's going to all these places. He's a jet setter, you know. He's an international traveler. He's just going everywhere to trace his history, right? And so he gets oral history of how, like, his great whatever grandfather was Kunta Kinte, and he was from this tribe in Africa, and you know, he gets an oral history of how he lived over there and came over here, right? So his oral history mattered because he was talking about being African American and coming over to the slave trade. Now, your oral history of being Native American don't matter, right? But that one does matter. So I just need to point that out, because that in and of itself is a contradiction. So back to Haley, he gets this oral history and he finds records, slave records, and he writes this wonderful story about his family, and he gets everything, pulls all the records together, and he's able to piece together his family history tracing back to Africa, which is something that no one's ever done before, and especially on a scale that he's done, right? So no one's able to get that connection except him. And so, of course, this is a big deal. It's a book, it's the movie, and the big mini-series plays on TV. Everybody's tuned in, millions of people watching it. They send it to other countries, so it's all over the world. And the main thing is to get you here to get it, you know? And so everybody's watching it, you know, white people, black people, and they even rehash it every 20 years to make sure that the new generation gets it. Like, they had some mess that was coming on like earlier this year. I think they redid Roots, and they had like T.I., you know, the rapper, in it. So they got the modern version, man. They got the modern version now, okay? So all right, so they rehash it. They got to make sure you get it. And then all this, while all this is going on, he's getting sued. Back then, way back then, he got sued because a man of European descent wrote a book called, I think, The Slave. I think it was called The Slave. So he writes the book, and it's a fictional story of this dude who's, you know, captured in Africa and brought over here. And it's the story of his family being from Africa and getting enslaved. And so the dude wrote the book and put it out way before Haley even got started on Roots, and he had proof. And so Haley had to settle out of court and pay this guy a lot of money. And the thing is, like, Roots was such a big deal. Haley had big time people backing him, okay? Like, back then they would have been billionaires. Why would these white billionaires be backing this black dude tracing his family history back to Africa? Why are they paying his ticket to go over here to London? You need to go over here to Gambia. Okay, here we go. We got you. You need to go to LA. Oh, we got you. Here. Why are they paying all this? Why are they paying this dude off to settle out of court to make him go away? You know? Why are they making sure this is getting promoted? We want this on NBC. We want this playing all over the world. Why are they doing this? Why is it such a big deal for this black dude to trace his history and do this? Why? Okay? It's just like Black Lives Matter. Why is this billionaire George Soros, white dude, financing this damn movement called Black Lives Matter? You know? Why? I mean, just the fact that this fucking devil is involved with it will make me be like, fuck that. I'm going in the other direction. Okay? So yeah, why was Haley financed and untouchable? Why are people able to sue him and, hey, I got proof you just plagiarized my shit? and it don't, one monkey don't stop no show. How come people able to prove that he stole the idea? This is fake. He took my shit. They just give him enough hush money and make him disappear, and his shit still gets blown up, and nobody even brings up the fact that it's fake. And they are still doing it today. That's why I brought up that they rehashed the shit, put T.I. in there so the young people can see it again. And that's how come you got people in their 20s and 30s and stuff that's on this shit still that will argue with you. Ain't no niggas been over here. The Indians are dead. The white man killed them. Brought all y'all over on slave ships. Stop hating yourself. You know? Come on, man. Come on. Y'all giving them too much credit. All right? And why was that Roots such a big deal? They rehashing the shit still to this day. It ain't about You know, entertainment. We want to entertain y'all with these stories of slavery. This shit ain't entertaining. Why are they rehashing it? Why are they getting new bloods to do it, the new celebrities to do it? Because they need to keep you indoctrinated. You can't wake up. You can't wake up, man. You can't know that this is your land. You can't know that they declared whole tribes extinct just by legally reclassifying them to black. You can't know that. That's why I'm connecting the dots for you. You can't know that black means you are legally dead. And that they reclassified tribes, you know, from whatever their tribe was to legally dead black. You know, they don't want you to connect the dots. That's why the bullshit keeps getting put out. And you buying it. You just buying it, right? Y'all just gonna keep buying it and fighting it. And that's how come, you know, the media shit, you know, that's like I said, they got the young bloods up in there. They got the new rappers. Who we gonna have doing it next? You know? So they got rappers in there now playing the slaves and the Alex Haley story all over again, and y'all buying it, right? You know, they taught you the shit in school. That's the only thing they taught you in school. I mean, yeah, you know, Black History Month, you get to learn about some people. It's all the same people for the most part, you know, unless you have some teacher who want to mix it up. And, you know, I'm tired of just talking about Booker T. Washington and stuff. So for the most part, it was just like slavery, Martin Luther King. That's pretty much it, right? And that's the great history that you have, and that's what you taught, you know, and that's it. And so you grow up, and I mean, even though like you're supposed to grow and be able to think outside the box, you just keep regurgitating that, and that's what frame you're working off of, because that's the reality that was built for you. That's the reality that was shaped for you. And that's why the media is rehashing that with these Roots remakes, you know. I remember like 20 years ago, they had one with Halle Berry in it. She's supposed to be like Alice Haley's grandma, Queen, or Queenie or something like that. And she, you know, so they rehashed it with the stars from then. And, you know, now they got T.I. coming out, and I don't know what his name is, you know. So they gonna keep doing it, and y'all just gonna keep buying it, right? But we have it on record, okay, where these fools actually declared tribes. You have, in the case where I was talking about with the Montauk Indians, you have 75 tribe members, Montauk Indians, standing in there in the court, and their chief, okay, Wyandotte Pharaoh, the chief, he's like, I'm son of David Pharaoh, who was the chief in line before him. And he's like, look, this is our land. We are not selling it to these people. We have a land agreement. You know, you can't renege on this. And since they can't renege on it, what does the Supreme Court judge do? He says, well, you guys aren't the tribe members. You guys are niggers. Basically, you're black. And the Montauk Indians are dead, extinct. And lo and behold, in your history books, they leave that part out, but they let you know the Indians got wiped out. There's a couple over here. They don't look black though. You know, they're like the Eskimos, and then the white ones, they let the white ones who, like, you know, pay $5 to become Indians, they let them be the Indians now, you know. But that's it. That's how it happened. That's how it went down. I ain't making this shit up. I mean, look it up. Look up Montauk Indian land dispute. Look up Judge Abel Blackmar, ABEL-BLACKMAR, and wow, what a name, right? Blackmar. I mean, like I said, I'm not making this up. I don't really feel like I should have to prove this to you, because there's so much out there, man. I mean, the internet's crazy. Whatever you want to find, you'll find it. You know, so if you want to find BS, you'll find it. If you want to find the truth, whatever that is, you'll find it. But you have several instances where Europeans describe the natives of the land of the Americas, North, South, and Central America, as being black. I shouldn't use that word, but I'm trying to relate to people who still want to be civilly dead, I guess. I'm not trying to be in that position, but I'm trying to tell you this shit so you can wake up. You know? They even described the hair for you, man. They even said the people had coarse hair, curly hair. Some people had straight hair, but they described us. And then copper skin tone. For the most part, damn near everybody said copper skin tone. You know? Dark brown. Dark brown people. Nappy hair. Curly hair. Alright? And I mean, what else is there to say? You know, William Penn, founder of Pennsylvania, said that the settlers referred to the Indians as three things: Indians, Moors, and Negroes. They just called them those things interchangeably, like it meant nothing to them. I mean, if the Indians didn't look like Moors and Negroes, why the hell would they be calling them that? So they used that stuff interchangeably. And then they snuck it on them and took the land, because eventually these people got declared Negroes. And there are very rare cases where you have people, there are some people who didn't allow this to happen, or who fought it, even though it made their life extremely hard. But you do have some people who would be declared black, who fought to keep their Indian status, okay? But I just wanted to share that, you know, because the truth is there. It's out there. It's right in front of you. But if you're in the illusion, you can't see it. You can't. And that's pretty much it. I just had to get that off my chest. And look this stuff up. Look it up. Stop calling yourself black, though. I mean, it's legally dead. I mean, should I get the Black's Law Dictionary and tell you what it means? You probably won't care, you know? Because you have to be, like, mature to care and to understand and to know that the legal definition means something. Have you ever been to court and seen that, like, the words that you use on an everyday basis don't have the same meaning legally? And that the only thing that matters is the legal definition? That you can sit there and be all charismatic, or you can cry, or you can argue with the judge, and it ain't gonna do anything for you. It's just about the facts, what can be proven, and what can be done from a legal perspective. That's it, you know? Like, you don't want to go into a legal setting and call yourself a minor, because a minor is like a child. Minor is not competent. A minor can't represent himself, right? So if you're a minority, which is what civilly dead people like to call themselves, and I'm pretty sure black people, civilly dead people, I'm pretty sure they didn't come up with the term minority, but they accepted it. So if you're a minority, you're a minor, and you're incompetent. So you have a whole bunch of people that are incompetent, and they act like it. They do act like it. Okay? And that's another thing. That's really stupid, to call yourself a minor and just knowing that, hey, that carries a legal ramification with it. And then you're talking about freaking getting classified in this as a whole group, as a race or whatever, being called minorities, when that doesn't even make sense, because we're not the minority. There's a bunch of us. There's a ton of us. We're all over the place. Okay? And then if you look up minority in the Black's Laws Dictionary, it's saying the state or condition of being under legal age, infancy. This is not good. None of this is good. That's pretty much it, though.